This is a story about my mother. When my mother was 14 years old, she went to her home village with my grandparents, and one of her cousins also went with them. The village was lovely. The people of the village were peace lovers. They were much enjoying their visit, being surrounded by the beautiful nature in and around the village. But then, something happened one day while my mom and her cousin, my aunt, were walking and gossiping while eating some corn they bought from a shop. Suddenly, they noticed that their packet of corn was almost empty, even though they bought it just a few minutes earlier. Then, out of nowhere, they noticed my aunt's friend was beside them eating the corn. But she wasn't with them when they were walking or when they bought the corn. She appeared like a bolt from the blue. But without giving it much thought, they started gossiping with her. It was almost dark though, and they had to hurry to reach home. But my aunt's friend's home was very close by and on the same road that they were walking on, so they said goodbye to her, but she told them that there is a shortcut to reach my mom's house, and that she will take them to the house using the shortcut if they want to. My mom and aunt didn't want to, but the friend started insisting that they go with her. Then she showed the shortcut to them. It was a short, bushy path in the jungle surrounded by big trees. It looked kind of scary as it was already dark. So my mom and aunt said no to her, but she started insisting again. Even though they didn't want to go, they felt pressured to go because of her. They were confused and started walking along the shortcut. They were walking so fast that they could get home sooner, but while they were on the path, a strong wind started blowing and it started to rain and then thunder. They were very scared. Then, at that same moment, my aunt's friend just disappeared. They were terrified and started running straight ahead. While running, my mom briefly saw a lady in a white dress with a big, creepy smile running towards them. My mom was so scared that she froze in place. My aunt then grabbed my mom's hand and started running as fast as she could. After running for about 2 minutes, they finally exited the jungle and were near the house. They went into their house and were breathing so heavily that my grandparents asked them what happened. Then they explained everything. They couldn't sleep a wink that night, and they were very angry at that friend of my aunt's. The next morning, they went to that girl's house and asked why she left them, not even showing them the way on that stormy night. But then the girl said that she didn't even go outside the previous day and had no idea what they were talking about. The girl's mother was working beside them and listened to the story. She said that her daughter was helping her in the kitchen that day and didn't go outside. My mom and aunt were shocked and looked at each other and asked, then who or what was that girl?
This incident occurred when I was just 9 years old, and it's never left my mind since. I grew up in a small, quiet town surrounded by woods. Everybody knew everybody. Nothing bad ever happened there, and life was good. You get the picture? Well, just outside of town was an old, run-down cabin sitting atop a hill. A cabin which the kids called Dead Man's Cabin. It was called this because, even though it hadn't been lived in for decades, you could sometimes see smoke rising from its chimney in the distance. Police officers used to go up there, expecting to find squatters, but every time they went inside, the place would be completely empty and the fireplace would show no signs that it had been used. Eventually, the police just stopped going there and accepted the cabin as an unexplainable phenomenon. People got it in their heads that a ghost was living there, and the name just stuck. Dead Man's Cabin also happened to be a 20-minute walk away from my house. Although it was obscured by trees, it could still be partially seen from my bedroom window. And since I lived closest to the cabin, my friends would always ask me about it whenever they came over to spend the night. They'd ask if I could actually see the ghost through the window, or if I'd ever gone over there. I'd always say no and change the subject. But on one particular night, my friends and I decided to be a bit more daring. We were having another one of our usual sleepovers. It was me and my 2 best friends, Mary and Diane, and we started talking about the cabin. I can't remember the specifics of our conversation, but I do remember that our talk somehow turned to a game of truth or dare. Diane dared me to spend 5 minutes inside the cabin, and me, being the brave yet foolhardy kid that I was, accepted the challenge, but only on the condition that my friends joined me. Mary and Diane were visibly shaken by this, but since they didn't want to look like a bunch of scaredy cats, they agreed as well. Living in a boring town like ours meant we had to look for adventure wherever we could, and a haunted cabin seemed like a nice change of pace. We were the type of kids who did whatever we wanted, no matter how dangerous it was, and getting the chance to meet a real-life ghost was too exciting for me to pass up. We snuck out one at a time through my bedroom window and headed straight for the woods, dressed only in our pajamas and bare feet. We had to leave our shoes and jackets behind so my parents wouldn't catch on to the fact that we'd left the house. Needless to say, we were all heavily underdressed for a hike, but that didn't matter to us at the time. Getting caught by my parents and possibly grounded for life was much worse than being out in the cold. Plus, we all had something to prove and we didn't want to back out of the challenge. Stupid, I know, but that's how we rationalized it. Anyway, we pushed our way through low-hanging branches and stayed as close to each other as possible. The constant chirping of crickets filled the air as twigs and leaves crunched under our bare feet. The scenery was admittedly creepy at night, and Mary kept looking over her shoulder every few seconds. But we all kept moving forward, determined to prove our bravery. When we finally reached the cabin, we walked up onto the porch and tried peeking in through the windows to see if anyone was home. All we saw was darkness, so we took that as a sign that it was safe to enter. Without hesitation, I reached for the knob and turned it before pushing the door open. The three of us were then greeted by a warm fire crackling in the fireplace. Red flag number 1. There definitely wasn't a fire going when we were looking through the windows a second ago, but now the whole cabin was well lit. We should have turned back right then and there, but since we'd been walking barefoot for over a mile in 30-degree weather, we were all too eager to warm up by the fire. We sat on the floor, huddled together with our hands and feet out when the front door suddenly slammed shut behind us. We all jumped and turned our heads to the door but saw nothing suspicious. It must have been the wind," Mary said in a shaky tone. As if things weren't creepy enough, we also heard the shuffling of footsteps from the next room over and decided to investigate. Our curiosity was more powerful than our will to survive, I guess. Diane led the way while Mary and I followed behind. We went down a long hallway filled with cobwebs and squeaky floorboards that creaked with every step we took. Looking down, I realized that some of the floorboards weren't nailed down and were just sitting there loosely. Curious, I reached down and picked up one of the boards, leaving a dark rectangular hole in its place. Strange, I thought. Why would some of the floorboards be removable? Before I could ponder any further, a long, pale arm with a clawed hand reached out of the hole and grabbed my ankle. I let out a horrified scream as my foot was suddenly dragged down into the hole, along with my entire leg. My friends immediately rushed over and tried pulling me out, but whatever held me down wasn't going to let go without a fight. My fear only worsened as I felt multiple sets of teeth begin to bite down on my exposed leg as if it were a piece of meat. I squealed at the top of my lungs as I struggled violently to escape. A jolt of pain shot up my leg as the teeth clamped down harder and harder. I kicked as hard as I could until I felt my foot connected with someone's jaw. That seemed to do the trick as the culprit let go of my ankle, allowing me to pull my foot out. My leg was riddled with teeth marks, but thanks to my flailing around, those teeth didn't break the skin. The three of us then quickly scrambled to our feet, but instead of running out the door, we peered down into the hole out of morbid curiosity. We all froze in sheer terror when we saw several pale faces looking back at us. They were people living under the floorboards. We saw men, women, even a few children among them. They were all pale and skinny, with red eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth. They smiled up at us before hungrily licking their lips, making their intentions all too clear. Before we could do anything, several hands shot up from the floor and grabbed our ankles, pulling our feet out from under us and making us hit the hard floor. We all screamed and started flailing our limbs in every direction. We tried swatting the hands away and kicking at the ghoulish figures as they climbed over each other, attempting to bite us. Mary screamed as a pale-faced woman grabbed her bare foot and brought it up to her mouth, but Diane quickly bashed it over the head with a loose floorboard. I picked up a board as well and started swinging it like crazy, hurting a few of the creature's arms and freeing myself. Diane managed to pull Mary away and we all bolted for the front door, hopping over the hands as they continued to reach for us. The front door, thankfully, wasn't locked, so after swinging it open, we hightailed it out of there. As we ran through the woods, none of us looked back to see if we were being chased. Fortunately, it didn't take us long to get back to my house, and the bedroom window was still open. We all climbed in one after the other, and I quickly shut the window behind us before locking it. I honestly can't tell you how we managed to get out of that place alive, or why those things even attacked us. Lots of people went up to that cabin before us, and they never mentioned being attacked. Not once. So what made us so special? I can only guess that due to their skeletal bodies, they were too weak to subdue adult travelers and passers-by. But when they saw 3 little girls in pajamas waltz into their home, they figured we'd make an easier meal. I'm glad we proved them wrong. We never told our parents what happened that night, and I moved away a year later. I don't know if that cabin was ever torn down, but I certainly hope no one ever had to go through what we did.
This is a terrible story that happened to me when I met my friend Cody. He always loved ice cream, and when he didn't have it, he would go wild and go crazy to the point where he had to take tranquilizers. So he was severely obese. One day, when I told him to stop eating ice cream, he looked sad and said, "I tried hundreds of times to stop eating, but every time I tried, I turned into a monster." I got playful and took his ice cream away. Then he took out a knife from his pocket and glared at me, his body shaking. I was surprised and gave him back the ice cream, and he licked it up like a hungry dog. From that day on, I never took ice cream from him again. Then one day, while eating ice cream, he suddenly got angry and shouted, "I'm getting sick of ice cream now! It tastes the same every day!" Do you know why I eat ice cream? In fact, the thought of wanting to kill people pops into my head about once every 5 minutes, so I eat ice cream to suppress that craving. Human patience is very weak. If 10 minutes pass without eating ice cream, my head will be filled with only one thought: murder. Let me ask you one favor. Get me a better ice cream than this. Or the best pizza, or a hamburger, whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't let the devil inside me wake up. He was in pain and was tearing out his hair. I was shocked, so the next day I found a really good ice cream place and brought him some ice cream from there. He tasted the ice cream and was very happy, saying it was delicious. He regained his sense of stability, but that was by no means the end. One day I asked him if he really wanted to commit murder, and he answered, "Yes, since birth, always. My mom said that when I was crying as a baby, she would put a knife in my hand, then I would smile brightly. And when I was 5 years old, a cruel scene happened to come on TV, and I clapped while watching it. And when I was 7, she brought me a hamster, and I asked her when I could kill the hamster, and I told her I wanted to kill it quickly. So she sent me to a mental hospital, but I couldn't get better even after taking medicine. So from then on, I started eating ice cream. When I eat ice cream, I feel more generous, even if only for a moment." I was shocked to hear what he said, but then he said something even more shocking to me. "The day I get tired of this ice cream, I will kill you. I can't find any more delicious ice cream anymore." He said that and continued to eat the ice cream with a slight smile on his face, and my legs gave out in fear. From then on, I started avoiding him. Then one day, he sent me a text message. "I'm getting tired of the taste of this ice cream, and the devil inside me is gradually awakening." After reading the text, I wondered if I should report it to the police, but I didn't hear from him for a while after that day. Then one day, someone knocked on the door at my house, and I looked out the window and saw it was him. There was blood on his hands, and he looked so happy. He was pacing around and screaming, while holding an ice cream in one hand and pounding on my door with the other hand. He shouted, "Richard! I just killed someone! I feel so good! The world is so beautiful! My mom lied to me. She always said murder was wrong, but it's so good! I regret eating only ice cream for so long. Now I finally realize ice cream can never make me happy. The only thing that can give me happiness is murder." He threw the ice cream down and started kicking my front door. I quickly called the police and the door shook as if it would break. The police arrived a short time later and arrested him. It turned out that he had murdered a neighbor right before coming to my house. I was in complete shock. From that day on, just looking at ice cream makes my legs feel weak. Even now, I vividly recall the look on his face when he told me he had committed murder. That expression was that of a really, truly happy person. In 2013, something happened at our house that traumatized my grandmother. This happened when my brother was in the 8th grade and I was in the 5th grade. We went to different schools, so we didn't go to and from school together. We also had different dismissal times. His dismissal time was around 4:30 p.m., while mine was around 4 p.m. One day, my grandmother was in her room praying the rosary. She's very religious and has a habit of praying every day at 3 p.m. While she was praying, she saw my brother's head peek through the doorway. She asked him, "Oh, hi. I didn't know you got out of school early. Did you eat something yet? Are you hungry?" My brother just stared at her for quite a while with a blank expression on his face. Then he pulled his head back out of the doorway and disappeared from her view. My grandma thought to herself, "Okay, that was weird." So she got up and walked out of her room to talk to my brother. She looked everywhere around the house for him, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Later on, at around 5 p.m., my brother got home. She immediately asked him, "Oh, you went back to school?" Then my brother asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "You were here earlier to get something?" Then he had a confused look on his face and responded, "No, I just now got home." Then my grandma had a realization. A malicious spirit was trying to imitate my brother's face. She prayed for my brother and for the spirit to leave us alone. This made her pray even more. She now prays in the morning, afternoon, and before bedtime. She told us this story only once, and she's not the type to make up stories like this. This story stuck with me, and I ask her from time to time if she still remembers that incident. She still has a sharp mind for a 73-year-old. She says she does remember, but that she doesn't want to talk about it. And after that, she will stop the conversation and just stare off at something. I think she has seen or heard something that she's not telling us. This is a terrible incident that happened to me after I performed a devil summoning ritual with my best friend Austin. The reason why I'm sharing this story, which has been buried in my heart for a long time, is to warn all humans that no one should ever summon the devil. Devils are 100 times more cruel, terrible, and powerful than humans. One day, 7 years ago, when Austin and I were teenagers, we discovered how to summon devils on the internet. And like fools, we actually tried it. At the time, I did not know that we were actually opening the gates of hell. It all started when Austin began to chant a spell, but after a while, he suddenly screamed and grabbed his stomach. Then I saw something bulging and moving in his stomach. Austin screamed for help, saying there was something in his stomach. The skin on his abdomen protruded as if it were about to be torn, and a monstrous voice came from inside his body.
"Hello, friends."
Then Austin started gagging, and something like a red tail came out of his mouth. I thought I was hallucinating. Austin said there was a devil in his stomach, and he asked for a knife to stab himself in the stomach. Before he could do it, his mother came into the room, having heard his scream. Somehow, Austin suddenly felt fine, and he said he couldn't feel anything in his stomach now. I explained to his mother what happened, but she didn't believe me. I went home after that and was scared all night. The next day, I got a call from Austin, and he asked me to come to his house. I went to his house, and he seemed unexpectedly fine. When I asked him what happened, he just laughed. I noticed that his tongue was split in two. Then he came closer to me. His breath was hot and smelled of sulfur, so I was startled and took a step back. He blew a stream of air at me. The air was burning hot. I moved away from it and fell back, covering my face with my hands. I saw that the clothes on my arm where his breath had touched them were burned. Smoke was coming out of his mouth as if his insides were burning. He took a deep breath like he was trying to blow again. At that moment, I knew that if his breath touched me, I would be in big trouble. So I kicked him hard in the stomach and ran away. I ran outside and called him. He answered his phone, and when I asked him, "What the hell is going on?" he answered in a monstrous voice.
Hell is happening. What does the devil do? It destroys, hurts, and kills God's creatures.
I told him we didn't mean to do this and begged him to go back. He just laughed at me and said,
I just got here and you're telling me to go back? I feel sad. I'm going to play with you and this guy for a very long time.
I cried and begged for forgiveness, but all I could hear was the monster's laugh coming from the phone. I was so scared that I hung up the phone. After that, I had no contact with Austin for a while. A few days passed like that. Then one night, I got a call from an unknown number, and when I answered it, it was Austin's mother. She told me, sobbing, Austin. She sounded like she was out of breath. What she said after a while was so shocking that I threw up. She said Austin was found dead in his room. However, Austin's entire body was burned, and his mouth was badly torn. She didn't know what happened. The police came and investigated, but there was no sign that anyone had broken into Austin's room. The only thing that was clear was that Austin's throat was ripped open. What was even more creepy was that there were bloodstains and a small child's footprints all the way from Austin to the window, but the police were never able to figure out whose footprints they were. I wasn't sure exactly what happened to Austin, but I knew it was the devil's doing. But I couldn't tell anyone what happened to us. From that day on, I was tormented by my grief for Austin every day, but there was actually something else that bothered me more. It was the extreme fear that the devil would come for me, too. So every night I prayed to God to protect me. 7 years passed, and during that time, I have read and reread countless prayers. Sometimes in my dreams, Austin comes to me crying and asks me to kill the devils for him. I've thought about trying to take revenge on the devils, but I know that challenging a devil is like jumping into a volcano. My name is Olivia, and I live in Malaysia. I moved there when I was 14 and was staying at my cousin's house in 2011. My family had no intention of visiting my cousin's house in Langkawi, but my aunt suggested that we do so for 4 weeks. This detail will be very important later in the story. We informed our relative, whom I would call Kay, about our upcoming trip during a quick visit to her home. She became obsessed with the idea of visiting Langkawi because she hadn't seen her family in a long time. So she begged my dad to take her with us on the trip, but he said no because we were going to my cousin's house and wouldn't be staying in a motel. She, of course, said she could handle it, and all she wanted was to see her family again. But my father said no again. To clarify why he said no, let me describe Kay and who she was. Kay was 24, one of my aunt's sisters. She worked as a zoologist and earned enough money to travel to Langkawi, rent a motel room, and visit her family on her own. Because she knew all of this, my father stormed out of her house in rage when she kept asking about the trip. Also, it was Saturday, and we were leaving for the trip that day. A few hours later, while waiting for the ferry, I noticed a woman with long brunette hair looking at me. I thought nothing of it and assumed she was taking the same ferry as us. After 30 minutes of waiting, we were finally able to board the ferry. After my family took our assigned seats, I noticed the same woman I had seen earlier sitting not far away, just 3 seats behind me. Once again, I dismissed it and assumed she was sitting in the seat she had paid for. After 2 hours, we arrived at the dock, disembarked from the ferry, and began walking to the passport scanning area. And guess what? The same woman was following us there. I got chills and the creeps from her, so I told my father what was happening. He then told me that he had noticed it as well, but did not want to tell me because it might scare me. Later, we just waited outside the building for my aunt to arrive and pick us up. After what seemed like 2 hours, she arrived and greeted us. I kept quiet during the car ride because I was still scared of the woman with the long brunette hair. After about 45 minutes, I looked behind us and noticed a taxi. The previously mentioned woman was in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. I was terrified, but I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want them to think I was making everything up. After 2 weeks on the trip, I'd almost forgotten about the woman. It was nighttime, and I was sleeping soundly until I awoke to red and blue lights flashing outside. I got up and asked one of my cousins what had happened. I wish I had known sooner about what I was going to find out. My aunt's sister, Kay, had brunette hair. One of the locals was walking around and noticed Kay trying to break into the house. They did not recognize Kay and were suspicious, so they called the police, which was a good thing. Kay was holding a knife and a gun in her pocket, intending to kill my cousins. Apparently, her reason was that my father told her she couldn't join the trip. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if the residents hadn't called the police. I'm a female second-year college student from the Philippines studying civil engineering. This incident occurred several months ago, and I will never forget it. One night, I had a nightmare in which something horrible happened. I couldn't remember what happened in the dream, but I remember seeing a date inscribed on the wall. The date was July 27th, 2022. The next morning, I told my older sister about my dream and asked her to remind me of the date when it arrived. Time passed and I finally forgot about it. But one morning, as I was getting ready for school, I felt that I didn't want to go. Something was bugging me, and my sister felt the same way, but I went regardless. My college has 2 school buildings, one for each course's department, and my department's building is adjacent to the highway. The building has 5 stories. My first class was on the 4th floor. The lesson began as normal. I took notes while our professor was lecturing. A few minutes into the class, one of my classmates exclaimed aloud, "The ground is shaking." When the rest of us observed it, the ground began to shake much more violently, to the point where our teacher collapsed. The lockers were shaking so fiercely that they nearly toppled down, and we were all terrified because we were on the 4th story. When the earthquake ended, a tricycle driver, a type of taxi driver in the Philippines, guided us down to safety. As I exited the building, I saw kids crying and in astonishment, and when my family called, I burst into tears too. They checked with me to ensure I was okay, and my father said he'd pick me up. After safely arriving home, I sat on our sofa, still trying to calm myself down, and glanced at the calendar on our door. The date was July 27th, 2022, and when I realized the link with my dream, I was astonished that I nearly started crying. It's been months since the occurrence, yet I'm constantly thinking about it and my dream. Was the date in my dream a coincidence? Or was it a warning about what would come? This is a story of something that happened to me when I was in my early 20s. Aaron, my friend at the time, was into a strange religion, which was more of a cult than a religion. I told him not to believe in such things, but he didn't listen to me. He said that all people who believed in that religion were extremely wealthy and asked me if I was curious as to why. Then he said, "Everyone has their own luck, but did you know that you can steal someone else's luck? Bro, what would it be like if you could have money, fame, health, everything? Imagine you could reach the top of this world." I told him that was superstition, but he raised his voice and said, "I saw our leader create cracks in other people's souls and drain their luck. It's like taking someone's wallet without anyone knowing. People who lose their luck suddenly find their lives ruined without even knowing why. Our religious leader has amassed so much fortune by stealing so much luck that now his house is so full of wads of money that there's no room to fit it in." I felt that Aaron had fallen into the wrong circles, and I wanted to save him somehow, so I cursed at him and told him to come to his senses. Then he glared at me scarily. His eyes looked like that of a wild animal that had been starving for a long time. He whispered to me, "Watch how my life changes. Be prepared to be surprised. Everyone will envy me." When I saw the look in his eyes, I realized that I could no longer persuade him. As time passed, he became more and more absorbed in the religion, and eventually he stopped seeing his friends. Also, no matter when I called him, he was always reciting a spell. What was really strange was that when I saw him a few months later, his face had turned horrifying. He lost weight and his skin dried out, making him look like a dry tree walking around. Still, he told me everything was going well. He continued to look at people passing by and recited his spell. He followed people who looked particularly rich for a while, staring intently at their faces. When I told him to please stop believing in that religion, he told me, "If I just learn a little more, I'll completely master the art of witchcraft. Then the luck of all the people in front of me will become mine." I was eating at a restaurant with him and he was reading a religious book even while eating. He said that the magic method of stealing luck is a secret technique that has been passed down to only a very small number of people since ancient times, and that he spent all his money to learn it. I told him it was all a hoax, but he laughed and screamed like a crazy person. "If you don't know anything, keep quiet!" Because I worked hard recently and had been promoted at work, I tried to encourage him that if he lived a good life like me, his life would turn out just fine. He looked surprised when he heard my story, then suddenly grabbed my hand and chanted a spell at incredible speed. His eyes seemed to be on fire and he held my hand so hard that it felt like it would break. I was startled and shook off his hand. I was annoyed, but at the same time I felt sorry for him and wanted to take him to a psychiatrist. After dinner, I went home. But that night, I experienced something very bizarre. While I was sleeping, I felt someone's presence, and when I opened my eyes, Aaron was in front of me. However, he was not standing, but floating in the air. I thought it was a dream and tried to wake myself up, but my body wouldn't move. He smiled brightly and shouted, "Meeting you like this makes me feel different, bro!" For some reason, an ominous feeling enveloped me. Aaron smiled and recited the spell, and he put his hand on my chest. Then, I suddenly felt intense hopelessness, and the world in front of me became increasingly dark. Then, he closed his eyes. His gaunt face looked happy. I struggled with all my might, finally freed myself from paralysis, and punched him. He screamed and disappeared like smoke. I sat there wondering if this was a dream, but it was too vivid to be. I wondered what on earth this meant. But then, I realized something I didn't want to believe. Aaron had come to steal my luck. My name is Mateus. I'm from Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I'm currently 18 years old. This story happened 2 years ago. That year, I lived with my parents, my younger sister, and our recently adopted dog. One day, my parents came to tell me that they were going away for a few days to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary, and that I would be responsible for taking care of the apartment. I didn't mind too much as I had already done this several times. The first day that they were gone, my sister came to ask me if she could stay at a friend's house for a sleepover. I loved being alone, and since I didn't see any problem with a sleepover, I allowed her to go. So she got her things, and I took her to her friend's house, which was a block away from our complex. It was very hot that day, so when I got back to the apartment, I was sweating a lot. Right after that, I went to take a shower, and when I was done, I decided to watch a movie. While the movie was playing, a loud noise came from the hallway. It spooked me, and I ended up jumping off the couch. I didn't know what caused the sound, so I went to see what had happened. When I got to the hall, I realized that my bedroom door had closed by itself. I didn't make a big deal of it, as this often happened when it was windy, so I opened the door and put a slipper in front of it so it wouldn't close again. A few minutes later, the same thing happened. When I opened my bedroom door, I noticed that the slipper was in the corner of my room and now the lights were on. This time I realized it was strange because it wasn't actually windy enough for that to happen, but I decided to close my bedroom window anyway. When the movie ended, I decided to give my dog a treat. I went to the kitchen to get it and went to my parents' room since my dog's bed is next to their bed, but he wasn't there. I looked in the living room, in my bedroom, and in my sister's bedroom, but I still couldn't find him. That's when I decided to look in the bathrooms and found him lying under the shower in my parents' bathroom, trembling in fear. Again, I found this strange because my dog usually only did this when there was a storm or when someone set off a firework, and neither of those had happened. That night, I was sitting on my bed, scrolling through social media and listening to music when, out of nowhere, there was a loud buzzing sound in my right ear and unintelligible whispers in my left ear. This went on for 2 or 3 minutes and then stopped. It gave me goosebumps, but since it was so late, I tried to ignore it and go to sleep. But obviously, I couldn't fall asleep, and as I tried to calm down lying in bed, the worst part of that night was about to happen. I heard a girl's voice whispering in my ear, "Wake up, I'm here to see you." At the instant I got up, looking through the door of my room, I realized that there was something in the middle of the hallway. Since I slept with my room's lights off but with the hallway light turned on, I could see that there was a girl standing there. She was pale, had long blonde hair, was wearing a plain white dress, and was barefoot. However, the weird part is that her face was blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, nothing. She stood there for some time until out of nowhere, she turned and headed towards my sister's room. I froze in fear. After gathering some courage, I got up and went to my sister's room. Going in there, I realized that there was no one there. I looked around the rest of the apartment, but no one was there. Even my dog was lying in his bed, asleep like nothing happened. That night, I couldn't fall asleep, and I decided to stay in the living room with all the lights on, watching random TV shows. Around 1 p.m., my sister texted me saying she was going to have lunch at her friend's house and that her friend's dad would drive her over in 2 hours. When she arrived, I decided to not tell her anything that happened because I knew it would scare her too much. 2 days later, my parents came back from their trip, and I didn't tell them either because they would say that I was paranoid and that I was just making up the story to scare my sister. Months later, we moved into a bigger apartment and nothing more happened. One day, while I was home alone again, I decided to research on the internet about the old apartment complex we lived in, and I found something weird. Years ago, 4 people who lived in that complex all died on the same week. A woman who was murdered, a teenager who died of an overdose, and a woman and her daughter who died in a car accident. To this day, I still have many unanswered questions. What happened that day? Who was that girl in my apartment? What was she doing there? Why was her face blank? And does she have anything to do with those deaths? A few years ago, a new horror concept cafe opened in my neighborhood. Excited, I went there with Levi and Owen, and when we went inside, there were statues larger than people depicting Dracula, Bigfoot, Frankenstein, aliens, etc., and voices were coming out of them. I approached the Dracula statue, and it spoke in a very scary voice.
"Making a latte with blood is really delicious. Are you ready to have your blood harvested?"
I ran away, and he laughed in a creepy voice. Because the statues were so large, I thought there were employees inside of them. We had so much fun, and we went to that cafe every day from that day on. But a few days later, Levi suddenly stopped replying to my messages, and when I went to his house, I found his parents crying. They told me that Levi had disappeared. We couldn't just sit around and do nothing, so Owen and I decided to search for Levi. We went to all the places he might be, and one of the places we went was that horror cafe. We went up to the statues and asked them if they had seen our friend named Levi. The first 3 statues responded that they had not seen him, but then the Frankenstein statue spoke.
"I saw him."
We asked Frankenstein where Levi was, but he gave no further answers. But the alien statue suddenly shouted, "I miss my planet." Owen and I looked at each other at the same time because the voice coming from the statue sounded like Levi's voice. I walked up to the alien statue and said, "Levi, is that you?" My voice trembling in fear. The statue replied, "Mom is waiting for me on planet Kepler 186. I have to go back." Our eyes widened and jaws dropped because we realized it was definitely Levi's voice. We asked him to come out, asking him what he was doing in there, but he just kept saying strange things. "A few days ago, a fat earthling kidnapped me.
Earthlings are so scary.
After a bit, he went quiet, and with no one else around, it was completely silent. We wondered what to do. Owen and I went home, but went back to the cafe the next day and approached the alien statue again. And at first, we couldn't hear anything inside. I spoke to the statue,
Levi?
and heard a very small voice inside.
Yes, I'm Levi. Get me out of here. I'm so sick right now.
It was Levi's voice, whispering very softly. When I asked him how to get out, he whispered,
Tell the cafe owner that you want to go inside the statue.
So I told the cafe owner and he readily agreed to my request. I sent Owen a text asking him to report it to the police immediately if he loses contact with me. The cafe owner led me to the basement where there was a secret area where I could enter the statues. The cafe owner made me go inside the Bigfoot statue. As soon as I entered the statue, the smell of blood overwhelmed me. I could see people walking around in the cafe through the small holes in front of me, but at that moment, I heard a sound and the door locked from the bottom. I realized that it was the cafe owner who locked the door from below, and he said to me,
From now on, you're my employee. If you act well, cafe sales will increase, right? But if your voice doesn't sound like Bigfoot, I'm going to stab you with this spear of punishment.
There were openings on the floor where I was standing, and I could see the tip of a spear in an opening. I panicked. He continued speaking.
Come on, try your Bigfoot voice. This spear will judge you on how good you are.
The spear tip was very large and covered in blood. I was so scared that I wet myself. Urine dripped through my clothes and onto his spear, and he laughed wildly. I was trapped inside the statue, and when people in the cafe spoke to me, I forced myself to act and respond. Then Owen came up and asked the statue,
Mr. Bigfoot, have you seen my friend?
So I told him,
Your friend is in my body right now because I swallowed him alive.
I wanted to ask Owen to save me, but the cafe owner was watching from below with the spear, so I had no choice but to act. I watched with dread as Owen walked outside. I was afraid he wouldn't come back. But after a while, I could faintly hear police sirens, and police officers came into the cafe. Owen had called the police. Eventually, after searching the inside of the cafe, the police came down to the basement. When the police came nearby, I screamed, and I could hear screams coming from the other statues as well. Eventually, the cafe owner's secret area was discovered. People were trapped inside the statues, and as they were rescued, they cried and said they had been trapped inside for dozens of days. We were all released. All of the people who were trapped had rips in their clothes and were covered in bloodstains. I frantically searched, but no matter how much I looked, I couldn't see Levi. I shouted at the cafe owner who was wearing handcuffs,
Where is Levi?
He replied,
He was so bad at acting as an alien, so I stabbed him with my spear.
Eventually, the police searched further into the basement and found Levi's body, stabbed to death with wounds matching the cafe owner's spear. 5 years have passed now, but I still have nightmares of being trapped inside that statue and having my body pierced by a spear. My name is Ashisha, and I'm from India. This is a story about my sister, Jan. It happened about 2 years ago when she was studying at a university. Jan was a shy girl, and she would never hang out with anyone. Once, on a sunny day, she went to the university as usual, but the day went by and it was already 5 p.m., but she hadn't returned yet. I thought she might be having extra lectures, so I didn't give it much thought. At around 6:30, I tried to call her, but she didn't pick up. I told my parents, and they told me not to worry as she's not a kid anymore, and that she would return home eventually. But I had a weird feeling about this. It was around 7 p.m. and my parents were out for some work when I tried calling her again, but her phone was switched off. I knew that was strange because she would always pick up when I called or at least text me to respond. My parents came home around 10 p.m. and she still hadn't come back, and now even they were worried. We tried to reach out to her classmates, but they said she didn't attend her lectures that day. After that, my parents and I went to the police to report her as missing. They searched, but it was useless. They never found her. She just disappeared out of nowhere, and eventually it had been 3 months since she'd gone missing. We were starting to lose hope and stopped searching for her. But then something happened on December 2nd, a school day for me during my last year in high school. When I was coming home from school, I saw her. I saw my sister who had disappeared. I ran to her, called out to her, and she saw me and she started crying. I immediately took her home knowing that my parents would be so happy to see that she was okay. As I walked in with her, my parents were shocked to see her. They came running to her and hugged her. My mom and I were both tearing up too. My parents were so relieved. But Jan's reaction was the opposite. I thought she might need some time. Later on, I took her to my room and asked her what happened and where she had gone for the 3 months. She just smiled creepily and said, "I was kidnapped." I then asked, "How did you get away?" To my horror, she responded, "It was easy. I killed my kidnapper and stabbed him to death." I was shocked. She wasn't sounding like the sister I know, but that time I hadn't noticed yet. After a few days, when she was still recovering from the trauma, I went to her room and asked her a strange question. I asked, "If you stabbed your kidnapper, then where is his dead body?" She then told me, "At the edge of the city there is a forest, and in that forest there's a small cabinet. Inside it is his body." I was shocked and ran to my parents, and they were shocked as well. We told the police, and the very next day we went there and there was a cabinet in the forest, as she said. The police opened the door only to find that the dead body was rotten and the clothes on it were my sister's. I couldn't believe my eyes. Like, what was I witnessing? The police took the body to conduct a forensic investigation, and it turns out that the dead body was my sister. I was so freaked out when I realized the person who was staying in our house was just claiming to be my sister. All the things that she said were the inverse of what happened. She wasn't the one who stabbed that kidnapper. He was the one who actually stabbed her. But why do all this? And who or what was pretending to be my sister? This is a story about the terrible events that occurred after I moved into a house 8 years ago. The house was far from town, right at the bottom of the mountain. Perhaps that's why it was said that the house had been empty for quite a long time. Although this fact was a bit unpleasant to me, I was swayed by the very low price and signed the contract. However, after I entered the house, 2 police officers came the next day. They spoke to me with serious expressions. "Did you know that many of the people who previously lived in this house are missing? I'm guessing it was probably done by wild animals that came down the mountain behind here. Do you have to live in this house?" I smiled, pointing to my German shepherd in the yard. "Don't worry, that guy is a professional hunter of wild animals." But they didn't laugh at my joke. They walked around the house a few times and then left. A few days later, while I was watching TV, my dog suddenly started barking in the yard. Then he cried out, but there was a loud thud, and after that I couldn't hear him anymore. I was so shocked that I ran into the front yard, but I couldn't see my dog. His leash was broken, and there was a lot of loose dirt all over the yard. And there was a deep hole in the ground in one part of the yard. It felt like my dog might have fallen into that hole. But I was so confused because there was no such hole in the yard until the day before. I walked up close to the hole and looked inside with a flashlight, but it was so deep that I couldn't see the bottom. There was debris flying around in the air as if something had just fallen into a hole. I was in shock and was wondering what to do once I got inside when I heard my dog whining outside again. But this time, the sound seemed to be very far away. I ran out into the yard again, but there was nothing in sight. I kept an eye on the hole in the front yard every day from that day on, and sometimes I heard faint vibrations coming from the ground, but I couldn't tell if it was real or my imagination. Then a few days later, I got a call from my friend Jack. He said he would come visit and see my new house. I told him to come on a different day, but he said he was already on his way. A few hours later, he arrived and I heard his voice calling me from outside the front door. I went to the front door and opened the door, but Jack wasn't there. I was flustered because I definitely heard Jack's voice. Was I hallucinating? I looked at my phone. There was a message from Jack.
What is this hole in your yard? There's something moving in the hole.
It was a message from 5 minutes ago. I walked to the front yard and I was shocked. The hole in the front yard was bigger than before, and there were human footprints around the hole, and they seemed to be Jack's footprints. I got closer and saw the hole. The hole was big enough for a person to fall into. I looked down into the hole, but it was so deep that all I could see was darkness. I screamed into the hole.
Jack! Are you down there?
But there was nothing. I slammed my fist into the ground, wondering if I was dreaming. My fist throbbed with pain. I got my phone out and called Jack. At first, I thought his phone was ringing from deep inside the hole, but after a moment, it felt like maybe it was just a sound created by my imagination. He didn't answer the phone. I reported what happened to the police. The police said they could not search inside the hole because it was too deep. The next day, Jack still could not be contacted and his family reported him missing. I finally decided that I had to look inside the hole myself, so I attached a small light to a GoPro camera, tied a string to it, and lowered the camera into the hole. After lowering it for a while, I felt the camera hit the bottom, and so I started lifting it back out. Once I had it out, I tried playing back the video. The hole was extremely deep, and there were countless holes going in various directions within it. I could hear the sound of something moving inside the hole, but I couldn't see anything moving in the video. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange noise. It was a sound coming from the yard, as if a car was moving and its tires were scraping against the ground. But it was a more bizarre sound than that. I went to the front door and looked out the window, and then I saw something shocking. Something large and purple had slipped into a hole in the front yard. It looked like a snake, but it was huge. It also had an incredibly large head. Of course, I had just woken up, and since I saw it only for a split second, it could have been an illusion. I wanted to go out to the hole and take a closer look, but I was so scared that I couldn't muster the courage to do it. I contacted the police again, but they just said I was overly stressed and should get some rest. This whole situation was scary and made me feel crazy, so I decided that I would have to move somewhere else and eventually started packing. But a few days later, I was shocked to find that the hole in the yard was filled with dirt. But I hadn't hired anyone to fill the hole with dirt, and there was no dirt nearby to use. I continued to feel panicked and swiftly moved out. A few months later, I got a call from someone who wanted to buy the house. I explained to him what had happened and told him that it was a very dangerous house. But he laughed and said if such a large mole appeared, he would catch it and eat it himself. I kept trying to convince him that it wasn't a mole, but he wouldn't listen to me. So I sold it to him and he moved into the house. About a month later, he disappeared. According to the police, before he went missing, he called 911 and shouted,
What the hell is this? Is there an animal like this in the world? Almost 20 feet long. It's so fast. It came right up in front of me. Ah!
The police arrived 20 minutes later, but the only thing they found was a large hole in the yard. The man was nowhere to be found. What on earth is going on in that yard? This is a true story that happened to my uncle. My uncle is a security guard at a hospital. He is a night shifter. My uncle is a well-built man and is brave, so working the night shift is not a problem for him. One day, at around 3:20 a.m., an elderly woman walked up to the hospital door and my uncle immediately helped her. He asked what the problem was, and the woman said that she could not breathe. My uncle went and grabbed a wheelchair so that it would be easier for the old woman to get around the hospital. He got back with the wheelchair and was about to give it to the woman, but she was gone. My uncle was startled. She was in no shape to be moving around. He went and looked for the woman, but she was nowhere to be found. They then checked the CCTV footage, and there it was, my uncle talking to nobody. My uncle's face was seen confused and scared on the footage. His coworkers could tell that he wasn't lying at all because, on the footage, it was seen that the automatic door opened, meaning it detected someone entering the building, but no one was there when they checked the CCTV. My uncle described the old woman's appearance, saying that she had curly short hair and was wearing a white blouse and a white knee-length skirt. She was also wearing white slippers. His descriptions perfectly matched an old woman who had died the same day in that same hospital, according to one nurse. A shaman once told my uncle that he has a very strong third eye, meaning he has the ability to see things that are not visible to most human beings. My uncle is still a security guard to this day, but now he has trust issues when accommodating patients, often wondering whether or not they are actually alive. This experience happened to me when I was around 7 or 8 years old. My sister has her own room while my little brother and I share a room with a bunk bed, and my little brother sleeps on top. I often go to bed at 3 a.m. after playing and watching movies, so around 3 a.m. in the morning, I go to my room and go to sleep. When the light is off in the room, you can't see anything, but I actually like that because I can sleep better. As I was falling asleep, I felt my brother coming down from the top bunk, but then went back up immediately. I was surprised because he usually uses the bathroom when he climbs down during the night. But I thought maybe he changed his mind about going to the bathroom, so he went back up, so I didn't pay attention. After a while, I heard some scratching noises, like the wall was being scratched. I got annoyed, so I kicked the bottom of the top bunk. He stopped, but seemed to hold back his laughter, and I asked, "Why are you laughing?" When I said that, he lowered his head and peered at me. In the darkness, I couldn't see his face, but I could see he was staring at me. I thought he was just trying to scare me, so I just stared back at him. Eventually, my eyes adjusted to the darkness so I could see him little by little. But before I could see his face completely, he moved and lay back down again. The only thing I noticed when my eyes adjusted was that he was laughing. He was smiling with his mouth open because I immediately saw his teeth. At that time, I honestly was frightened and scared, because my brother would also be scared, and it was weird for him to do that at 3 a.m. in the morning. I didn't pay attention and just covered my eyes with my arm while trying to sleep. While I was sleeping, someone called out to me. The voice was calling me by my first name. When I heard my name, I was horrified and couldn't breathe, because my youngest brother always calls me brother. I didn't answer and I pretended that I was asleep. After that, the whole night, it was like someone was scratching at the top of the bunk bed and I could feel the shaking. The scratching was so hard and violent. I don't know what part of his body he was scratching, but I can imagine that his skin was getting torn up because of how intense the sound was. I eventually fell back asleep because I was tired from staying up all night and later woke up around 10 a.m. I looked at the top bunk, but my youngest brother was not there. I immediately went downstairs. I saw that he was getting ready for school, but he was just watching YouTube like nothing had happened. I smacked him on the shoulder and said, "You're so lame for scaring me last night." He got confused and said that he was sleeping in our sister's room. It turns out that that night, my sister didn't come home and slept at her boyfriend's house. After this incident, our room was just used as a storage room and my brother and I slept downstairs. We put a cross on the door of that room, but there are times when the cross tilts to the side, so we put it back in its original position. But it just keeps getting tilted. We consulted a priest and the priest only told us not to let the cross turn upside down completely, or else the entity will follow us for eternity.
This incident happened to me before I moved to the US. I'm from a beautiful city called Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. When I was around 12 years old, we moved to a new apartment. It was bigger than our previous one. It had 3 bedrooms and I was so happy I finally got my own personal room. But I also loved my parents' room because they got a huge window with a beautiful view of the city. When you look out the window, you can see other apartments in a building, and there was one right across from ours. Just for the view, I would always go to my parents' room in the evening after school. I would stand there, mesmerized by the view and tall buildings. But one day, while looking out the window, my eyes suddenly noticed a girl in the building across from us. She was waving at me, and I thought to myself that she looked pretty and nice. I assumed she must be around my age. She was wearing a red frock dress and a headband with a bow on top. We would wave to each other from across the way every evening for a couple months, but we never met outside of our apartments. One day, we had guests come over, and I was sitting next to my mom while one of the ladies told my mom, "Someone finally bought that apartment." My mom replied, asking, "Which one?" And the lady said it was the one across from my parents' bedroom. She said that apartment had been available for over a year, but I told her, "No, there is a family living there. I've seen the girl who lives there." My mom's friend giggled and said, "Good joke." I knew what I had seen, so I was so furious, and I yelled, "I'm not joking! There's a girl that waves to me every day. She's around my age." Finally, the lady looked at me seriously and said, "Dear, maybe you were hallucinating, because I'm sure that no one has lived there for over a year, and no one can enter that house. It's locked up tight and there's a security guard." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I just sat there, completely frozen. Hi, I'm Gianna. People often call me Gia. When I was studying at university, I was living in an apartment in the city to study at college, and my apartment was on the 3rd floor of a building. The apartment was rather small, only big enough for me and my cat in my room, and there was a small balcony outside. I put a curtain up, since I was worried that someone could see me through the glass door. I also didn't let my cat out on the balcony, because I didn't want him to jump down and run away. Late one night, I was studying in my room when the door of my room opened by itself. I didn't pay much attention to it. I assumed it was just my cat, and I was very focused on studying for my upcoming exam. After a few minutes, I heard my cat meow from the living room. It was so strange, because I knew he was in my room, and I didn't think he went back out. So I got up and looked in the living room, and there was my cat. It was sitting next to its food plate. I must have forgotten to give him food. So I poured out his food, but then a cat meowed from my room. The meow sounded strange, and I was terrified to look. There's no way something could be in there, I thought to myself. I slowly peeked into my room and saw a strange, creepy-looking man making the same sound as my cat. I was so scared that I took my cat and ran out of the apartment. Once I got out of the building, I looked up at my balcony and saw the guy just staring at me with his eyes wide and an angry look on his face. I ran and ran for what felt like hours, until I eventually went back to the building and told my landlord about what happened. We called the police, and they caught the man inside my apartment. I never went back to that apartment ever again.
My name is Catalin, and I'm going to tell you a real creepy story. This was back in 2016. I was in the 9th grade, and after I finished my classes, I left to start going home. My home is like 40 to 50 minutes away from the high school, so I needed to take the trolley for a couple of stations. When I was waiting for the trolley, there was a man close to me, and he was waiting as well for the trolley to come. I had seen him a couple of times already at that point. He needed help. He would scream loudly in the station, so I was pretty scared to get too close to him. After I got in the trolley, I saw the guy watching me, smiling at me, and creeping closer. I got scared, but I just ignored him by staying on my phone and scrolling. I thought that would be enough to make him mind his own business, but it didn't work. When I got out of the trolley, he also got off. This was when things really got scary. On my way home, there is this path that I usually go down through a park. The guy followed me, was close behind me, and then he tried to talk to me. My phone was literally dying at like 2 to 3% battery life. I got so scared. The park was pretty empty at that time. Not so many people were around, so I just kept minding my own business and trying to get home. At around the exit of the park, the guy said to me, "Hey, wanna come for a little walk on the bridge? I got something for you." As he said this, he had both of his hands in his pockets. I was so panicked. I told him, "Sorry, but I need to go home. My dad is waiting." He then went silent, and I ran to my house as fast as I could. After I got to my apartment, I tried to look back to see if the guy was still there or trying to catch me, but no one was there. The guy had literally vanished. I was thinking, what if the guy saw where I lived and will wait outside for me until the next day? Luckily, I never saw him again, and I felt so relieved. I wonder, what would have happened to me if I accepted his offer to go on the bridge and he showed me his surprise? This happened to me when I was 6 years old while I was living in my hometown in Japan. I was playing in my front yard when I heard a voice that sounded like an elderly lady. I turned around and noticed a woman in her early 20s. She wore a red dress with a white turtleneck underneath, and her hair was black, bob cut with brown eyes and a mole near her lip. She asked if my mother, Kay, was home. I assumed she was one of my mother's friends who I hadn't met yet. I told her that my mother was not home and that she should come back later. Before she left, I asked her what her name was. She told me her name was Yuka, and then she left as I watched her walk away from home. Since it was starting to get a little dark, I headed inside for a while, playing on my Nintendo DS. Then my aunt came home from work, but my mom wasn't home either. I dismissed it as my mother doing extra shopping before returning home, as she often did. Then I remembered Yuka from earlier. In the kitchen, I approached my aunt and asked, "Ritsuko, who is Yuka?" My aunt froze, dropping the thermos she was holding and letting it hit the floor. My aunt looked at me with fearful eyes. She dashed out of the kitchen with an unframed photograph of 4 girls, my mother, my 2 aunts, and Yuka. My aunt pointed at the girl who turned out to be Yuka in the same clothes from earlier. "Is this the Yuka you're talking about?" my aunt asked me frantically. When I said yes, my aunt began to cry. I didn't know why she was crying, so I asked. She told me that Yuka was a close friend of my mother and aunt's because they attended middle school and graduated from high school together. It turns out that Yuka died when I was 2 years old. I was scared and shocked at the same time, and my aunt was crying as she held me. I was shocked, and to this day, I still believe I saw a ghost. Hi, I'm Leo. The story I'm about to tell you happened to me when I was 18. It was the last week of November. I received my grade report and found out that I had just completed my senior year of high school. Since I was no longer required to go to classes, I decided to take my vacation early. One day, my mother, who at the time was working as a teacher at a children's school, came to ask me if I could go with her to help assemble the materials for an event that was going to take place there. Since I hadn't scheduled anything to do yet, I said I could. She left for work at 7 a.m., and as she knew that I was a very heavy sleeper, we agreed that I would go there myself once I woke up. The night before the event, I went to sleep at 1 a.m. I had a weird dream that night. In my dream, I was walking down a deserted street. There was no one walking and no cars passing by. Suddenly, a yellow van passed me and parked a few meters in front of me. I was unbothered and kept walking. But as I walked past it, the door bursts open and someone pulls me into the van, then closes the door and the van starts to accelerate. Inside, it was completely dark and empty, but I could see 2 people with me. One was holding me very tightly with her hands covering my mouth, while the other was at my side. Both wore black clothes and masks covering their faces, so I couldn't identify them. Then, the person next to me takes a syringe out of her pocket and injects something into me, and the dream turns completely black. It stays black for a few seconds, and then I start seeing in the dream again. I realized that I was in a very small room and that I was strapped to a gurney. In front of me, there was a very old lady sitting in a chair staring at the floor. If I couldn't hear her heavy breathing, I would have thought she was a statue. I was also paralyzed. I couldn't turn my head, I couldn't move my body, I couldn't speak. The only things I could do was blink and listen. Some time later, 2 people entered the room. A man who looked like a doctor wearing a light green shirt, an apron, black pants and sneakers with a stethoscope and a headlamp, and another person dressed completely in black with a mask on his face, looking like the people who were with me in the van, holding a tray with several surgical tools. The man dressed as a doctor then takes a stool, sits next to me, and begins to tell his story. He was a renowned surgeon who visited the forest a few meters from his garden in his free time. He admired the wild animals that lived there. One day, he was fired after several patients denounced him for performing procedures they didn't ask for. He lost his reputation, and in a rage, he isolated himself in the forest for several days. Still fascinated with the animals, he decided that he wanted to become one of them. To get his wish fulfilled, he started selling everything he had. With the money from the sales, he got everything he needed to put his plan into practice. But there was still one thing missing: a guinea pig. After telling his story, he told me what he was going to do with me.
My plan is to replace your body parts with jaguar parts, while your parts will be placed on the woman in front of you,
he told me in a very deep voice. It horrified me. I tried to move and scream for help, but nothing happened. Tears began to well up in my eyes as the surgeon grabbed a saw. When he was about to saw my arm, I woke up short of breath. I took my cell phone that I left charging on a bench next to my bed, and I realized it was 9:30 in the morning. Remembering the deal I had made with my mother, I got up, changed clothes, had my breakfast quickly, and left the house a little before 10 o'clock. I had no money to call an Uber, and as the school was approximately 2 kilometers from my house, I decided to walk there. After 20 minutes of walking, I arrived at an intersection where I had 2 options. Either I continued on the street I was on for a few more meters, and then I entered an alley that would lead to the street behind the school, or I turn onto the avenue and continue on it until I reached the school street. As I was in a hurry to get there, I decided to continue down the street to the alley, which was the fastest way. It wasn't a busy street, so I was walking on it alone. As I approached the alley, I stopped in shock. There was a yellow van parked just down the alley, just like the one in my dream. Instantly, I remembered everything that had happened in my dream, and I froze in horror. My heart started beating so hard it felt like it was going to leave my body. My hands started to tremble, and I started to lose my breath. Then, with all the adrenaline coursing through my body, I turned around and ran, desperate, until I reached the avenue. I continued running very fast until I reached the school. I knocked on the door so hard, and when they opened, I ran towards the bathroom and locked myself in there, almost throwing up. My mother and other employees came desperately and knocked on the bathroom door, asking if I was there and what had happened. I came out of the bathroom and said I had something to tell my mom. She led me into an empty classroom, gave me a glass of sugar water, and after I managed to calm down, I told my mother about my dream and the van I had seen. She was worried about me, but at the same time, she didn't believe me.
We live in a very safe neighborhood, Leo. There's almost no crime around here. You are overreacting to this,
she told me in a calm voice, and left the room after her coworker asked if she could help him. I stayed in that room for a few minutes, alone, thinking about everything that had happened, until I decided to start helping with the event. After everything was ready, my mother took me out to eat, and then to an ice cream shop. To this day, I never had a dream like that again, and I never saw that yellow van again. But I keep wondering if something would have happened to me if I hadn't turned around and run away. Would I be alive to tell this story? This is something I experienced when I was working as a police officer in my early 30s. One night, a man called 911 screaming for help, and I responded right away. When I arrived at the alley with my colleague Daniel, a man's moans rang out like an echo. We entered the alley and saw a terrible scene. The person who reported it was already dead. His body was horribly mutilated, and a man was sitting on top of him with his face and hands covered in blood. He looked at us and said,
"Don't come near me. You too will become a piece of meat like this."
Then his mouth opened wide and he covered his mouth with both hands. He looked as if he was trying not to open his mouth and was trembling as if he was putting a lot of pressure on his hands. He shouted something, but I couldn't hear what he was saying because he was covering his mouth. The veins protruding on his forehead looked as though they might burst at any moment. I looked down at the dead body and parts of him were missing. I assumed that this man had eaten part of the dead man's body. I slowly brought my trembling hand to the pistol. Then, suddenly, the hands he was holding over his mouth fell, and his mouth opened incredibly wide. The bones in his jaw joints sounded like they dislocated and were crunching, and he screamed out very loudly,
"Please stay away from me! Very far!"
I could feel a horrifying mix of agony and rage in his voice. I covered my ears because I felt like my eardrums would burst. Then he crawled on all fours with his mouth wide open and lunged at us. I jumped back and fell over. Then he pounced on my colleague Daniel, got on top of him and shouted,
"I guess I should eat all 3 of these. I'm so lucky to eat today."
He started moving like a deranged animal and biting Daniel, which was enough to make me quickly take out my gun and shoot him in the leg. But he didn't stop even after being shot. I shot him again in the thigh and he finally fell to the ground, screaming. He squirmed and moved his limbs grotesquely like a spider stuck on its back. His mouth was overflowing with saliva. The shocking sight made me panic and my whole body was shaking. After a while, he passed out and I collected myself to call an ambulance. Daniel was also taken to the hospital and treated. The crazy man woke up the next day in the hospital, but he had no memory of what had happened. His eyes and voice had changed. It was like he was a completely different person. When I asked him,
Why on earth did you do that?
he said,
There's something terrible living inside me. He whispers to me every day. He wants to eat something alive, not the dead meat sold in restaurants.
He continued with a terrified look on his face and his hands clutching the bedsheets.
Every time I go out on the street, I hear his voice in my head. He says people look really delicious, and he asks me to eat with him. He says he has to hunt and asks if he can use my body for a while, and I keep tasting a certain taste. I definitely don't recognize the taste, but it feels like something I've had before. My mouth starts watering. Every time that happens, I feel so much pain that I tear my hair out and scream. But there are times when my willpower vanishes and I become completely helpless. There are times in people's lives when they feel really hungry, right? At those moments, I completely lose control of my mind. And when I came to my senses again, my mouth was full of the smell of blood, and my stomach was so full that it was difficult to breathe. Then I realized I ate something, but I don't remember what I ate at all. What should I do?
I was speechless. Since he told me that he had lost his memory several times, I made several attempts to help him recover his lost memories by calling in a hypnosis expert. However, every time he was hypnotized, he screamed that he had become a monster and then fainted. In the end, I couldn't find any more victims, but I think there are more victims out there that haven't been found. He ended up in prison, and although a long time has passed since then, even now, I sometimes think of that moment when he crawled towards me with his mouth open so wide that his jaw was detached. When I remember it, my whole body trembles. Due to the trauma from that case, I had to quit being a police officer and am now living as a normal civilian. Hello, Wansi. My name is Obeid. I've been watching your videos for the past few days, and I want to share my story. This story is from when I was 14 or 15. The year was 2016 or 17. My brothers and I were all in our teens, and we were attending a birthday party for one of my mom's colleagues at an Asian restaurant located in a quiet area of the city that they're familiar with. It was probably 11 p.m., and we were getting ready to head back home, but my brother wanted to buy some candy in a small convenience store nearby, and my mom agreed since it was just in front of the restaurant. I went with him to shop while everyone else waited. As we walked in, my brother asked me to look at the candy and said he'd go look for some ice cream. So I went and checked if the candies were worth getting. He was gone for a minute, but then suddenly he ran up to me and whispered to me in a hurried and scared voice, "Drop everything, we need to leave." I was so confused and I didn't get what he meant, so he told me that he saw a dead woman's legs being dragged on the floor through the back door. For some dumb reason, I went to go look, but the door at the back of the shop was already shut, so I just turned around and ran back to the restaurant with my brother. I asked my brother to tell me exactly what he saw, and he said he would tell me on the way home. We finally went to the car, and my brother explained everything to me. He said that while he was looking at the ice cream, he heard the sound of something metal hit the floor, and then he saw 2 men dragging a human body through a door. He said the body was definitely a woman's. My brother tried convincing my mom, but she didn't believe him. But I know he wasn't lying or trying to pull a prank because, knowing my brother, he wouldn't abandon candy and ice cream for no reason, and he's not the type to pull pranks. To this day, I still can't stop wondering what would have happened if we got caught. Hey, my name is Justin. I'm a big fan, by the way, and I watch all of your videos. I'm not sure if this is the way to contact you guys about this, but I have a scary story that happened when I was around 12 years old. I slept in the basement of my home at the time. To give the layout, you'd come down the stairs and turn right for the bathroom, turn left for the storage room and furnace room, and straight ahead was my room and the living room. One night, I was getting ready for bed after finishing some homework. This was around 1 to 2 a.m. I have severe insomnia, so I've always struggled to sleep, and this turned me into sort of a night owl. I genuinely enjoy the dark hours, spending nights gaming or reading. Anyway, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt an odd sensation. It was almost as if a ghostly chill passed through me, making me shiver. I shrugged it off and continued getting ready for bed. Once I was done and got into bed, I watched some videos on YouTube for a bit and then read my book. After about an hour of reading, I saw it was 3 a.m. and I finally felt tired, so I turned out the lights and closed my eyes. As I was beginning to drift off, I heard the shower door open. I had one of those standing showers designed in a quarter circle shape with a sliding door. It sounded like someone had opened the sliding door, so I propped my head up to listen. After about a minute of silence, I figured it was my imagination, so I lied back down. Suddenly, the shower door slammed closed so hard that I jumped up to the edge of the bed. My heart was racing. Right after that, I could hear some papers in the living room rustling around. I was far too scared to go check in the darkness, so I sat there, frozen in silence. A few minutes went by and I managed to relax myself a bit. I turned my head in the direction of my open closet, and for a split second, I saw a ghostly face of a woman there. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. The face was terrifying. It had dark hair and wide, bloodshot eyes. It also looked as if it had something like a piece of cloth wrapped around its mouth. There was nothing below its chin that appeared for that second, only its head and face. I passed out from terror and woke up in the morning lying on the edge of my bed. I got up to find my homework papers had been tossed all over the living room, and when I checked the shower, it had a crack in the plastic, likely from it being slammed closed. Until now, I hadn't told anyone, as I knew no one would believe me anyway. Hi, I'm Jody from Bangladesh. This is a story from 35 years ago. It happened to my grandfather. One night, my grandfather was returning home after buying 2 Hilsa fish. Grandfather had to cross a bridge on his way back home, and as he was crossing the bridge, he heard a relative of his call out to him. The person who called out to my grandfather did not usually talk to him at all, so he was a little bit shocked. Then the man started to come forward on the bridge, and at one point, that man put his arm on my grandfather's shoulder and started saying something. When the man put his arm on my grandfather's shoulder, grandfather could smell a very rotten stench coming from him. My grandfather also noticed that he couldn't feel any weight from the man's arm. They were standing along the middle of the bridge when grandfather noticed that the man's legs were even missing, and he was floating in the air with his arm on my grandfather's shoulders. Then grandfather realized that this man was a ghost in the guise of his relative. At that moment, the ghost started laughing and looked at the fish in grandfather's hand and said,
"Give me the fish. I will eat them."
That's when grandfather started reciting prayers, and the ghost started screaming and said,
"If I see you another day, I will kill you before you can recite any prayers."
It was a famous ghost in our country whose name is Mekobut. It was said that if the ghost saw someone with fish at night, he would scare them and take their fish. If the person did not let Mekobut eat the fish, the ghost would even kill them. I would like to tell you my horror story, which happened last year when I was 15 years old. For privacy reasons, I want to remain anonymous and don't want to reveal my name or the names of my friends from the story. The story begins one rainy day when I was watching a movie with my best friends at night. We will call them D and M. Since we live in the same neighborhood and it was thundering and raining outside, they stayed the night with me at my grandmother's house, since my grandmother has a big house with 2 empty rooms. Both of my friends, who are also brothers, suffer from bipolar disorder. Before we were supposed to go to sleep, D and M had an argument and did not want to sleep together in the same room. So M decided to sleep in the living room on the couch. At night, there was a lot of thunder and lightning, which made it hard for me to sleep. But around 3 a.m., when everything finally calmed down, I occasionally heard strange sounds, like scratching and whining. I decided to get up and go to the kitchen to drink some water. I cautiously took my cell phone and turned on the light as I walked to the kitchen. For a moment, I thought that I had imagined everything, but then I noticed that the door to the room where D was sleeping was open. But he had closed it when we went to sleep. D was a very tall boy with dark black hair and light skin, and so even though it was dark in the house, it was visible that someone was sitting on the bed facing the window. I approached the room, but when the lightning flashed, I got scared and turned on the light. I froze in place when I saw D sitting on the bed on a white, bloody sheet cutting his forearm. He slowly turned his head towards me, his eyes bloodshot and red. He looked like a demon had entered him. He said to me in a quiet and deep voice, "Get away from me. I really don't want to kill anyone." Those words pierced me. I stood motionless for a few seconds. I then slowly backed away and closed the door and locked it. I sat on the couch for half an hour thinking about what to do when I suddenly heard a loud snap, as if something had broken. In fear, I woke Em up and called my grandmother, who was staying in the house next door, taking care of a sick neighbor. We quickly gathered our things and locked the house. We went to the neighbor's house and my grandmother called the police and an ambulance. When they arrived, they found D unconscious in the room and took him to the hospital. The door of the room was bloody from scratches, and there was a broken crucifix on the floor. D survived and is now well and going to school. Since then, I have never again slept in the same house with D because I still fear what could have happened if I hadn't locked the door that night. This happened back in high school during the winter. I was walking back home from school listening to some music. Ahead of me, I noticed a black cat was just standing in the middle of the walkway. It had the prettiest blue eyes. I stopped for a moment to look at it. I hadn't seen it before and it didn't have a collar but looked a little too clean to be a stray. I also noticed that the cat had a white spot around its left eye. It was strange that the cat was just outside all by itself. It was snowing heavily and stray cats in my area would usually hide in local abandoned buildings for warmth. I felt bad for the poor thing, but I knew I couldn't take it home. I eventually started walking away when I heard the cat meowing. It was very loud and almost aggressive. I felt a little unsettled and started walking faster. I figured it was just very hungry and decided that if I saw it the next day, I'd give it some food. I kept walking home and at a certain point I was struck with a very uneasy feeling. I took out my earbuds and looked around. That's when I saw a man. He was very tall and skinny, had shaggy hair and was wearing a black trench coat. I couldn't make out any of his facial features because of the heavy snow. He was just standing there in the middle of the road. Something felt very off, but I continued walking, this time without music, just to be more wary of my surroundings. That's when I heard heavy footsteps, like someone was quickly approaching me. I turned around and saw the man sprinting towards me. I felt horrified and started running away since the guy was a lot taller and probably more athletic than out-of-shape high school me. He caught up to me quickly. I felt my heart beating in my throat. I was horrified that he might get to me at any moment and who knows what he'd do then. My fears came true when I felt a hand grab me by my shoulder. I tried to shake it off, but the grip was way too strong. When I looked back at him, the first thing I noticed was his eyes. They were a very deep shade of blue. I also saw that he had a white spot around his left eye that looked like it could be from vitiligo. It was exactly like that cat that I had seen earlier. He didn't look homeless. He actually had a very clean face. His expression was just blank. He didn't look angry, happy, sad, nothing. Just empty blue eyes staring at me. He didn't take out a knife or attack me in any way, just held my arm really tight. I don't know how, but I managed to gain the strength to escape his grasp and run away. I eventually managed to get home. Homeless people and drug addicts walking around the street wasn't an uncommon occurrence where I lived. For some reason, that man was just different. I don't believe in things like mythical creatures, but the similarities were just too uncanny. I don't know if it was a shapeshifter, a skinwalker, or whatever else, but to this day, I firmly believe that what I saw that day wasn't a normal human. My name is Raj. I'm a college student from India, and this happened to me in 2022. It was just after the COVID lockdown had been lifted in my country and things were almost back to normal. The COVID days really made me miserable and dull because I wasn't able to enjoy the fresh air outside. So after the lockdown was finally lifted, I was really happy and excited to go outside again. Also, one of the other reasons was that I was finally going to see my girlfriend after so long. It was a normal afternoon and my girlfriend and I decided to go for a walk. My mom was still very concerned as the pandemic hadn't completely ended, so she got mad when I told her that I was going out. Being a stubborn teenager back then, I didn't listen to her and went out anyway. My girlfriend's house was a few kilometers away and I didn't have a bike or car, so I had to take an auto rickshaw to her home. I waited for a rickshaw, but most rickshaws were already filled with passengers, so I waited a bit longer when I saw a rickshaw coming from a distance. I called for it, assuming it had no passengers. The rickshaw man saw me and stopped right beside me. Then I saw that the rickshaw already had a passenger. I saw the passenger sitting in the back seat. He was an old man, probably in his late 60s, slightly dark-skinned, and was intently staring at me with wide eyes. I looked at the driver in confusion. The driver asked me to go ahead and get in and sit while he dropped the other passenger at the nearby building. He told me the building's name. I knew where it was, and it was actually just around the corner, so I decided to get on. As I was getting on, I saw the passenger who was sitting on the far side of the seat move towards me, and he grabbed my arms. He had a creepy smile on his face and was asking me politely to get on the rickshaw. I immediately pulled my arms away and asked the man to move away. I was getting really creepy vibes from the man and the rickshaw, but I wanted to get to my girlfriend's house fast, so I got on. As the rickshaw started moving, the man slowly moved closer to me and grabbed my arms again. He then started touching my arms with his other hand. While he was doing this, he was trying to have a friendly conversation with me like, "What's your name? Where do you live? Where are you going?" I was getting really disturbed by his behavior. I tried to push him away, but he was almost clinging on to me. Then I decided to brush it off as he was going to get off soon anyway, so I looked outside and then I realized that the rickshaw drove past the building the driver was talking about. At that moment, I got really scared. Then suddenly, I could feel the man's hand slowly starting to touch my body again. Out of reflex, I pushed the man away and shouted at the driver to stop the rickshaw. He stopped immediately and I got off without even looking back. My heart was beating out of my chest and I couldn't say or do anything besides get away. I stood still for a moment to catch my breath and then I saw the rickshaw drive away. I felt relieved and started to walk back home. A few days later, my father was reading a news article which said that a young boy had been murdered by two men in our town. One of them was an auto rickshaw driver and the other one was an escaped prison convict. Hearing the news, I started remembering that moment again. What would have happened to me if I hadn't gotten off the rickshaw when I did? Would I still be alive?
Some of the stories I've heard recently remind me of something that happened to me when I was a kid. I lived in Finland. I was a 14-year-old girl with blonde hair and green eyes. I loved nature and playing with my friends in nature. I was born in the Lapland side of Finland, covered in spruce trees and bogs. Our last house was a cabin in the woods. We had a 15-minute walk to school, as the small town we lived in was scattered around the forest. I had a few friends, such as my little brother, Ellen, and Miko. It was a beautiful area, although when it was winter, it was the most beautiful, with snow piling on top of spruce branches and the Eurasian bullfinch singing happily. Everything was normal, all completely normal, until one Monday morning. I was getting ready to go to school, taking my red backpack with me. I scurried off, leaving my brother home since he was a few years younger, meaning his school would start later. The walk to school would usually be 25 minutes, but because I know a shortcut through the forest, it only took 15 minutes. The forest that I've always passed through has been joked about by people that trolls live there, and childhood stories such as, "The gnomes waiting for Christmas live under tree trunks, go see if you can find a small door," made the trip even more fun. The forest I passed through is very familiar. I could go through it with a blindfold. The birds singing in mid-May as the sun pierces through the leaves of the trees made it more aesthetic. I love the sounds of forest, and I would always listen as I walked. But this day, as I walked deeper into the forest, the sounds became distinct and less familiar to me. I was worried but kept going on. I would soon reach my school, and I knew I could go on about my day once I got there. I heard something dropped from my backpack and turned to look back, and funny enough, it was my falcon keychain that I got from the zoo. I picked it up and turned back around, and I wasn't in the same forest anymore. The sounds of the wind, the birds singing, even my footsteps had gone silent. I looked around frantically as I did not recognize where I was. There were no more paths, and if I saw correctly, they were birch trees, which could not possibly be in the area where I lived. I felt as though the sky was reflected upon the earth below me, and the sky was looming over me as though it was angry. I was frightened. At some point, I started running, looking around for landmarks, and a few tears even running down my cheek. I felt as though someone or something was chasing me, but I couldn't see anything. I kept running when my foot tripped over a tree root, and in that moment, all the sounds came back. I looked back, and there was the path I originally started on my trip. I was petrified. I knew what I saw and felt just moments earlier. I stood still for a few moments trying to understand what had happened. I was afraid that if I continued my trip, the same occurrence would repeat, so I took off back home. When I frantically opened the door and ran to hug my mom, she immediately knew something was off. She asked me, worried, why I was not at school and why I was panicking. I told her what had happened, and her face twisted in fear as I described it. But a second later, she looked relieved. She simply sat me down and told me, "You entered the forest blanket." I was afraid and confused. There was an old folk story of this occurrence. It said that once you step into the forest's blanket, you are in the realm of the trolls. And there, you are an unwelcome guest. People who escape the blanket are considered lucky because if you stay there too long, you'll be chased by the forest people. Those who get chased are souls who never got away, as I did. My face went white. So that was the pressure I felt when I was running, I thought to myself. Needless to say, I could not go through forests for a while, but after a year, I was confident enough to go again, since my grandmother told me that it would not happen again. She told me that the souls of the forest blanket could not bear to see a lucky survivor. They instead would give good luck to me as a trophy for doing something they could not: survive. I was a really brave kid. I was not scared of the dark, monsters, or ghosts. In fact, I even really liked listening to scary stories as a kid. I was around the age of 4 or 5 when this incident took place. We are a family of 4. Me, my mom, my dad, and my brother. And we live in an apartment. My brother and I used to share a room as kids, and our room had a balcony where my mom hung out clothes to dry. One night, my mother had gone to take a shower, and my dad and my brother had gone out somewhere. I was just relaxing on the couch when I heard my mom come out of the bathroom. She went to my room so she could take some dried clothes from the balcony to wear. I was right beside her, riding my tricycle on the balcony. Since we lived on the second floor, there was no way anyone can enter the balcony. My mom left the room, and I was still there on the balcony riding my tricycle. Minutes passed, and I became bored, so I decided to leave my tricycle. Right as I was about to step off of the tricycle, something grabbed my hand. Something large. It was all gray and faceless. It looked like a silhouette of a person wearing an oversized hoodie. It just stood there holding my hand. I was shocked. I did not say a word. All I did was try to escape it. I tried to pull myself away from it, but it was not letting go. After a few minutes of struggling, it let go and disappeared. Poof. Gone. I don't remember what happened after that. I'm 15 now and still live in the same house. No one believes me when I tell them this story. Everyone says it was just a dream, but I don't believe them. I know I felt its hand on me. 2 years ago, I lived on a crescent road. My suburb was honestly fairly sketchy, and there was crime happening every now and then, like someone a few houses away from me had been murdered by his brother. But I won't go into that, considering I don't know much of what happened. Anyway, I'd never been that fearful of where I lived, despite all of the things happening. My road was very quiet all the time. You wouldn't really see people out, and the houses were very close to one another, enough so that you can hear any yelling from the neighbors. My room had a window that directly peered into the backyard, and there was a gate at the end of the pathway. But our backyard gate didn't have a lock on it, as it had been broken, and we laid bricks along the gap under the gate, as we had a rabbit that could escape through it. Anyway, I usually fall asleep after 11:30 p.m. at the earliest, but on this particular night, 2 days before my birthday, I happened to drift off around 10. My mom slept with me at the time, as we didn't have many rooms. Not too long into our sleep, we were both awakened by a noise. My mom had been significantly more alert than me and asked me, "Did you hear that?" I agreed, but said that it was most likely a cat because our street was infested with them, and they'd always make noise at night, so I went back to sleep. A few minutes later, I woke up to loud screaming from my mom and her ushering me to leave the room as she yelled "robber" so that my dad would wake up, as he slept in the room farthest away from us. Then, my mom explained what had happened. She said that after I had gone to sleep, she got up on her elbows to look out the window as she thought she could hear footsteps. Then, to her horror, there was a man walking into the backyard who hadn't noticed her yet. But since our lamp was on, he looked into the window and saw my mom. My mom froze as he looked at her, and he froze too, as if he hadn't expected to see anyone. While watching him, my mom went to tap me to wake me up, and as she did that, he gestured to her to not say anything, and that is what got her to scream. My dad didn't initially believe her until he saw the backyard gate was open, meaning that the sound that had woken us up was the scraping of the bricks on the concrete. We called the police, and they didn't find anything, and from that night on, we always closed the shutter blinds. The scariest part was that the man could have easily gotten into my room, as the window was massive and there was only a flimsy net between the inside and the outside. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if my mom hadn't seen him and screamed. So just to fill you in, this incident happened just a few days ago. I live in a small village in the Balkans, and I am 15 years old, around 5'8" and 60 kilograms. Keep in mind that after 5 p.m., it gets pretty dark here. Now back to the story. A few days ago, my dog was injured. She was bitten by another dog, so I felt the need to go to the church. After I finished school and homework, around 6 p.m., I got ready and left to go to the church. Now, most churches don't allow jeans or pants when you go for prayer. But because I am Orthodox, I try to keep the tradition as much as possible. So I wore a long black skirt, a black shirt, and a carpeton, a vest, over my shoulders and boots. As I walked into the church, I had an odd feeling, but brushed it off. When I was outside of the church, I saw a guy who looked to be around his mid-40s. He was wearing a black hoodie and holding a red flower, probably a rose. He was moving in such a way that I thought he was dancing. He started smelling the rose and looking at the sky. I felt kind of creeped out at the moment, but I just thought that he was drunk or something like that. When he noticed me, he stopped dancing and smelling the flower. He looked at me smiling, but he had an uncomfortable smile. It seemed like he was scared of something, but I couldn't figure out what. As I finished my prayer and was leaving the church, I saw him trying to harm a girl, and as he was wrestling with her, he broke her arm. I ran up to him and punched him, and he immediately started crying and begging me not to hurt him. I punched him one more time, and he fainted. I called the police and the ambulance, and once they arrived, they arrested the man. The next day, I learned from my grandma that the girl was going home after her final test for her English private lessons. I was stunned, but also confused about why he didn't harm me because he saw me first. Why didn't he attack me? I couldn't sleep that night, so I promised myself to go to the church again the next day to pray for that girl. When I woke up, I saw a grandma inside my house talking with my mother. As usual, I greeted her and smiled at her, but she got down on her knees, and she told me that she saw me at the church the other day. She told me that I had white wings on my back, and my eyes had become white as I was punching this guy. I was stunned. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. After the incident, I went to the priest, and he told me that I had a spirit following me and protecting me. I just wonder what would have happened if that thing hadn't protected me.
I would like to share a summer camp story with you. This happened when I was 11, but I'm a girl turning 14 this weekend. Remember that the majority of the cabins were situated behind a river, so I was hoping to attend a summer camp that lasted overnight. I had no idea that it would result in the scariest thing that would give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Everything was usual on the first day. We lit a fire and danced around it. Even though it was too bright to start a fire, I had a great time. After the fire, all of the cabin members gathered for a cabin hangout that lasted until approximately 11 o'clock at night. The cabin leaders remained in the middle of the area, seated on a small park bench. We sang and danced around, having a great time. After the cabin hangout, the CLs, cabin leaders, retired to bed, and I immediately followed suit. It should be noted that due to their age, the cottages lacked insulation, plasterboard, and electricity. I was up quite late. Although I didn't know the exact hour, it was probably between 1 and 12. The scene I witnessed through the window between the two bunk beds there will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a black figure. I kept looking out the window at the figure, trying to figure out what it was. After a while, I concluded that it was one of the boys from the other cabins playing a prank on us, so I ignored it and went to sleep. Up until Thursday night, everything was how it should be. I was just lying on my bed when one of the kids started having breathing difficulties. I think she was around 10 or 9. We'll refer to her as Demi. To get her to the nurse's cabin, we needed 2 CLs, which still seemed odd to me. A previous visitor, a girl, mentioned that Thursday night was when something happened every year she had been here. Although it's off topic, we have a buddy system where you have to have a buddy with you anywhere you go, away from the present activity. A girl had to use the loo and dragged another female with her. Once they were gone, I got up to watch the CLs conversing from the window beside my bed. About 2 minutes later, I watched the girls dash to the cabin at top speed. Not even did they remove their shoes before bursting and slamming the door. When I approached the girls and asked them why they had run in so quickly, they yelled in fear, "We saw something by the river." I asked one of the scared girls to accompany me since I was inquisitive and wanted to see for myself. I'll refer to her as Sam. We lied to the CLs that I had to urinate. I hurried over to use the loo, and then we walked slowly back, looking down at the river, till Sam bolted forward, leaving me behind. Perplexed, I turned to see where she was focusing. There was a black figure that I noticed motionless. When we had gone a sufficient distance, we paused to catch our breath, and I asked her, "The eerie ghost?" "Way before this place was a camp," she added, glancing at me. "Someone had lost their life in the water." In a hurry, I started to walk back while Sam leaned over my shoulder to accompany me. I had trouble sleeping that night, and I also had trouble getting to Friday. Hi, my name is Jinro Anthony, and I work as a customer care technical representative at a well-known company here in the Philippines. For a while, I had been working night shifts every day from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Sometimes I got so bored and burnt out since I was just repeating the same routines every day, like work, go home, eat and rest, and work again. But then one day, an unexpected event occurred. I still clearly remember it all. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me happened that night. It was October 28th and Halloween was just around the corner. As our teammates were in a hurry to fix the Halloween decorations on the production floor, we were telling each other creepy and horror stories, especially ghost stories that happen at work. One of the stories I heard was about the famous ghost that haunts all call center companies. Junjun, the boy who died and haunts call center agents who are alone at night. He would appear in the sleeping quarters, on the production floor, and sometimes would mess with the headsets. You'll hear a little kid whispering in your ears. But that was a repeated story and one that I knew already. Then one of our teammates, who was a tenured agent nicknamed Jenny, told us a story about the lady in white who would appear in the building we were working in. Jenny told us that on the 21st floor, which is the top floor of the building, there is a pale female ghost that will appear from 3 a.m. to 3:05 a.m. Yep, she will appear for 5 minutes and will let you see her on the opposite far side of the station when you are sitting alone. It was said that when you're sitting on the south side of the production floor, she will appear on the far north side of it, and she will just stand still and look at the window. She has pale skin and wears a white dress. They said that when you see the lady looking at the window, don't make any sounds. Be silent and don't let her see you looking at her, and don't let her notice you there. Jenny said that there was a previous employee who saw the ghost and resigned quickly after that, but none of us believed it since we had not yet encountered the lady. Then one day, to be specific, it was November 6th, 2022, all of my teammates had filed for early out and it was approved. I didn't because I needed to do overtime because I was paying a lot of bills at that time. I couldn't chill for even a moment or relax. Our hours that day were from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., but all my teammates left at 1 a.m., and I was left alone. It was actually Sunday, and since most employees are off on weekends, my teammates and I were the only people in the entire building. At exactly 2 a.m., I remembered the story that Jenny told me. I thought to myself, what a great story. I don't actually believe in ghosts or stuff like that, but I was actually fascinated by it. And in fact, I've been watching horror movies, series, and mysteries on Netflix and YouTube. 3 a.m. It was my lunchtime from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. I went outside our 18th production floor and went to the free coffee vending machine outside. I refilled my water bottle, then drank from it and ate my steamed dumplings. It was getting very cold, so I put on my black hooded jacket. Then, while eating alone in the kitchen area, I thought of going to the 21st floor alone to check if the story about the pale ghost was real. So I went up to the 21st floor and sat on the south side of the production floor. I sat on a nearby chair and waited for the lady. It was cold and quiet, so I pulled the jacket hood over my head and put in my headphones to listen to music. It was 3:50, so I only had 10 minutes left on my lunch break. I decided to wait for a little bit longer, and then at exactly 3:55, I was scrolling on Facebook, listening to one of Eminem's songs. He was my favorite rapper, by the way. And as I was scrolling, my screen froze and there was static in my AirPods. I slowly raised my head towards the far north side of the floor, and I could see the silhouette of a person standing there. I couldn't see the person clearly, but I was shocked to find out or to realize that I was not alone. But I thought I couldn't be, as it was a Sunday when no one worked. I realized that maybe I'm not the only one who needs to take overtime. But then, I saw her dress. It was a white dress and she was looking out the window. I remembered the story again and my eyes widened as the realization that it was the actual ghost sunk in. I swallowed nervously and carefully observed the ghost. Suddenly, my AirPods turned off and Bluetooth disconnected, so the music started playing loudly from my phone. I was able to turn it off really quickly this time, but I got scared and nervous. It all happened so fast that I barely processed what happened. Then suddenly, slowly, the ghost's head started turning in my direction. I was scared to death, so I kept quiet and crawled on the floor towards the exit. She did not see me, and I was able to get to the elevator. I pressed the button and waited, and it opened finally. There was a long hallway to get to the elevator, and when I stepped inside the elevator, I saw the woman standing at the end of the hallway, staring directly at me. I pressed the button to close the elevator door, but then she started crawling towards me. It was slow at first, then it was faster and faster, and she was almost up close to me, and the elevator door closed just in time. The elevator arrived at the ground floor and I ran outside to the parking lot and drove away. As I was running to the car and driving away, I looked up and saw the ghost smiling and waving at me from the 21st floor. I quit and resigned from my position that day and never went back there again. It gave me nightmares for weeks, and it was a moment I will never forget for the rest of my life. To this day, I still don't know what happened to that lady, why she wore a white dress, or what would have happened to me if she reached me in the elevator.
This is a terrible story that happened to me while working as a dog sitter. One day, I found a person on the internet who said he would pay a lot of money for a dog sitter, and since his house was not far away, I decided to take care of his dog for 3 days. When I arrived in front of his house, there was a "Beware of Dogs" sign on the door, and the smell of rotting food was in the air. I knocked on the door and heard a man's voice from inside. He said, "The door is open, come in." And then I heard a barking sound. The barking sounded like that of a vicious dog. I got a little anxious. When I opened the door and went in, I couldn't see anyone in the house. I said,
"Are you there?"
And I could hear the dog panting in the living room. The sound came closer and closer. While I was looking around for the owner, the dog appeared out of nowhere and I yelled out in surprise. The only thing is, it wasn't a dog. It was a person. A person crawling on all fours and approaching me like they're a pet. He appeared to be a man in his 30s. There was a dog collar around his neck. He was also wearing fur-like fabric that covered his entire body and had an artificial tail attached to his buttocks. He said to me,
"You're the one who will take care of me for the next 3 days? Nice to meet you."
He shook his butt wildly and his tail wagged. Then he continued walking on all fours, now toward the kitchen, and said,
"The food is in here. These are meats that are hard to find."
He opened the refrigerator door by moving his hand like a dog moving its paw. Inside it was a pile of large, deep red chunks of meat. For some reason, I got goosebumps and took a step back. He then ran up to me, slammed his head into my leg, and screamed.
"Are you going to keep standing there blankly like that? Pat my head! Pat my head!"
I was so confused and horrified that I screamed out. Then he started licking my hand. A few seconds later, a terrible stench hit my nose and I immediately felt dizzy and nauseous. I pushed him away and started running to the door when he started barking. His bark was startlingly dog-like. I kicked open the front door and started running. While running, I made the mistake of looking back. He was chasing after me on all fours at incredible speed. I was so shocked that I felt like I was going to faint. I screamed out like crazy for help.
"Help! There's a crazy dog here!"
People stuck their heads out of their windows to look and see what was happening. And when they saw the man running towards me, their eyes widened. Before I knew it, the crazy dog man was in front of me, and he started panting and lifting his lips to bare his teeth. I could see his dark gums and yellow, large teeth. He growled and lunged at me, my legs shaking like crazy. At that moment, a man came running with a baseball bat and yelled at the crazy dog guy to go away. The crazy guy saw him and started barking wildly. The crazy dog guy went after the man and bit his leg, and he panicked and hit the crazy dog guy on the head with a bat. Thankfully, that made him run away, making a noise similar to a dog's whining. The whole scene was unbelievable, and I was so shaken up that I could barely catch my breath. The man had teeth marks and some blood on his leg, but he said it was not a serious injury and went into his house to bandage it. I thanked him countless times, and he said to me,
"This is not the first incident like this. In the past, a young man went to that house to work as a pet sitter and was bitten by that crazy guy, leaving him with 30 stitches on his leg. And that crazy guy has been to jail once before. Once that crazy guy bites you, he won't let you go unless you hit him on the head. Remember, you should really hit him on the head with all your might."
After that, I never worked as a dog sitter again. I sometimes wonder, who was that crazy guy and what is he doing now?
My name is Humaira. I am 21 years old. I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel. I am from Bangladesh and I live in the Mymensingh district. I want to share a horror story that happened to me. This story is from when I was 10 years old and I lived in Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh. At the time, I lived in an apartment with my parents and my 2 brothers. It had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, and a balcony. The apartment was a bit small for my family's size, but due to some financial issues, we had to manage. One day, my uncle, who is my mom's brother, came to our house to visit us. He came in the afternoon and spent some time with us. We chatted and watched TV, but it was night, and at around 8 p.m., I started feeling sleepy. I had to get up at 6:30 a.m. for school. I was kind of lazy, and I would always go to sleep at 8 p.m. So, like normal, I was just watching TV and starting to drift off to sleep. Right as I fell asleep, I heard my mom telling my uncle to stay at our house for the night. I don't remember the time exactly, but it was around midnight when I woke up. I had fallen asleep in my parents' room, but my mom didn't wake me up and just let me sleep in this room, and she was sleeping next to me. My dad must have been sleeping with my brothers in the other room. I was trying to fall back asleep, but I couldn't and didn't know why. I looked around, and since the door was open, from down the hallway, I could see a tall shadow figure. There was a long corridor between the room I was in and where it was standing, and the shadow figure was peeking around the corner like it was playing with me. I was scared to death, but I didn't want to wake up my mom. Since he was supposed to be staying over, I thought it must just be my uncle. It didn't really make sense that he would be up at midnight staring down the hallway, but I just figured it was him since that made the most sense. Once I decided it was him, I wasn't afraid anymore and eventually fell back asleep, though the figure never stopped staring down the hall. I still don't understand why I thought that figure was my uncle, but as it turns out, when I woke up that morning, I learned that my uncle had actually not stayed the night. I was scared out of my mind. To this day, I still don't know what it was that was looking at me from down the hallway that night.
This happened 2 months ago. I live in Myanmar. It's a beautiful country. It was another normal day at school. Usually, I wake up at 5:30 a.m. I get home from school by 1 p.m. After school, I was home alone. This was normal because my dad usually didn't stay home often. I was bored, so I invited my cousin and my best friend over to play games and watch 1C videos. A few hours later, somebody was knocking at the door. My first thought was that it was my mom, except she usually has a key to get in. I looked through the window and it was a grown man. He looked like he was in his mid-40s. He was tall and his hair was messy. I ignored him and didn't answer the door. Later on, I stupidly left the house because I wanted some snacks from the convenience store. And of course, the man was there with a pocket knife looking like he might attack me. Since there were bricks near me, I threw one at him and it somehow hit him on the head and made him fall down. There was a van next to me that seemed like it was his, and when I looked inside, there was a 16-year-old girl tied up. I was 12 at the moment, so this was very scary for me. I untied her and then quickly called the cops. Once they got there, a few moments later, he was captured. The girl told me that she was also going to get some snacks. It was so strange because she was so unlucky to get caught, then lucky that I happened to find her. My friend and my cousin still don't even know about this because they were busy playing Fortnite and stayed at the house. I can't help but wonder what would have happened to that girl and me if those bricks hadn't been there.
This is the first ever creepy thing that had happened to me. Or rather, the first time I truly saw something really creepy. I was 12 at the time that it happened. On Mondays, our dismissal was at 5 p.m. I hated it so much because it was so late, and I was also assigned to be a classroom cleaner along with some other kids in my class. So that's why you can expect me to still be at school at 5:30 p.m. A short description of our school. I went to a private Catholic school, and besides our school court, there was a gate. And behind that was what they call the residence, where the nuns and priests would stay. It was old and rusty with gray concrete walls. People loved to make rumors about it since it was very old, and some nuns have died in there. Our classroom is located on the 3rd floor. The hallways are like terraces, so when you look down, you can get a view of the school. However, in front of our room, you could see the house where the nuns and priests stay. I never really paid any mind back then, but eventually, that changed. One afternoon, it was already pretty dark. It was almost 6 p.m. at the time, if I remember. While the other kids were cleaning inside the room, I went out to the hallways to clean our window. I took a break and turned around. There, I saw the house. I wanted to rest and lean onto the terrace of our hallways, looking at the sky that was already dark. When I shifted my gaze, I looked at the house again, and there, I saw something just in front of the house. A figure, something, or someone, covered in a white cloth. You really can't see anything besides its shape and color, which looked like a human to me, just covered in a white blanket. I frowned and thought it was a little weird. I heard the door from our classroom open and turned to see my friend, who we'll call Carrie. "Carrie, look!" I whisper-shouted to her and pointed down to where I saw the weird figure. I looked back quickly and it was gone. That's when I felt chills down my spine. I wasn't scared until it disappeared. I was stunned and my heart was racing. It was just there. Where did it go? "What's up?" she asked me, and I snapped out of my thoughts. I don't remember if I told her that I saw something or I just shrugged it off, because all I can remember is the fear I felt. But on my way home, I was so scared and confused. What was that thing? Was it a hallucination of mine? How did it disappear so quickly? The next week, when it was Monday again, and I was assigned as one of the cleaners, I looked to where I saw that thing, and there was nothing. until I glanced at the window and saw it again. No face, no anything, just a figure covered in a white blanket. I really didn't want to point it out to my friend again, so I just kept my mouth shut and ran back inside our classroom. The noise my friends were making while cleaning calmed me somehow. To this day, I still don't know what that thing is, but every time I remember the rumors about the house, my brain can't help but think that it might be one of the dead nuns. I live in the Philippines, and at the time this story started, it was 4:30 or so in the afternoon on December 30th, and my father had gone to buy something in the next town. In that town, many fresh ingredients are available at the market, like as fresh as you can get. He was fetching something we needed for our New Year preparations. As my father waved goodbye to us, my sister, Mika, sighed and sounded worried about him. I was confused because she would always want to go everywhere with my father. I didn't think much of it, so we waved goodbye and went back to doing whatever we were doing. Around 5 o'clock, it was getting dark quickly. There was no sunset. It went from light to completely dark very quickly. I was starting to get worried that he wasn't back yet. You see, my mom was not home, as she works overseas, and I was the only one who was responsible for looking after my sister when my dad went to the next town over. I was dancing in our living room for no particular reason, just dancing out of boredom, when suddenly, my sister Mika came running to me with a worried face. She said something that even now gives me the creeps. My sister said, "Ate, Papa's mouth is covered with tape and his hands are tied to his back." Then she started explaining it to me while acting out how she saw it. I was shocked. I turned the speaker off and picked up my phone and checked my messages to see if my dad had called and left a message. But there was nothing. I was panicking and contacted my mom and my mom's boyfriend at the time to tell them what my sister had just said. After several minutes of waiting, I heard my dad's motorcycle in the driveway. I ran out and hugged him and almost cried when I saw him unharmed. But that is not the end of the story, actually. When we were eating, my dad explained why he was late. He said that while he was driving, he suddenly saw a huge crowd on the road. Of course, he grew anxious and tried to figure out what was happening. Eventually, he learned that there were 2 people on the road, dead. What was worse, he said that their hands were tied and there was tape on their mouths, and they had both been shot in the back of the head. I was in shock and ended up explaining what my sister said to me. He took it as a joke, but I did not. I mean, how could my 3-year-old sister know that stuff? Like getting tied up and having your mouth taped. Maybe because of movies or TV? It's just that I don't think so. She hates watching TV. My name is Kimberly, and I'm 19 years old. I have light brown skin, brown eyes, and shoulder-length black hair. I want to share my personal scary story that happened to me 2 years ago. It was a Friday, and I had just come home from school. I greeted my mom as she was leaving for work, and she told me to not wait up for her since she would be coming home late. My dad left us when I was a baby, and since then, it's only been my mom and I. I told her okay, and she left. I went upstairs and changed into my comfy clothes and went back downstairs into the kitchen, where I started cooking dinner for me and her to eat when she came home from work. After cooking, I did a little bit of chores, took a shower, ate dinner, and checked all the doors and windows to make sure that they were locked. When I was finished cleaning up, I went into the living room with my computer, as I wanted to catch up on some of the shows that I had missed recently. About 3 hours into watching my show, I heard our main door being opened and closed. I thought it was my mom, so I didn't pay attention and went back to watching my show. I had headphones in, so I couldn't hear my mom talking to me. Normally, she would have to come over to me, and that's when I felt someone was leaning over the couch I was sitting on. As I slowly lifted my head, I saw my mom looking down at me with her eyes open unnaturally wide and staring at me immensely. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't respond, and as I kept looking at her, I felt like something was off about her. I couldn't tell exactly, but I just felt off about her. As I looked closely, I saw she wasn't wearing her nurse scrubs. I figured she probably went upstairs and changed before I could see her. After about 30 seconds of her staring at me, she slowly looked up at the ceiling and back at me, then kissed me on the forehead. Her lips were so cold, it felt like she had put ice on her lips and left it on until they were frozen. Then she walked into the kitchen, and I couldn't see her from where I was sitting. I didn't think anything about it and went back to watching my show. Then the realization hit me. I remembered she told me that she would be coming home late and not to wait up. I also remembered that she isn't a person who would come up to me like that and kiss me on the forehead. She had never done it since I was a baby, as long as I could remember. I was frozen for a minute, then I slowly picked up my phone and called her, hoping I would hear it ringing in the house somewhere. She picked up and asked me what was wrong. I asked her if she was home, but she said no and asked me if I was alright. I told her someone was in the house. I didn't tell her I saw her or something pretending to be her, but she told me to run to our next door neighbor while she called the police. She hung up to call them, and I got up and ran. When I was at the main door to go outside, I looked back into the hallway. It was her, in the dark. She was just standing there. I ran to our neighbor and knocked loudly. She opened up and let me in. I told her someone was in our house. After about 5 minutes of waiting for the police, I heard them coming. I was outside with my neighbor while we watched the cops entering my house. About 10 minutes later, a cop came up to me saying they didn't find anything or any trace of anyone trying to enter the house. I waited at my neighbor's house until late when my mom came home. It's been 2 years since this traumatizing event happened to me. We moved out of there a year ago, and I never told anyone, not even my mom, that I saw her doppelganger.
This happened to me in 2017 when I was about 15 years old. The day was going all right. It was an average Saturday. I was just sitting on the couch in the living room, chatting with my friends online on my tablet. Besides me, only my parents were home because my older sister was hanging out with her friends. It was around 2:30 p.m. when someone knocked on the door. My mother went to check out who it was, and I looked over to the door, curious to see who it was as well. My mom looked through the peephole and she saw 2 men outside. One of them was wearing a blue shirt and the other wearing a black jacket. They were complete strangers. None of us knew either of the men, and we weren't used to receiving any visitors, canvassers, or anything like that. So since my mom didn't know them, she asked who they were, but neither of them answered that question. Instead, the man with the blue shirt said they needed to use the house. My mother obviously got creeped out by that response, like anyone would, and she asked what he meant by that. But the man just said that they needed to get in the house, but my mother responded that she was not letting them in and that they needed to leave. The man wearing the black suddenly banged on the door and tried to force it open. At that moment, my mom screamed and I jumped off of the couch. I was completely startled and I was panicking, but also frozen in shock. There were so many things going through my head, and that's when my mom turned to me and shouted for me to call the police. The man hadn't stopped banging on our door, and they started trying to kick it in. Thankfully, the hinges on our door managed to hold it in place. My father heard all the noise and came running from his room with his revolver in hand, yelling and asking, "What's going on?" But then the banging stopped, and we heard the men running away. My mother called the police. They arrived in 15 minutes. We explained what happened, but they said they couldn't do much immediately. None of us knew where they ran to or if they had any vehicle. So the cops couldn't do anything immediately, but they said they would see if they could find anything useful in the few security cameras around the area and talk to potential witnesses. The rest of the day passed by and nothing strange happened, so we thought that everything was okay, and it really seemed to be until the next day. In the middle of the night on Sunday, I was in the living room playing some games on my laptop while voice chatting with a friend on Discord. We were on vacation, so we would play games all night, but then I heard some strange noises coming from outside. They sounded like footsteps. I told my friend I had to go check something and got up. Honestly, I both thought and hoped that it would be nothing. But just in case, I brought my baseball bat with me and went to check on the door. As I was walking up to the door, someone unlocked it from the outside and started opening the door as if they simply had the key. I was paralyzed for a moment, and a man who was about my height but definitely larger than me walked into the house. He was dressed completely in black and had a mask over his face. He seemed surprised that I was there and he started reaching into his back pocket. It took less than a second for my heart to start pounding out of pure terror. My first instinct was to hit the man on the head with the baseball bat with all my strength, and I did it. It all happened in a second. I struck him in the temple with the bat and he staggered to the wall. Then, with the adrenaline still rushing through my body, I raised the bat over my head and swung it down at him again and hit the top of his head this time, and he fell to the ground and didn't get up anymore. But when I saw that right behind him there were 2 other men, one of them had just pulled out a gun and pointed at me. I couldn't see the gun clearly as it was sort of dark over there, but it was obvious from his stance that he had a gun pointed at me. I confirmed it after I heard him pulling the slide on the gun and immediately screamed as loud as I could and tried to get out of the way. But the man fired the gun and the bullet barely missed my head. But the flash from the blast and the loud bang were so close to my face that I got dazed. I fell on my back. My vision was blurry and my ears were ringing. I was desperately screaming for help and crawling away as fast as I could. I could hear one of the men telling the other to shoot me again already. I thought I was going to die, but I managed to bring myself to my feet and run around the corner and out of their view. Everyone in the house had woken up to the gunshot and my screaming, and my father rushed in with his gun. As soon as he saw the men who broke in, he began shooting at them both. I think a bullet hit one of them because he screamed out before I heard more shots and they ran away. They got into a blue car and tried to speed away from our home. My father shot at them again. It didn't hit them, but the bullets hit their car. As soon as we turned on all the lights, we saw the man that I hit with the metal bat was twitching on the floor, and there was a puddle of blood under the wounds in his head. My mother comforted me and told my sister to call the police, but when she was about to, there were already multiple police cars coming. The friend who was talking to me on Discord heard everything and called the police, and many neighbors did the same due to the gunshots. Because the police arrived so soon, they managed to track down the men who ran away and arrest them both. The man I wounded got taken to the hospital, but I never got any news about what happened to him later, and frankly, I don't want to. Later, I found out that they were already wanted for breaking and entering homes, murdering residents, and then stealing everything of value. And those wretches probably plan to do the same in my house. I hope that justice is served now that these men are behind bars, and it still eats away at me sometimes when I think about it. Had I not been awake and gotten in their way, those men would have done horrible things to my family and me. I'm glad that we are all okay today, and I hope that we will never go through something like that ever again. When I was 18, I was very interested in the human soul, so I was always searching on the internet about it. And then one day, I discovered that there was a meeting discussing the human soul, and I decided to go to that meeting with my friend Sean. But when we arrived at the meeting place, there were only 3 people, me, Sean, and the meeting leader. I was a little disappointed, but the meeting leader seemed like a very knowledgeable person. He began to explain to us information about the soul. He said,
Human beings each have a soul, but in fact, they can be divided into 2, or the souls of 2 people can merge into 1. In other words, you and I can become one. All souls on earth are ultimately one.
I was listening to his story with curious eyes, but when I looked at Sean, he didn't look very good. Sean whispered to me,
This person seems a little strange. Let's just go home.
But I was having fun, so I told him to stay a little longer. We chatted with the group leader for a while, and eventually I started thinking about going home. Then the meeting leader told us not to go. Sean and I said we had to go and got up to leave. The meeting leader suddenly raised his hands to the sky and looked at Sean while muttering. His eyes were murderous, and he was holding something that looked like a red jewel in his hand.
Sean, run!
I screamed. At that time, the meeting leader hit Sean on the head with a red gem, and Sean lost consciousness. Then he took a glass bottle out of his pocket and held it to Sean's mouth. Then he said,
God, I will take this soul. I will eat it with gratitude.
Then he lifted the bottle to his mouth, took a breath of air, closed the lid, and put it back in his pocket. I didn't know if Sean was alive or dead, and I was so scared that my whole body was shaking, and I had a hard time keeping my balance. The meeting leader looked at me and said,
I'll give you a chance. If you say you'll give me your soul, I can take your soul away without having to break your head. Now what do we want to do?
He took the glass bottle out of his other pocket and opened the lid. I was terrified, but I yelled at him.
My head is harder than a stone and it will never break.
He then said to me,
Oh my, I tried to be nice, but I ended up having to make a hole again.
He held out a glass bottle and slowly approached me. The sound of my heartbeat was so loud in my ears that it almost sounded like thunder. At that moment, he again raised his hand holding the red gem upward and tried to hit me. So I tackled him with all my strength and knocked him to the floor. We started fighting, rolling around on the floor, and then I snatched the glass bottle from his hand and hit him on the head with it. The bottle shattered and he screamed, clutching his head.
No! This is your house!
He cried and picked up the broken bottle with his bare hands. I helped Sean up and we ran away. Fortunately, Sean came to his senses slightly. Then the meeting leader shouted,
Oh, you're still alive! My sons, where are you going? There is eternal rest in me!
I ran outside and called the police. The leader was arrested and police found dozens of bottles on display in his basement. The bottles had small pictures of people attached to them. When the police asked what the bottles were, he smiled and said,
These are the souls I have absorbed so far. They are in my world now, and they will live within me forever.
He listed dozens of people's names. I took Sean to the hospital, and luckily he recovered. If I hadn't escaped LaShawn then, I can't imagine what would have happened to us.
This happened about a month ago, and ever since then, I've been scared to peek out the window at night. It all started when my brother told my cousin and me how he heard loud metal banging, almost as if someone was walking around with huge metal boots outside at around 2 a.m. He said that it was loud, like super loud. And since he sleeps on the couch in the living room, it woke him up, and he went to go see what it was. But once he pulled back the curtain to peek outside, it immediately stopped. Which was weird to him because he said it sounded like it was right outside on the street. At first, we didn't believe him and thought he was just lying, as he often makes up things to scare us. But about 3 weeks later, I suddenly woke up at 6 a.m. feeling thirsty, and right when I was about to get water, I heard it. It sounded exactly like my brother had described, loud metal banging, and it sounded like it was happening right outside the house on the street. Being curious and thirsty, I went to go get some water and decided to peek out the window to see what the noise was. I peeled back the curtain slowly and only let a little crack open, just big enough that I could see what was outside. And then, I saw what was making all the noise. I saw a huge man who was at least 8 feet tall. He was monstrous and looked like a human, but whose bones had been deformed and twisted in ways that no average human could bend them. He was also dragging massive metal chains, and with each step he took, he picked up the chains and threw them on the ground, which was what my brother and I had heard. I was dumbfounded at what I had just seen and turned around to grab my phone and try to record it. But as soon as I turned back around, the noise stopped and the man was gone. I was petrified and decided to run back to my room, and I couldn't go back to sleep after that. When my brother woke up, I told him the whole thing, but he didn't believe me. I asked him if he heard it too, and he said no. Nobody believes me, and I haven't heard the noise since. But I still wonder what or who that thing was and what it was doing walking around in the street. My name is Haley. This story is not about me though. It's about my 67-year-old grandma. Her name is Shirley Hunkins. A few years ago, my grandma and her friends were all anxiously waiting to hear any updates about their friend, as the doctor told them that their friend was likely going to pass away that night due to her cancer. My grandma ended up falling asleep before any calls came, and later woke up to someone shaking her bed vigorously. She was surprised to see her friend with cancer right in front of her. My grandma says she looked beautiful and was wearing a pretty long dress. Her hair was long and flowing, and she didn't look sick anymore. Her friend said to my grandma, "I'm okay now, you don't need to worry." My grandma wanted to talk to her more, but she told my grandma that she had to go. She then went to touch my grandma's hand with a warm smile, and as she did, my grandma felt an electric shock. My grandma looked down at her hand, but when she looked back up, her friend had disappeared. A few minutes later, my grandma got a call and got up quickly to answer it. The call was from the doctor, telling her that her friend had sadly passed away. My name is Bailey. I'm 5'2" and have brown hair and brown eyes. This story happened when I was 13. It was a Saturday morning, and I asked my mother if I could have a sleepover with my best friend May. May had black hair with brown eyes and was also around 5'2". She hesitated, thinking about all the clowns that had been loose and roaming around the neighborhood. It took a while, but in the end, she said yes. I called May and let her know that she could come around 7 p.m. Later that evening, May came over, and we jumped on the couch and started watching Wednesday Entertainment. About 20 minutes later, my mom went to the grocery store with my little sister and brother, leaving us home alone. We started getting hungry and decided to order a pizza. Around 30 minutes after we ordered, the doorbell rang. While May went to get the money, I went ahead and opened the door. Behind the door was a tall man, I would guess around 6'1", who was wearing a red t-shirt and black pants. He stared down at me and handed me the pizza. He then asked me,
"Where are your parents?"
Me being stupid, I told him that they weren't home at the moment. He then gave a creepy grin, and thankfully, that's when May came with the money. I think she could tell that I was feeling uncomfortable, so she handed him the money and closed the door. We ate and then moved to my room after finishing the episode and hung out for about an hour before we decided to go to bed. Around 10 o'clock, I went downstairs to get some water. As I was drinking my water, I heard some shuffling coming from my pantry. I was confused as everyone else was sleeping, and I didn't have any pets that could have made that noise. I ran upstairs to get my mom when I saw something that I'll never forget. My mom was lying on the floor, unconscious. At this point, I was starting to panic. I went back to my bedroom and locked the door. I then woke up May and started filing her in on what was going on when we heard a knock on the door. The knocks turned into banging, to the point where whatever it was about to break down the door. We quietly jumped out the window and landed in the bushes. I then dialed 911 and told them someone was in my house. The cops came about 5 minutes later and started searching the house. Shortly after they came in, they came out with a clown. Paramedics also came out with my mom and rushed her to the hospital. Luckily, she wasn't dead, just unconscious. As the police were putting the clown in the car, he turned to look at us and then gave us a very creepy grin. The next morning, an officer came knocking at our door. The officer told us that there had been a clown posing as a pizza delivery man and going to people's houses. The disturbing part about this whole incident was when the police told us they found a pizza box under the bed with a sharp knife hidden in it. He was planning to kill us in our sleep. We were so glad to be safe, and my mom had also returned from the hospital. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if I didn't go downstairs to get water that night.
This is a story from my great-grandpa that happened in Ireland around the 1930s. Late at night, my great-grandpa was at his favorite bar in Ireland. That night, he stayed longer than usual. He didn't even head home until around 1 a.m. when he was finally sober enough to walk home. He remembered that there was construction happening on the usual path, so the only way home was through the cemetery. He said he was creeped out by how eerily quiet it was and felt that someone or something was watching him. As he was about to leave the cemetery, he heard a man's voice saying,
"Excuse me, do you have a light, sir?"
He responded,
"Yes, I do. Let me light it."
As soon as the lighter lit up, it dropped to the ground. He went to grab it, but he saw what made his whole body quiver. As he bent down to grab the lighter, he saw hooves that didn't belong to a horse, but a goat. They were huge and there were only two, like a human's legs. As he looked up, he was horrified, and the only words that could be used to describe it were, "that thing." Once he realized what he was seeing, he ran so fast that he couldn't even remember what happened afterward. After that night, my great-grandfather never left that bar after midnight. He doesn't know what he saw and talked to, but he knows for sure it wasn't any type of natural animal or human. He thought it might have been a demon, or even the devil itself. He never knew, nor did he want to.
My sister and I loved going on camping trips. We often went on drives far away from home to reach our favorite campsite near Lake Lanier. My sister, who we'll call Emma, drove and frequently looked in the driver's mirror to check on me in the back seat. This time, however, when she looked at me in the back seat, her face looked shocked, terrified. She went pale and quietly told me, "There's a woman sitting next to you." Without looking away from the mirror, I looked beside me, but there was no woman. "What woman?" I asked. I told her that if she wasn't feeling well, we can pull over. She yelled at me to be quiet. "The woman, she's got blue skin. Don't you see her?" she hissed. I felt a cold, wet hand slide onto my shoulder. I didn't dare to look. "Emma, what's happening?" I questioned. "Don't look, Fanya." With those words, my instincts kicked in. I had to look. I saw a blue woman. It was like she had been swimming in cold water. Her icy blue skin and pale white eyes made me want to hurl. There was a dark liquid oozing from her lips, and she was wearing a one-piece swimsuit. I could see her ribs through the tight fabric of the suit. This woman was dead. "I told you not to look," Emma cried. A few years later, I brought up the incident. It turns out, my sister and her friends went to that same lake a few years back. My sister confessed, "I witnessed my friend drowning in that lake. I carry feelings of guilt that I could have done something to help her, but I didn't." She's been with me ever since that day. Now, every time I drive up to that lake, she seeks vengeance.
My name is Sal, and this happened to my friends and me when we were 13 years old. Our school was really big because it was a preschool, primary, and secondary school and university all in one. Behind it was a hospital that hadn't been touched in years. It was always very strange to me since our teachers would avoid answering any questions related to the hospital. One day we had a half day and my friends, Aya, Zoe, Vincent, and I decided to check out the hospital. We were hyped and excited to get up close to it, but Vincent was hesitant. We figured it was normal since he was a bit of a rule-following nerd. We later realized that it was because of something far worse. When we got to the entrance of the hospital, Vincent started trying to flake, saying that we should go back, but we told him to calm down and that everything would be fine. We started searching the first floor, and it was pretty normal. All there was in the rooms were hospital beds, medical supplies, and surgery tables. During our whole search for the first floor, Vincent was screaming at every little sound and creak of the floor, and it was kind of annoying, but we just ignored it, hoping he would stop. When we reached the second floor, a shiver ran down my spine. The atmosphere was unnerving, and since the sun had set when we were on the first floor, it was now very dark. I was glad that the second floor had fewer rooms so we could get out of there. But what was strange to me, though, was Vincent. He went from screaming bloody murder at every little thing to going completely silent. I noticed it, but I didn't think too hard about it. We searched all of the rooms and then got the heck out of there as fast as we could. But as we were walking to the bus stop, Vincent passed out and he started foaming at the mouth. We were panicking and shaking him, but luckily one of our teachers was nearby and called an ambulance. We all met up again in the hospital waiting room, where he was taken when we finally were able to see Vincent. He was doing okay and looked more chipper than before. But that's when the teacher told us what happened and my heart dropped. Apparently, the land our school is built on used to be a cemetery for the unfortunate patients at the hospital who couldn't be saved. And in 1978, people in the hospital suddenly started reporting unexplained phenomena like flickering lights, staff getting random bruises, or even worse injuries all over their bodies. Patients being woke up in the night to screaming whose source was unidentified, and more. The breaking point was the day the otherwise healthy head surgeon of the hospital, John Kenzie, collapsed, foaming at the mouth, and died. Even after multiple autopsies, doctors couldn't identify a clear cause of death. The hospital was shut down and left to rot in 1980 after 8 kids who were being treated in the hospital mysteriously died with hand marks on their bodies and foaming mouths. Vincent went on to tell us that he felt like someone was grabbing him when we stood in front of the hospital, and that he blacked out when we reached the second floor. As he was saying this, my mind could only think of one thing. If he was unconscious by the time we reached the second floor, then who was controlling his body? When I was young, I was fascinated by the devil. It's embarrassing to think about it now, but at the time it seemed cool, and I admired these self-proclaimed devil worshippers and wanted to be like them. So, I logged into a devil worship community on the internet every day and wrote posts and comments. Then one day, while I was sleeping, I started coughing and felt like hot smoke was filling the room. When I opened my eyes in surprise, something was burning in front of me. It was a being. He was so tall that his head reached the ceiling. His body had many horns, and his mouth was so big that he could swallow me. The heat was so intense that my vision was blurred and I couldn't see clearly. He wrapped his huge hands around my body. His hands were so hot that I could vividly feel the pain of every cell in my body burning. It wasn't a dream. He said to me with a smile,
"I came here because you wanted to see me."
I screamed, and he stroked my head. Every time his hand touched my head, it burned and smoke appeared, and it felt like my brain was melting from the extremely high temperatures. He said,
"We welcome you. Be a part of evil. Then you will realize that darkness is more beautiful than light."
He opened his arms and hugged me. Then a great happiness surged within me, and the desire to worship evil arose in my heart, and I felt terrible pain and pleasure burning through my whole body at the same time. Then I opened my eyes. When I woke up, it was 5 a.m. My entire body had turned red, and it was hot as if lava was flowing inside my body. I ran to the church, even though I didn't usually go to church. When the pastor listened to me, he spoke quietly.
"It seems like the devil wants you."
He prayed for me. Although my mind seemed to calm down, I still could not escape the clutches of evil. That night, when I opened the door of my bedroom, there was a different place there. It was an endless red world covered in lava. The air was so hot and toxic that it was difficult for me to breathe. I heard the screams of countless people, and huge demons were running towards me with huge maces. They started swinging their maces at me, and I fought back, but when I hit them, they actually enjoyed it. In front of them, I felt like a little puppy. At that time, I remembered the prayer the pastor had taught me, and I started reciting it. As I said the words, cracks appeared in the demons' bodies, and light leaked through them. They screamed in agony. Their screams were as loud as 100 lions roaring at the same time. As I continued to recite the prayer, the monsters' bodies crumbled and turned into black ash. After some time, I woke up. I posted about my experience in the devil worship community, and people were amazed that I had actually met demons. People left comments saying they too wanted to meet the devil and asked me to tell them how. I was so appalled that I immediately left the community. From that day on, I hung a large cross in my house and recited a prayer every day before going to bed. I no longer read, listened to, or looked at anything related to the devil. From that day on, the demons no longer appeared in front of me. But even now, sometimes hot smoke and ash blow in my room. Whenever that happens, I recite a prayer and the smoke gradually disappears. However, I can still smell them now. That creepy, strong smell of burnt smoke and toxic gases. I know they are around me even now, and I'm afraid they'll follow me forever.
My name is Abby, and I'm 18 years old now. This story that I'm sharing is not mine, but my mom's. Even though it didn't happen to me, I know the story well enough, so listen carefully. And yes, this is a true story. Back in 2005, my family lived in a very friendly village where all the neighbors were very kind. It was very peaceful, and since it's in Malaysia, there are a lot of cultures and races around our neighborhood. My grandma once told my parents to hang a clove of garlic on their front door whenever my mom got pregnant to ward off evil spirits from entering the house. And they did what she said when my mom was pregnant with my older brothers. But it's important to note that she never tells them exactly what might happen if they don't hang the garlic. Eventually, my grandma passed away in 2003 because of a lung disease. Time passed, and after 2 years, my mom was pregnant with me. One night, when my mom was 7 to 8 months pregnant, they went to the clinic to do some checkups on me and left my brothers with my maid. Let's call her Siti. Siti had been my family's maid since my grandma passed away. She came here from Indonesia and worked with my family as a maid. She's very knowledgeable. She took care of my brothers and soon became closer to them. My parents got home late and found both my brothers sleeping, so they went to bed early because they were both tired from the clinic. In the middle of the night, my mom suddenly woke up and was covered in sweat. Clueless, she tried to move, but for some reason, she couldn't move her body. She said it was like having sleep paralysis. She couldn't open her mouth, but she could move her right arm. She was too scared to open her eyes, but she felt something moving between her legs, as if someone was walking towards her, but gently. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a krasu in Malay. We call it panangal, the mythical creature. It manifests itself as a woman, usually young and beautiful, with her internal organs hanging down from the neck, trailing below the head. The creature drinks blood and eats fetuses from the wombs of pregnant women. Since my mom got injured while she was pregnant with me, she lost a lot of blood, and the creature could smell it from a very far distance. Panicked, my mom cried and tried to wake my dad, but there was no response. She shook my father a lot, but still, he didn't wake up. At that time, she was just praying to God to save my life as well as hers. The creature came close, but stopped when she reached my mom's pelvis. My mom shut her eyes tightly, still praying to God with all her will. When she opened her eyes, the creature was gone, and she could finally move. She saw Siti standing at the bedroom door, holding a Quran and reciting some prayers. Siti switched on the light and went to my mom to calm her down. Siti also woke my father up and told him everything. At first, he didn't believe it, but as soon as he saw how traumatized my mom was, he started to believe her. They calmed her down, and Siti then recited more prayers to protect her from the evil spirits. Slowly, my mom fell asleep. After she woke up, she felt like it was all a nightmare, but soon, reality set in when she saw a trail of blood from the front door to their bed. Then my mom remembered that my grandma used to tell them about hanging a clove of garlic on their front door. Siti told her that it's to avoid the creature smelling blood and the pregnancy because garlic has a stronger smell. After that incident, Siti decided to move back to her hometown in Indonesia. Maybe it was traumatizing for her too. It truly scared me when I learned about this. Even when I wrote this all down, I still got goosebumps. I don't know what really happened, but I'm sure Siti is the one who made the creature go away. Even now, my mom and I still thank God that nothing bad had happened that day. Who knows? If Siti hadn't been there, I'm not sure if I would even be here today.
I remember this event as if it were yesterday, despite the fact that it took place about 7 years ago. I was in my second year of college on a breezy Friday in the fall. At first, it was just like any other day. After eating breakfast, I got up and walked to school. My girlfriend, who I will refer to as Sophia, joined me on the way there, and we began chatting. Sophia was smart, cute, athletic, and strong-willed, everything I had ever hoped for in a girl. When we got to the school, we said our goodbyes and made our way to our classes. I couldn't wait for the weekly party that was held every Friday because the day was otherwise pretty boring. I went to meet Sophia after classes were finished, but when I saw her, something wasn't right. When I asked her what was wrong, she shrugged it off as nothing and simply stated that she was looking forward to seeing me at the party. And with that, I lost all concern about the way she was acting. However, she gave me the impression that she was conflicted, as if she were feeling guilty or upset about something. When I got to the party, I got together with my friends and their girlfriends, but Sophia wasn't around. One of them asked me where Sophia was, but I didn't know. I tried calling and texting her multiple times, but she didn't respond. This was strange because she usually responded right away. I thought she was too busy with her studies to make it, so I decided not to bother her and gave up. The party was enjoyable, perhaps a little too much so, given that I stayed until after midnight and was feeling a little sluggish. I left my friends for home after saying goodnight. With the exception of the occasional light pole, it was almost pitch black where I lived, which was in a quiet neighborhood. On my walk home, a dark hooded figure suddenly appeared in front of me, covered from head to toe in a mangled and torn black cloak. Their face was hidden by a gas mask that looked like it was from World War I. You couldn't even see their eyes through it. What scared me the most was that they were carrying a huge lumberjack's axe that looked like it had been stained with blood. After being frozen in fear for a few seconds, I decided without thinking to run straight past them to get to my house. They grabbed me, but I kicked them, which made them release me. I ran as quickly as I could, but I heard footsteps coming from behind me. Before they could catch up to me, I was able to enter my house and lock the door. When I started hearing a loud banging on the door, I decided to call the police. But before I could call for help, the hooded figure swung their axe through the door multiple times and the door got knocked down shortly after. I tried to hide right away, but I didn't act fast enough. It was like they knew their way around my house. They found me and blocked me into a corner. I begged for mercy and inquired about their plans for me. They proceeded to take off their gas mask and hood, revealing themselves to be Sophia. She told me before I even had a chance to speak that she had joined a cult that worshipped a demon named Null, and that to be initiated she was required to kill everyone she had a close relationship with, most of whom had already been killed, and that I was about to join them. She said that she missed the party because she was busy killing her parents. After that, I could hear police sirens in the distance, and as they got louder, it turned out that a neighbor had called the police because of all the noise. This clearly enraged Sophia, so she pulled out a small knife and stabbed my left hand into the wall, preventing me from moving. 3 officers entered the house and asked her to drop the axe. She instead threw the axe at one of the officers, killing them instantly. Sophia was then tased and tackled onto the ground before being taken into custody. Sophia was convicted of multiple murders and given a life sentence. I'm telling this story because hellish things can happen instantly and change your life forever. And I hope that everyone who hears my story will be grateful for the life they have.
I'm Bailey. This story happened when I was in the 7th grade. For reference, I was a very petite girl with long, dirty blonde hair, braces, and glasses. Anyway, it all started in the middle school of my 7th grade year. In my science class, my friends and I were given assigned seats for a project that would be going on for about half a semester. I was paired at a table with 2 friends and a random boy. Let's call my friends Hannah and Allie. The boy, let's call him Liam, gave me bad vibes right off the bat. He had stringy, greasy hair, always wore one of the same 2 sweatshirts, and always gave me blank-faced hostile glances. We all started talking, and I found out pretty quickly how mean Liam was. He would insult anything and everything about all 3 of us. As middle school girls, we would shoot right back at him, although he never seemed offended at all, just amused. Time passed, and Liam got stranger and stranger. He would constantly hit me and my friends, and poke us with pencils so violently I would consider it stabbing. For some reason, we never thought of it as weird, seeing as everyone at my school was very physically aggressive, including us because we would constantly hit each other playfully. But he always seemed to target me the most. I sat next to him in my social studies class too, and he would always call us best friends, with a big grin on his face. It always rubbed me the wrong way. Hannah and Allie would always laugh about his craziness, but Liam actually terrified me. It went downhill even more when he wrote "Kill Bailey in school" in a black notebook. Both Hannah and Allie saw it, and it became a big joke that he put me on a 1-person hit list. Even though it scared the crap out of me, I acted like it was funny since Liam seemed so nonchalant about it. What scared me even more was that I'm almost positive I saw a section right next to my name titled Plan. After that, he would always tell me how he was going to find my address and show up at my house in the middle of the night. He would tell me about the guns he has at his house, and as usual, my friends just laughed it off. I don't know why I didn't tell anyone else. I guess I didn't want to get mocked by everyone if it was all just a harmless joke. But one day, something happened that I will never forget. We were working on the project I mentioned previously, which was a paper roller coaster, and Liam asked if he could go get a drink of water. After he left, I felt that I needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to at first because the water fountain was in between the boys' and girls' bathroom, which meant Liam would be right there, but I couldn't hold it in any longer and asked to leave. As I walked down the hallway, I saw Liam standing at the water fountain, talking with another boy. He watched me rush down the hallway, never breaking eye contact. When I was in the bathroom, I had a sinking feeling the whole time I was there, like something in the back of my mind telling me to hurry up. So I complied with my instincts. When I threw open the restroom door, Liam was still there with the boy. I practically ran down the hallway to my class. I could feel his eyes on me as I waited for the classroom door to open. About a minute later, he walked into class and came straight to our table and leaned down next to me. And what he said will always chill me to the bone. "You're lucky you left when you did." I just froze. I was in the bathroom alone, and Liam and that boy were the only two in the hallway. Was Liam planning on doing something when I was alone, but the boy messed it up? I won't ever know, because nothing like that happened again. He was still physically violent towards me, and when I mentioned the situation to my friends, they didn't take it seriously and joked about it, so I never brought it up again. The next year in 8th grade, Liam disappeared from school and never came back. It was like he never existed. None of his friends ever mentioned him or where he went. The only time his name is brought up is when we make jokes about him, like, "Oh, that loud thunk outside must be Liam coming back," or, "I bet that yell in the hallway was Liam." He became an inside joke for anything creepy or bizarre that happened. Honestly, I don't know if I was just paranoid and he was just a stupid boy trying to mess with me, but I genuinely think that he wanted me dead. So let's hope I never meet Liam again.
I still don't know what that thing was. All I know is that it was a very horrifying and terrible creature. I sometimes feel like it's still living there where I saw it, or that it's watching me, and my whole body trembles just thinking about it. The incident happened about 10 years ago now. At that time, I really liked riding my bike, so I would always ride my bike to the river in the neighborhood. But that day, the river was moving very violently. Something was strange. The wind wasn't even blowing like usual. I stopped my bike, stood still, and looked out at the river. The river continued to sway violently as if there was something very large swimming in the water. I slowly approached, squinting and staring at the river. At that moment, I saw something I would never be able to forget. I could see something round in the water, slowly rising to the surface. At first, I thought it was a human head. Who is swimming in this dirty river? I thought to myself. But when I looked closely, it wasn't a human head. It was the head of a creature with a frightening appearance, with bug-like eyes, an unrecognizable nose, and a large and grotesque mouth filled with numerous teeth. And as soon as I saw its face, it went back into the water in an instant. I thought it was hiding from me. I froze in place. I couldn't even process what I had just seen. I walked closer to the river, right up to the edge of the water. Now the surface of the river was calm again. I stood there blankly, just staring at the water. When I came to my senses, about 30 minutes had passed. From my perspective, the time had passed very quickly, as if I had fainted or gone to sleep. I came to my senses and turned around to go back home, but then I could hear the sound of water flowing. I intuitively realized that the sound was coming from something coming up out of the water. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I looked back and saw it. It still gives me nightmares to this day. It was different than before. The upper half of his body was above the water this time, and it was approaching me. It was almost halfway to where I was standing on the ground. It was crawling towards me quickly. It was humanoid in shape, but its body looked more like slippery fish skin than human skin. It opened its huge mouth wide, and inside it was what appeared to me to be several small fish carcasses. And even though it was quite a distance away, a terrible stench filled the air. I couldn't tell if it was smiling or frowning because it wasn't human. Its fingers were very long and hook-like. As it approached me, it swung its hands at me as if it were trying to snatch me away. Overcome with fear, I screamed and started running away as fast as I could. I was running and tripped over a rock, and when I looked back, it had disappeared. I assumed by sliding back into the water. The surface of the water became calm again, and I never saw it again. I convinced myself that I was either dreaming or seeing things, but no matter how much I tried to forget, I couldn't get what I saw out of my mind. After that incident, I have never gone near that river again. The horrible, disgusting smell it let out when it came towards me, and the creepy movements it made will never leave my mind. Just seeing that creature was enough to make my insides twist and churn. That experience traumatized me so much that now I can't even go near or get into swimming pools or even the bathtub. Even when I sleep, I get startled and scream whenever I hear the outside of my house. And when I wake up at night, all I can think of is that creature crawling from the river to drag me back there with it.
My name is Michaela. I'm a straight-A student in my freshman year of high school who used to struggle in math in the past. Because of that, my mom hired a math teacher to help us. His name was Mr. Emmanuel. He was really chill as a math teacher and was very helpful when it came to math homework. Because of his help, I improved in math and didn't have any problems. But because my younger brother and I really liked him, my mom decided to continue to hire him as a teacher. Every Friday and Saturday, he always comes to teach us. My brother starts first on Fridays, and I start first on Saturdays. But sometimes he will come very late, like around 6 p.m. I can tell he is always tired, but he still manages to be a really nice teacher. But that was until this one day that I will never forget. It was a Friday, and we had just come back from school. My brother was starting first, so he got his math books out and got himself prepared for when Mr. Emmanuel gets there. After taking a shower and changing into my comfy clothes, I decided to do my homework from school at around 8:30 p.m. The math teacher didn't come yet. Strange, I thought. I figured that he was in traffic and we would have to do a late night lesson again. But even after 7 p.m., he still did not arrive. My brother was going to look from the balcony since it was facing the street. Our security lights were on, so my brother could see clearly. But what my brother saw apparently shocked him. I was confused about why my brother looked so pale until I walked over and he pointed at the house gate. My heart froze. It was my math teacher. He was covered in blood and there were bruises all over his body. His neck was twisted and blood was coming from his eyes. His whole body looked burnt and he was staring right at us. At first, we didn't know what to do until he just started waving at us with a large smile. His smile reached from ear to ear. I screamed so loudly that my whole neighborhood heard it. Hearing me, my mom rushed to the balcony, wondering what was going on. I pointed to where my math teacher was, but when I did, he disappeared. My mom just thought we were imagining things and told both of us to go inside. We didn't have math lessons that day, but the very next day, my mom got a call from the administrator for my math teacher, who used to work for my mom. We learned that he had died in a brutal car accident. Even weeks later, I still saw him at school anytime I was in math class. I will never forget Mr. Emmanuel. Hello, this is an event that happened to me about 2 years ago while at home. I was in my room watching slime videos because they were on trend back then. But anyway, my walls were very thin because I lived in an old house. It was a 2-story brick house and my room was upstairs. I was just in my room watching YouTube videos when I heard a kid screaming violently. I thought nothing of it at first, even though it was 9 p.m. when usually no kid would be playing. A few moments later, the scream seemed to become muffled like someone was covering the kid's mouth. I became curious, so I went downstairs and opened the door, and what I saw scars me to this day. I saw a man wearing a ski mask and black clothes throw a child into his car. Before I could process what happened, the man got in the car and drove away. I called the police, but I don't know what happened after that. I haven't been able to tell anyone to this day, and I hope that boy is alive and okay somewhere. My name is Noor, and this incident happened to me when I was around 10 years old. My parents used to love going to fancy gatherings and buffets, especially with their friends, which we'll call John and Emma for the sake of the story. They had 2 kids named Sam and Nina. They were around my age, and we used to play together all the time when I went to those gatherings. Our favorite game was hide and seek, especially the type where the seeker would count in an elevator or in the staircase to give the game a spooky vibe. I was often allotted the role of seeker, which was my least favorite part to play. Anyways, that evening, I was allotted as the seeker as usual, and this time, I decided to count in an elevator. It was a hotel elevator, and despite the hotel being so fancy and beautiful, for some reason, they didn't have a 16th floor in the building. I noticed that as soon as I entered the elevator. I ignored that fact, being the dumb kid I was, and started counting with my face hidden in my hands and with the elevator's door shut. As soon as I finished counting to 100, I opened the elevator door, and to my shock, I was on a different floor, and it was a rather strange one. The elevator opened onto a hallway. It was dimly lit, long, and narrow hall. The atmosphere was eerie and cold. It was summertime, but I was literally shivering. I looked to the LED display of the floor number, and to my disbelief, it was the 16th floor. I looked down at the buttons to look for the button labeled 16, but it was not there. I immediately started questioning what I was seeing. How can I be on a floor that doesn't even exist in the hotel? I am from a very superstitious household, so I was susceptible to believing in the existence of ghosts and demons. Just when things couldn't get any worse, those dim lights started flickering, and a very melancholic lullaby began to echo from the end of the hallway. While shaking, I turned my teary gaze towards the end of the hallway, and what I saw still haunts me to this very day. I saw something dragging itself along the floor in the hallway. As it got closer, I realized it had no feet or hands, and it was actually crawling on its knees. As it got closer to the elevator, it became clear to me that it was the one that was singing the lullaby, its face hollow and eyes bulging out from their sockets. It crawled slowly while maintaining an intense and petrifying stare towards me. It was smiling wider and wider, as if it was enjoying seeing me trembling in fear. I realized at that moment that I was about to die. I fell to the hard floor of the elevator and closed my eyes tightly. With my shaking hands, I started pleading to God to save me. I started reciting all of the verses of my holy book that my mom used to recite to me before going to bed. Luckily, God heard my cries, and the door of the elevator slammed shut. Everything went dark after that. A week later, I found myself in a hospital bed with my parents sitting beside me. As soon as they saw me conscious, they rushed towards me and hugged me tightly. I had been found lying on the floor in the elevator. My body was pale and I was foaming at the mouth. I was rushed to the hospital. For a whole week, I was unconscious and would have seizures from time to time. Fortunately, I recovered physically from that nightmare, but I am still horrified to use an elevator. Just recently, I found out about that hotel and the real reason behind the 16th floor being missing. They demolished that floor before turning that building into a hotel, as on that floor, 6 young girls had been mutilated and murdered. The killer was found and hanged 8 years after the murders. After researching it further, I found out that he used to sing a lullaby while torturing his victims, the same lullaby I heard that evening. One fact that particularly caught my attention was that the victims were the age of 10 and looked similar to me. I was devastated after knowing that. Maybe I saw that hideous creature due to my similar appearance to those girls. What I believe is that it was the monster created by the agony and the pain of those poor victims. I hope no one goes through that kind of gruesome pain ever again, and I pray those restless souls are now resting in peace. But to this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me if the creature had reached me. Would it be me haunting that floor just like those girls?
One night while I was sleeping, I woke up in a panic to my brother Alex screaming. I ran into his room and found him lying in his bed, thrashing back and forth. He shouted,
"Don't go, Noah! Don't go! You should never approach that man. Never, never."
I shook him forcefully, and he finally woke up. I asked him what was wrong, and with tears streaming down his face, he told me why he was having nightmares. About a month ago, Alex was playing at his friend Noah's house when he heard a strange noise outside. They looked outside and saw a man standing in the front yard, so Noah went outside to talk to him. But the face of the man standing in the yard was purple, and when Alex saw his face, he felt his stomach turn. Alex had a gut feeling that something was ominous, and he yelled at Noah, telling him not to go. But Noah had already approached the man. After Noah had looked at the man's face for a few seconds, he froze and then fell and hit the ground like a tree. Alex was shocked and shouted,
"What happened?"
Noah collapsed on the ground, convulsing and gasping for air. The purple-faced man laughed wildly, put his face right up to Noah's, and taunted him. As Alex watched the man from behind the window, he felt an extremely bizarre emotion and fear welling up in his chest. He called out to Noah, but he continued to lie on the ground, clearly in pain. He realized nothing was working and called 911. However, by the time the police and rescue teams arrived, Noah had already stopped breathing, and the purple-faced man had vanished. Later, doctors performed an autopsy on Noah's body, and they found that the cause of death was determined to be a heart attack. However, his body was uninjured, without any cuts or bruises, and no harmful substances were found in his body. The doctor said something had damaged Noah's heart, but the cause of damage was unknown. The doctor was perplexed, saying it was his first time seeing a case like this. Alex was speechless. He knew he saw Noah rolling around in pain before he died, but Noah was seemingly healthy, and he was playing normally with Alex until just seconds before he met the purple-faced man. When the purple-faced man looked down at Noah's face, Noah suddenly collapsed. Alex told this to the police, but they didn't listen to him. From that day on, Alex suffered from tremendous fear and guilt. But sometime later, he heard even more shocking news. Within 3 days of the original incident, 3 more people had suffered heart attacks in our neighborhood. Among them, 2 died and 1 survived. Shockingly, they all were reportedly seen near a purple-faced man before collapsing. One of the men who survived said this:
The moment I saw that man's face, I felt my heart tightening like crazy. I don't know why. That man's eyes were full of hate, cold as ice, and that smile that smelled of blood. As soon as I saw that face, I couldn't breathe. My whole body felt weak, but I intuitively knew that I could survive if I got as far away from that man as possible. So I crawled away with all my might. But the man came after me and put his face right up to my nose and laughed. He told me to look at his face, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Not seeing his face made the pain a little better. But this time, his laughter. The moment he started laughing maniacally in my ear, my heart tightened again. I closed my eyes, covered my ears with my hands, and crawled like crazy. Then my neighbors found me and the man ran off. I think I came back from the dead. I really didn't know that just by looking at someone, you could die.
The police did not believe him. From that day on, the purple-faced man never appeared in our neighborhood again. Who was he? And why did people die? This incident remains a mystery to this day.
The story I am telling you now is something that happened to me 7 years ago when I was in college. At that time, I had a best friend named Charles. Charles dreamed of being an exorcist and always said that he wanted to exorcise evil spirits with his own hands. Since he wanted to practice, he would often use a Ouija board to summon evil spirits. One day, he told me that he needed help exorcising evil spirits and asked me to use the Ouija board with him. Since I didn't believe in such things, I just went to Charles' house without thinking much about it. I couldn't have imagined the consequences that choice would bring. At midnight, we lit candles and started using the Ouija board. But that's when the event I will never forget occurred. Charles called out, "Devil! Evil spirit! Come here!" Then Charles asked if anyone was present in the room, and the pointer moved to yes. When Charles asked, "What is your name?" the pointer moved to Moloch. Charles muttered to himself, "Okay, Moloch, show us your physical form. What do you look like?" After this, the pointer didn't move, and the room was still and silent. Then Charles shouted, "Show us your terrifying face!" But at that moment, suddenly a pair of eyes appeared on Charles' forehead. I screamed in surprise. I thought I was hallucinating. Charles looked over at me, not knowing what was going on, and the eyes on his forehead, which looked like snake eyes, moved around very strangely. When I pointed to Charles' forehead and shouted, "Your forehead!" Charles touched his forehead and screamed, "Ah! What is this?" Then a small mouth appeared on his forehead, and the mouth spoke in a strange voice.
"Look in the mirror, Charles."
And then deep red blood flowed out of the mouth and covered Charles' face. Charles ran into the hallway, howling, and I followed him. Charles screamed and went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and a moment later came out of the bathroom soaking wet. Some of the blood remained smeared on his face, giving him a faint red glow. Charles stood there with a blank expression. The eyes and mouth were gone from his forehead. Charles and I couldn't say anything. What the hell happened? Charles' body was shaking. Then, Charles ran back into the room and shouted, "I know how to exorcise! I'll send these evil spirits to heaven!" Charles picked up a book and opened it. The title of the book seemed to be about exorcism. But at that moment, I saw it. Something crawled out from the corners of the dark room. They were people the size of small dwarves. Their bodies were black, with red bumps sticking out of their backs and long tails. They were crawling on all fours toward Charles. I thought I was hallucinating once again, but Charles was seeing them too. I saw his fearful expression and the tears in his eyes. The black dwarves crawled towards Charles and began to gnaw at his legs. Blood flowed from his legs as he screamed in pain. I shouted to Charles in a trembling voice, asking what to do, and he managed to look at the book he was holding and began to recite a spell. However, he could not read properly because of the pain and just continued to scream. Then I saw numerous black blisters forming on Charles' legs, and I saw black liquid bursting out of them. The dwarves were crawling up Charles' body, gnawing at every part of him. Charles's eyes rolled back, and he screamed so much that he lost consciousness. I thought that his parents would come to the room because Charles was screaming so loudly, but for some reason, no one came to the room. After about 5 minutes, Charles' whole body was covered with thousands of black blisters, and black liquid covered his body. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I didn't know what to do. Eventually, the black dwarves crawled back into the corner and disappeared. I stood there blankly, unable to do anything. Tears flowed from my eyes like crazy, and when I looked at the clock, it was 3 a.m. I called the police, and the police and Charles's parents were shocked when they saw Charles' body. They rushed Charles to the hospital. They asked me what the hell had happened, but no matter how much I told them, they never believed me. It was natural that they couldn't believe it. If it were me, I wouldn't have believed it either. Charles received emergency surgery and fortunately did not die, but it took 3 months for his body to recover to its original state. The doctor said she had no idea what caused Charles's body to suddenly become blistered like that. Ever since that night, Charles has not used the Ouija board again, and he's also given up on his dreams of becoming an exorcist. He's become a very quiet person. He does not socialize and mostly just stays in his room. Time has passed, and I do not keep in touch with Charles anymore, but sometimes I wonder how he's doing now. This story is about something I experienced about 20 years ago when I was in my early 20s. At that time, I had broken up with my girlfriend and was going through such miserable days. I wanted to focus on something new to forget her. I decided to go hiking, and while looking at the map, I decided to pick a mountain to go to. Among them, I found a mountain whose name was unfamiliar to me, and I chose to go to that one. Once I arrived, I started up the mountain path, and it seemed like a normal place. As I was climbing the mountain though, the path ended at some point. However, I was still feeling upset and reluctant to go home, so I continued up the mountain and into the forest. Then, at some point, I heard the sound of something moving up ahead of me. I was startled and stopped, thinking it was a wild animal. It sounded like an animal aggressively eating something. I lowered my body to the ground and slowly looked in the direction the sound was coming from, and there was something moving there. When I saw it, I almost fainted. It was covered in red fur, and I couldn't recognize its face. I could only make out its huge nose and mouth, each tooth almost as big as my thumb, and it was eating something. The sound of it chewing down to the bone echoed through the mountains. Its large hands tore the flesh of the lying beast, as if it were tearing paper. The creature's hands were similar to human hands, but its fingers were long and thick, about 3 times as long as a human's. What it was eating was the carcass of a huge animal, like a bear. I felt like vomiting, but I held it back with all my might, thinking that if I threw up right there, it would catch me. I turned around quietly, but the sound of the trees and bushes moving made it look in my direction. It quickly took off a huge chunk of meat that must have weighed about 10 pounds in a single bite, and then started to run towards me. When it raised its body, it seemed to be at least 8 feet tall, and the sight of its enormous body and appearance took my breath away. Its eyes were bright yellow, and its pupils were so small that they were almost invisible. It ran on 2 legs just like a person. It ran toward me with its mouth full of meat and at an incredibly fast speed. I thought, I'm going to die right here. I didn't even scream. My legs felt weak, but I ran with all my might. Behind me, I could hear its heavy breathing and footsteps very clearly. I even felt as if the air it was exhaling was touching my back, but I couldn't tell if it was an illusion or real. I ran so fast that my feet felt like they were burning, and after a while, I didn't hear any more sounds from behind me, so I looked back and saw that it had stopped and was looking somewhere else. I saw something like a deer running in the distance, and then it ran toward the deer. I thought this was my chance to get away, so I ran as fast as I could down the mountain. I heard a deer crying out and then the sound of bones breaking behind me, but I kept running without looking back. It seemed like I must have descended the mountain in just 30 minutes, even though it took me 3 hours to climb to where I was. I think that because of the extreme situation, I was able to push my body beyond its normal limits. When I got back to the base of the mountain, my leg muscles were so sore that I couldn't even press the accelerator in the car. I barely managed to find the local police station, and I had told them about the strange creature in the mountain, but the police didn't believe me. They said that people are often eaten by wild animals on the mountain. They said that all the bones and flesh would be gone by the time they found the remains, and only skulls were ever found. They said there must be some terrible beast that lives up on the mountain. I pleaded and told them that it wasn't a normal animal, but they simply wouldn't believe me. The thing I saw, it moved its hands like a person, ripped the meat, and ran on 2 feet. It wasn't an animal or a human. It was something else. I went home and Googled it to see if anyone else had reported anything about it, but I couldn't find any information about any creature similar. To this day, I still don't know what that creature was or how I managed to get away from it alive.
This happened from December 10th through 11th, 2019. It was my cousin's birthday, December 11th, and was also the same day of our family reunion, which obviously means that all my cousins, uncles, and aunties were there. We celebrated our family reunion in a very rural province in the Philippines. There was a swimming pool there, so we all gathered near it. Around 5 p.m., we were swimming and just enjoying ourselves and having fun. We played all types of games, like what normal kids do at a family reunion. Around exactly midnight on December 11th, we sang Happy Birthday to our cousin Ashley. But as we were singing Happy Birthday, I noticed something extremely weird. When we were singing Happy Birthday, we weren't in the water anymore, but all of us were still wearing our bathing suits and wet clothes. While we were singing and enjoying ourselves, I looked away from Ashley and everyone, and I saw Ashley in the far corner of the pool, standing on the water. I rubbed my eyes just to make sure I wasn't seeing an illusion, but she was still there, just staring at me. She wasn't smiling, she just stared. I looked back to Ashley and everyone else surrounding her who was singing Happy Birthday, and she was there. We finished singing, and everyone was already taking pictures of her with her cake, like nothing had happened. I didn't tell anybody about what I saw until the next morning. I still remember sleeping beside my other cousin, and my other cousin slept beside Ashley. I got woken up by my cousin's alarm, which also means that a few of my cousins also got woken up by it. I noticed that Ashley was still there sleeping, and it was such a relief. I thought something bad would have happened because of what I saw. A few hours had passed, and it was time to head home. I wasn't in the same car as Ashley, since there were a lot of us, and we wouldn't fit in one car. It turned out that the car Ashley was riding in got into a car accident. Nobody got hurt except for Ashley, and sadly, she died exactly on her birthday. I felt so sorry for her and distraught about not knowing that what I saw might have been a warning. I told my cousins and her parents about seeing her doppelganger, but they didn't believe me. To to this day, I still wonder about what I really saw that night, and if her doppelganger had anything to do with her passing.
Hey, you're my favorite horror story channel, and I have a story for you. A true story, and it just recently happened to me. I had a pretty rough upbringing, to put it lightly. My mother was negligent, and my father was absent. However, I have an aunt who I am very close to, and I feel like she's more like my mother than my actual mother. After I graduated, I moved in with my aunt, as she had kindly offered me a place to stay. It worked out well, because the place I ended up working at was only 5 minutes away from where she lived, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity. She lives in a really nice area. It's a bit of an elderly community, I'll admit it, but it's well kept and the people there are kind. Her place isn't huge, but it isn't tiny either. It's got an upstairs and a downstairs, but it's only got 2 bedrooms, and it's a condominium. My bedroom is very small, but it's the perfect size for me because I'm quite a minimalist. However, my room is right next to the window to the outside, and that's where the story truly begins. At first, I didn't really notice anything odd. Occasionally, I would hear scratching noises against the window or whistling, but I thought it was likely just trees, since there are some near the window. I figured it could also be just normal noises from the house or from outside that I wasn't used to yet. For a while, I didn't even pay too much attention to all the noises. After all, I worked the overnight shift, so by the time I got back and went to bed, it was morning, so I'd go to sleep with the birds chirping. But on my days off, or on the days I wanted to get a little more sleep before work, I'd hear all that constant whistling and scratching against the window. I tried not to be paranoid about it, but things only escalated from there. I have a few plants by my window, so it's a little difficult to see past them. One night, the scratching began again, and I suppose curiosity got the better of me, and I just had to see what it was. I walked over to the window and looked outside, curious about what I'd see. It was so dark I couldn't see much at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw the faint outline of a person. They were just standing there, whistling. I thought it was odd, really odd. I mean, it was maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. Most people would be asleep, yet this person was outside, whistling. That didn't explain the scratching though, until I noticed the person going up to everyone's windows, scratching against them with their fingernails, and even tapping the windows sometimes. I assumed to try and get people's attention. Most people would probably freak the hell out at that point, but for some reason, I wasn't really scared, honestly. I mean, sure, this creepy person is trying to be creepy, but I was safe where I was inside. Even so, I pulled out my phone to call the police while keeping an eye on that person to explain what they looked like to the police. It was probably the light from my phone that alerted the person, who I now noticed was a man, but he turned towards me and began sprinting over to my window. I kept my composure, still trying to explain the situation to the police, but the look on the man's face was something I can only describe as deranged. As he began banging on my window, I simply watched. He kept attempting to break it or at least scare me by repeatedly hitting the window over and over again. I rolled my eyes and told the police officer that he was banging on my window now, and they told me that help would be there soon. Around this time, I began mentally thinking about how long this had been happening, for months at least. It didn't happen immediately after I arrived, but I'd been living there for about 7 months at that point, and this man was seemingly doing all this for at least 4 or 5 months, maybe even longer. I don't know how nobody here didn't notice or didn't call the police before I had, or maybe they did, I don't know. The man was still banging against the window, but I had been spacing out and thinking and hadn't looked back at him. I turned around again when I noticed he had a gun in his hand, which he was now slamming against my window. I thought maybe it wasn't loaded, maybe it was just for show, or maybe that was just what I was trying to tell myself since I was now afraid. The officer on the line must have heard me gasp, because they asked me what I saw, and I immediately told them that the man had a gun, and he was now trying to break my window with it. The officer told me to hide in the bathroom if I was able to, and I did. All the noise woke up my aunt, and I frantically explained the situation to her, as the both of us hid in the bathroom. It was agonizing waiting for the police, but finally, I heard the police cars outside and let out a sigh of relief. It was faint, but I heard one gunshot, then shouting. It lasted about 5 minutes before it quieted down. After everything had settled and the officer on the line told me it was safe to go outside, I was greeted with a very shocking scene. The man who I saw, he was alive, but he had a gunshot wound, likely because he was attempting to use his gun on the police, and they fired back. At least, that's what I think happened. He was unconscious, but what the police found on his person was nothing short of terrifying. The man had a journal on him, where he had details on every person who lived in the area. Details from what they looked like, to their assumed age, and why he thought they'd be a good target. So, my theory that he was just trying to creep us out was wrong. The man was likely attempting to lure someone out and kill them. He also had a few other weapons on him, and the man wasn't lanky or anything. He actually had muscle to him. While the police were explaining what they saw in the journal, I managed to catch a glimpse of his entry on me. It was disgusting. He thought I was much younger than I am, maybe only 17 or 18. I'm in my mid-20s, but to his credit, I don't look it. And he described me as cute, but worth taking out because I was such an easy target. It made me sick to my stomach that he stalked everyone here, essentially, but was only stopped from hurting someone because of me. What would have happened if I didn't call the police? The police confirmed that the other people living there had made complaints, but whenever they showed up, the man was nowhere to be found. It was likely only luck that he saw me and attempted to try and break in. As scary as it was, I like to think that it saved someone's life, or at least prevented them from being the ones to experience that. I don't know why he tried to approach me specifically, or why I was the only one he directly approached. I took one quick glance at the guy, and he was shoved in the back of the police car, just to see if I recognized him. And I did. He was one of the men who, during the day, would walk around all of the buildings while walking his dog. During the day, he didn't do much except walk his dog, and he seemed friendly enough. But at night, he tried terrorizing many people around the complex, apparently planning on taking people out one by one. I'm still in contact with the police, as I officially gave my statements, and may even have to appear in court. I'm not sure. I don't know what he will be charged with, since it's still early in the process. But I figured that the journal alone has a mountain of evidence regarding his intentions. But I'll never be able to forget that journal, how detailed it was, and how he sincerely seemed to have a plan for every single person on that list.
I am 17 years old now, but when this incident happened, I was 15 years old. It was a sunny day when my family and I decided to go to my aunt's house to hang out with family. I was very excited because I loved my aunt's house, and I loved spending time with my cousin. When we got there, my cousin and I planned a sleepover, so we went to the nearby store and bought some snacks. But when we were going back, a man called out to us. When we looked back, we saw a nice-looking man was there holding a pack of chips, which we dropped mistakenly. I went and took the pack of chips from him, and he gave us a genuine smile. I didn't think much about it after. By the time we got back, it was night already, and we were picking movies to watch. It was always comfortable in my aunt's house because she let the cool air flow in through the door. The main entrance has 2 doors and a space in between them. The first door is made of iron bars that air can flow through, and the second door is a normal wooden door, a few meters behind the iron door. My aunt always keeps the wooden door open so that the air can come through, but keeps the iron door locked for security. As we finally started to watch a movie, we heard a soft thud coming from the corridor between the main doors. An eerie feeling came over me, and I immediately asked my cousin if she had locked the iron door or not. She said she couldn't remember, so she got up and went to check it. A minute went by, but I didn't hear anything, so I got up to check on her, and my body froze. A man had broken into the house, and my cousin was unconscious on the floor. The man had a mask on, and he started to chase me. I ran and started shouting to alarm everyone that there was an intruder in the house. The man got faster, but I managed to run into the kitchen and lock the door behind me. My mom and aunt were also there. They were scared, and our mobile phones were kept in another room. The man kept banging on the door, and when the door didn't budge, I heard him walk away. I couldn't leave my cousin alone, so I gathered all the courage I had left, took a plate from the kitchen racks, opened the door, and rushed to the man. As he looked back, I smashed a plate onto his head, and blood started to pour down his head. I quickly grabbed my phone and called 911 and went to check on my cousin. I sprinkled some water on her face and she woke up. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to her. The police soon arrived and arrested the man. When they took the mask off of the man, I was shocked to see that it was the man who helped us when we went to the store. The police confirmed that he was following us and hid until we got into the house. He was a kidnapper who kidnapped young girls and sold them for money. I'm just happy that nothing bad happened to us. I realized that night that you shouldn't trust a stranger just because they are a bit nice to you. My name is Isaac. I'm from Australia, and this is a scary story I'd like to tell you. One day when I was in my early teens, a friend came over for a sleepover during school holidays. We decided to do some ding-dong ditching, which is going up to houses and knocking on the door or ringing the doorbell and then running off for hiding, since that's what kids our age got up to back then. After ding-dong ditching a few houses, we came up to an old, shabby-looking house at the top of a small hill. There was a driveway leading up to the house with a gray patrol SUV out front. Of course, it was my turn to go, so I walked up and looked for the door. Keep in mind, there were a lot of bushes out front, so I had to search for the door. I went on one side in front of the car and looked, but it turned out to be the side gate, which was open. I wasn't a real bad kid, so I didn't go in at all. But right as I turned around to go back down the driveway, a red, old and sporty car pulled up and drove up the driveway and saw me. The person driving it was about 20 or so, and in the passenger seat was a girl who was about the same age. Of course, he immediately got out of his car and walked up to me and started asking what I was doing and yelling at me. I was getting scared, thinking he was going to beat me up. I looked for my friend, but I saw him running away. I told him what we were doing and that I meant no harm, and he let me off with a warning. But this isn't where the story ends. A different day, maybe about a week later, I was riding my bike down near a park when I saw the red car again. I rode right past it, so I knew they saw me too. I rode away as fast as I could, but it chased me. I eventually got to the end of the road and went onto a path that led to a big loop around the lake that would lead back to the main road. While I was riding around the loop, I looked across the lake and saw the car sitting there, waiting for me at the exit. I panicked and quickly looked in the bushes and found a path made by other bike riders, so I went down there. I ended up getting home safely and didn't tell my parents. But later that evening, things took a turn for the worse. I was sitting in my room playing video games when all of a sudden I heard the loud engine of the car as it was pulling into our driveway. I quickly ran to the front door and looked through the front gate, and I saw the driver get out of the car. It was the same person who I saw at the park, and the passenger wasn't the girl. This time it was another guy who looked about the same age as the other. I told my parents to come out, and when they saw them, my mom called the cops. There was a gate in front of the door at my house, which we were looking at them through, and they walked right up to it. To my surprise, one of the men took out a metal pipe and started hitting the gate with full force. I screamed and locked the door. After 1 minute of continuous hitting, we heard the gate fly open. The only thing left for them to break before getting in was the old wooden door, which could be opened with just a kick. Just then, we heard police sirens and people yelling. After it all died down, we came out and saw the 2 men being arrested, and the look he gave me sent chills down my body. We later found out that the men were on drugs, and the driver had a gun and was planning to kill me. I've never been ding-dong ditching since. This is a story about an incident that I caused when I was a reckless teenager, and because of it, I still carry a terrible trauma with me. If I hadn't acted so foolishly back then, my life would have gone smoothly. I cannot help but recall that nightmare-like incident, even if I don't want to keep reliving it. It must have been about 15 years ago. I was around 17. At that time, my routine after school was to go to the arcade with my friends. On the day of the incident, I was happily playing a game called Tekken with my friends at the arcade, but there was also a man in his 30s playing the same game. I ended up competing with him at Tekken. At that time, I was known to be very good at Tekken. There was no one in the neighborhood who could beat me. As expected, the man was completely defeated by me, and I could see him gritting his teeth in anger. He kept challenging me, and I kept winning. Then, he suddenly started to bang his fists on the monitor and roared. Then he yelled at me,
"Do you want to fight me in real life instead of playing a game?"
But I burst out laughing, because he was clearly a big man in his 30s, but his voice sounded like a child's. Then he suddenly grabbed me by the collar, as if he was more angry at my laughter. I was flustered by his aggression, and my friends who were watching started trying to stop him. Then, the man's expression suddenly became very stern, and the sound of his voice did a 180. He said in a very deep, rumbling, low voice,
"Are you the one who made Max mad?"
I swallowed hard, confused by the sudden change in his demeanor. At that moment, I thought this man was mentally ill, and I had a gut feeling that something was wrong. I was scared because he was a big man. When I apologized, the man's eyes and expression suddenly changed to gentleness again. He let go of my collar and said,
I'm sorry, my friends are too hot-tempered. I'll stop them, so please go.
Then he continued to mutter to himself, his voice changing every few seconds.
I'm angry.
Don't be angry. I'm going to kill that guy.
No, please don't do that.
Let's kill him.
No, just hit him a few times.
Should I hit him?
No, you stay still.
I still can't forget the chill running down my spine as I watched the scene in front of me. I was about to leave the arcade when the man suddenly shouted,
Where are you going, you punk? Max keeps crying because of you. Let's play another round of Tekken.
When I turned around in surprise, the man was running towards me with tears in his eyes. I screamed, and the man threw himself at me and swung his fist. I barely managed to avoid it, but he didn't stop. Some of my friends ran over and started fighting with the guy, and I heard someone calling the police. I should have run away then, but I was too young and made a bad call. I was angry and punched him back. He fell back after being hit by my punch, and he seemed to be unconscious for a moment. After a moment, he opened his eyes and started shouting in an unrecognizable language. Then he suddenly jumped at my friend Frank and pushed him. Frank fell back, hitting his head on the game's console and falling to the floor. I could see blood flowing from his head. I was terrified and froze in place. Then the guy suddenly shouted in a woman's voice,
Everyone, please stop. Do you want to go to jail again?
Then he pointed at me again and said in a deep, manly voice,
We have to kill him. He made Max mad. Max is still crying.
Then he shouted something in Chinese and looked around wildly. It seemed like he was looking for something. I was scared and stuck next to my friends. Then he shouted again in a deep, manly voice.
Xia Hao is looking for a knife right now. He said he'll cut you up. This guy used to run a butcher shop. Do you know what I mean? There are 7 of us. Do you think you can beat us?
After a while, the police arrived, and the man's eyes and facial expressions suddenly became softer, and he spoke to the police in a very kind voice. The police looked at the man and said he seemed like a good person, and asked us if he really had been violent, and they had a hard time believing it. However, due to the testimonies of many witnesses, the guy was eventually arrested. I also went to the police station for questioning, and there the guy continued behaving like a nice person in front of the police. I couldn't tell if it was just an act or if the man was being genuine. Anyway, after that day, I never went to the arcade again and stopped playing games completely. And I suffered terrible trauma from the stress of the situation and the guilt of what happened to my friend. What on earth was that man's true identity? Were all of them true? Hi, Wansi. I'm a huge fan of your channel, and I love all of your animated stories. By the way, this incident did not happen to me, but to my grandmother. Recently, my grandma came to live with us, and since then, she has told me a lot of her numerous encounters with the paranormal. This particular encounter happened in 1974 in Anambra State, Nigeria. My grandma was in her late 40s at the time. It was a Saturday when she received a call from the local hospital. A nurse on the phone told her that her daughter, my aunt, who was pregnant, was in labor, and that her presence was needed at the hospital. It was raining out, but it seemed urgent, so my grandma began making her way there quickly. According to her, the hospital was around a 15-minute walk from her house. She was making her way there by foot, and as time went on, the rain only became more and more aggressive. The streets were empty and flooded, and there were no vehicles in sight. My grandma said she was frightened to walk through the flood since it was dangerous, but she also didn't want to abandon her daughter at the hospital. Caught in a dilemma, she stood at the side of the road, not sure of what to do. Then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a white van came and stopped beside her. She explained that she didn't notice any cars coming, and so she was surprised to see the white van there. Inside the van, there was a man dressed in a uniform, like a security guard uniform. He asked her where she was going, and she told him she needed to be at the hospital down the road. The man told her to get in, and she did. As soon as she got to the hospital, she got out of the van, thanked the man, and began to make her way to the entrance of the hospital. Upon getting there, she met her friend who had also come earlier upon hearing that my aunt was in labor. Her friend was surprised to see her, and she asked her how she got to the hospital through the heavy rain. My grandma told her that someone was kind enough to drop her off. She turned to point toward the street where the van was supposed to be, but to her surprise, the van wasn't there. It was almost like it had vanished into thin air. The strangest part was that my grandma's friend was confused and said she hadn't seen or heard any van. The road was long and straight, so if one were to look down the road at that moment, they should have been able to catch a glimpse of the van driving down the street in the distance. But when my grandma looked, there was no van, nobody. The road was empty, and the rain was still pouring. She told me anytime she remembers this event, it sends shivers down her spine. And to this day, she doesn't know who that man was, where the van came from, or why it helped her to get to the hospital on that rainy day. My name is Giovanna, and I'm from Belgrade, the capital of Serbia. I had a terrifying experience that I will tell you about in this story. I was 17 when it happened, and now I'm 27. It's been 10 years, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. To make the sequence of events clearer, let me explain the layout of our apartment. It is quite small, only 35 square meters, and has one large, narrow corridor that connects all the rooms. You can hear everything from anywhere in the apartment. At the time when this happened, I was living with my parents. One morning, I was woken up by the sound of dishes being washed, and I knew it was my dad because my mom was at work. I was lying in bed, gathering the strength to get up, and as I usually always sleep with the bedroom door open or at least ajar, I saw my dad entering the bathroom in a hurry. After a few moments, I heard him washing his hands in the bathroom, but at the same time, I still heard someone washing the dishes in the kitchen. This was confusing for me because my dad and I were alone in the apartment, and it took me a few moments to think about what I was hearing. I got up to check what was going on and who else was at home, thinking maybe it was my mom who stayed home and didn't go to work. I got to my bedroom door, from where I could see the entrance to the bathroom and my dad washing his hands at the sink. Something seemed strange about him. He was smiling at himself in the mirror. I interrupted him by wishing him good morning and asked him what he was doing, to which he replied,
"I'm washing my hands."
And the whole time, he had a strange look in his eyes and a slightly creepy smile. I thought maybe he was joking with me or something had made him laugh, but the feeling in my stomach told me that something was wrong. Then, after we made eye contact for a few moments, I asked him, "But Dad, who's washing the dishes in the kitchen?" What he said left me traumatized forever. He said, with an even bigger smile,
"Also me."
At that moment, my heart nearly stopped, and I ran to the kitchen where I saw my dad washing the dishes again, and I started to cry. He wiped his hands and started questioning me about what happened. He tried to convince me that what I saw was just a dream, but I knew it was not a dream. I am convinced that it was some demon trying to impersonate my father. Hi, this is the story of a scary experience I had when I was 11 years old. I was an introverted girl with no friends, so I would play by myself. I have a little sister who was 6 years old at the time and was sick for some reason which I didn't know. One night, my parents had taken her to the hospital while I stayed home alone. It was around 7 in the evening and I was playing with my remote control car in the hallway, running after it throughout the whole house. After a while, I got tired and sat on the couch and rested my head on the back. I closed my eyes and was resting when I suddenly felt cold. I shrugged it off and figured that it was just the wind, so I just stayed still. Suddenly, I felt someone breathing heavily in my ear. I heard a whisper of something that I couldn't quite make out then. I jumped from the couch, shocked, and looked around. There was a window in the room that we often opened, so I seriously thought it was just a strong wind. But the voice that whispered and breathed heavily came in my right ear, and the window was on my left and was completely shut. I was scared and confused, didn't understand what it was. I told my parents when they got home, and they said that I was just hallucinating and should stop watching horror movies at night. But let me tell you, this does not end here. After a few months, I was sleeping with my mom on my bed while my dad and sister were in a different bedroom. I was sleeping peacefully when the same heavy breathing started again. This time, I heard a deep voice whisper loudly into my ear the word,
Hell.
I woke up screaming, and my mom, who had been asleep next to me, hugged me tightly. I was crying and told her about it. My parents listened and were worried, seeing me that scared. I am 20 now, and we no longer live in that house. But what I heard gave me a long-lasting fear. When I sleep, I have to cover my ear with a blanket, even when it's warm in the summer, because I don't want to hear that voice ever again.
In my dad's 2-story wood cabin, there was something hidden under the bed downstairs. But what was hiding there isn't the scary part of the story. Under the bed was my dad's 12-gauge shotgun, which he kept there in the Coco bedroom downstairs for various reasons. For context, the Coco bedroom is named after the pet bird we keep in there. The story begins with the day my friends and I decided we wanted to hang out and take a break from our jobs. I asked my dad if it would be okay if we stayed in his cabin, and he allowed it but asked that we be careful. A few days later, we headed out and eventually arrived at the cabin and brought our stuff inside. We immediately got ready to go fishing, and later on we built a campfire, played music on our guitars, told jokes, etc. We were having a great time. Eventually, it was getting late, so we decided to put out the fire and go to bed. Our friend group was 2 guys including myself and 3 girls. And to keep everyone's name private, let's call the other guy A and the girls B, C, and D. A and I slept in the Coco room, and the girls slept in the other bedroom upstairs. While I was sleeping, A woke me up and said that he heard someone talking outside. I told him that he was just tired, and that maybe it was just an animal scavenging food we left outside by the campfire. But as I was telling him this, I heard the doorknob on the front door of the cabin start shaking loudly. I got goosebumps up my arms, and I looked at A and he was breathing heavily. I got out my dad's 12-gauge shotgun from under the bed and loaded it and cocked it. A looked at me and said, "Are you going to shoot them?" I replied, "If they're going to hurt us, I might have to." Then I told A to get the large knife from the kitchen, and we walked up to the front door. Just as we were about to open it, the front door swung open and there were 2 skinny men standing there. One of them was older, probably in his 50s, wearing a plain black shirt, and was holding some kind of homemade knife, and the other guy was younger, possibly in his 20s. I couldn't see him completely because he was standing behind the older guy, but I could tell that he was holding some kind of a big weapon. As soon as I saw them, I backed up and pointed the gun at the 2 guys, and A also pointed the knife at them. We sat there, frozen, without saying a single word for what felt like a whole minute. So I spoke and told them, "F off or I will blow your heads off." They both panicked and ran into the woods. After we confirmed that they were really gone, A and I gasped for air as if we hadn't breathed for a long time. I told A to go check on the girls and decided to go outside, still holding my dad's 12-gauge to check around the cabin. I then went inside and told A that I didn't see anything, and he said that the girls were still asleep. A little shocked, I said, "Wow, after all that commotion, they're still sleeping?" A and I decided to tell the girls what happened when they woke up in the morning. Maybe because of the adrenaline and maybe because of the fear, A and I didn't sleep a wink that night. When the girls woke up, we told them what happened, and naturally, they were shocked and scared. We decided to cut our stay at the cabin short and go home that day. When we got home, I told my dad what happened and he scolded me for not calling the police. But he was also glad that we all came back alive and well. My dad then called his friend who was a cop and reported what happened. My dad told me to call A and to come to our house so he could also give a statement about the 2 men in the incident. It's been 2 years since that incident now. My friend and I still hang out once in a while, but A and I will never forget that incident. One day when we were hanging out, A said to me, "What do you think would happen if your dad's 12-gauge hadn't been there?" And to this day, I am afraid to imagine the answer.
It was the middle of the summer. My parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up, to eat whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order pizza. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up till about 3 in the morning playing Xbox, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone, and when I woke up, I saw it was a little past 1. I had made plans to play some street hockey with 3 of my friends, so I threw myself out of the bed and I stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go crazy. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone, scrolling through Reddit and Twitter. And I mean, Twitter. So then I heard my front door open out of nowhere. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door. And the thing is, it's pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes. My ears trained in, trying to hear anything. I heard nothing. I figured it was just the wind or maybe my parents were home early. So I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. So the stairs to the kitchen are pretty tight and walled in. So it's essentially like walking down a tighter version of a regular stairwell. So I can't see into the kitchen when I walk down. Even though my house is old as shit, and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took about 45 seconds walking down all 12 stairs. So when I get to the second to the last stairs, I take a little breather and compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise. And there's no reason for them to still be in the kitchen, even if there were burglars or something in my house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I sort of chuckled to myself for being so stupid and just normally walked the last 2 stairs, and I turned the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me, in the middle of my kitchen, is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile on his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. They were where one would normally hold their arms, but he had rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed, as well as lifting them up behind himself. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it's just the most demonic, abnormal position I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back, I can realize how creepy this situation was, but in the moment, I just took a step toward him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping / pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I beelined up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control, running up the stairs naked as hell. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob, like you see on TV. Almost without thinking, I immediately called 911. Nearly in tears, I told the operator what happened. As I sat on the floor of my room, practically in the fetal position, staring at the door, praying that the cop would be here soon, I noticed a light coming from the gap between my door. It had stopped. This dude was standing outside of my bedroom door. There's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadows across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, naked, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while the 911 operator was asking, "Hello, sir? Are you there? Hello?" I didn't want to make a noise. And even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest of footsteps slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak, naked. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe and opened the door to 2 of them standing there, and I jumped on them and wrapped my legs around them. I almost cried. I was naked. Nowadays, my parents don't even leave me home alone, thank God. And I check every lock on the house before going to bed. I still get nightmares occasionally, and my heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still, but I'm doing all right. even working with sketch artists and a few lineups. The police never found whoever this guy was in my house. That sends shivers down my spine every time I look outside, half expecting to see him standing across the street smiling under a lamppost. I have no idea what he wanted or who he was, but regardless, that was the scariest night of my life.
A truly terrifying incident happened late one summer night, almost a decade ago, and it still gives me shivers whenever I think about it. I used to live with my maternal grandfather in a 2-story house with my very loving extended family for work-related reasons. During that time, I enjoyed staying up late watching TV, and so I usually slept in the room that had the TV. The TV was in a room in the attic, which was the only room up there along with a small bathroom. The room had 2 wooden beds, a fan, and a television. It also had 4 windows covered with curtains that overlooked the terrace and the railing. The only entrance to the room was a wooden door with see-through mesh on the top half. The staircase leading downstairs was outside the room, just a few steps past the doorway. My uncle used to lock the door at the bottom of the stairs from the other side to keep any potential robbers out. One night, after finishing my TV time, I locked the room's door, closed the curtains, and went to sleep. I was fast asleep when suddenly I woke up to the sound of knocking at the door. At first, I thought it might be one of my uncles or cousins. I checked the time and it was around 2:30 in the morning. I decided to check who was at the door, and what I witnessed still terrifies me to this day. I got up and walked over, and through the see-through part of the door, I saw a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in dirty and dark clothes. I couldn't see his face because he turned away as soon as I got up. Before I could process what was happening, he ran towards the railing of the stairs and abruptly jumped off, disappearing in an instant. It wasn't a human being. After realizing what I had just witnessed, fear overwhelmed me and I began crying. I was too scared to do anything else, so I quickly ran back to bed and started reciting prayers. My uncles came to check on me. I was trembling and had a very high fever. I told him what had happened, but nobody believed me. They tried to convince me that it was all in my head, but even now, I still believe that what I saw was real. After that day, I started sleeping downstairs, and eventually, I moved out of the house altogether. This is an incident that happened on a rainy day when I was in 3rd grade. At the time, and in general when I was a kid, I didn't really believe in ghosts and such. On that rainy day, I had just gotten home from school, and I decided to finish all my assignments before I watched TV and played on my Nintendo DS. After I finished all my assignments, I took a peek into the kitchen to see whether my mom was home yet.
"Ma, can you turn on the TV?"
I asked when I saw her cooking dinner.
"Sure,"
she replied. She walked to the living room and turned on the TV for me. Then she went back to the kitchen and continued preparing dinner. I played on my Nintendo DS while the TV was on in the background. I was having fun playing Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, when suddenly I saw a tall, dark figure in my peripheral vision. I was too focused on the game until I noticed that the figure was slowly walking towards me. I stopped playing and looked at it, but I didn't move my head from its position so it wouldn't be obvious that I was looking. It was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and black pants. I wasn't scared at all until I saw the upper parts of its body. The figure was headless. What I saw sent a shiver down my spine. I was so scared that I couldn't move. My mind wasn't working. What do I do? I asked myself repeatedly. I wanted to shout, but my mouth felt like it was glued shut. The moment I turned my head to face the figure is a moment I will never forget. The figure was bent and contorted and walking strangely, and the image of it is burned into my memory. I closed my eyes and prayed that the figure would go away. Fortunately, when I opened my eyes, the figure was gone. I ran to my mom, crying. She asked me, "What happened?" Then I told her about the terrifying figure that I had seen. Looking at her expression, my mom didn't seem so surprised.
"The figure that you saw was one of our ancestors. Maybe he just wanted to visit the house,"
she said. Still shaken up by what I'd seen, I asked,
"Why doesn't he have a head?" "You're too young to know the whole story,"
she replied.
My name is Ami. This incident happened to me when I was in college. I was 20 years old, living alone in my college housing. It was just another ordinary day for me. I had just finished my classes and decided to stop by the nearest grocery store to pick up a few things before heading home. As I walked through the aisles, I noticed a man with bloodshot eyes and torn clothes staring at me from a distance. His eerie smile gave me chills, and I could feel his gaze following me around the store. I tried to brush it off and quickly grabbed what I needed before making my way to the checkout. As I stood in line, I could feel his presence getting closer and closer. It was then that he leaned in close to me and whispered something in my ear that I couldn't quite make out. Feeling uneasy, I hurriedly paid for my items and rushed to my car in the parking lot. As I was about to get in, I heard footsteps behind me and turned around to see the man from the store charging towards me with a knife in his hand. I managed to dodge his attack and scramble into my car, locking the doors behind me. He pounded on the windows and screamed obscenities as I frantically tried to start the car and escape. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to get away and called the police as soon as I was a safe distance away. The police searched the area, but they couldn't find the man. I was terrified and couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there somewhere, watching me. Days went by, and I tried my best to move on, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, a thunderstorm rolled in. The rain pounded against my window, and every time there was a bolt of lightning, it illuminated my room like daylight. I woke up at around 5 or 6 a.m., startled by a particularly loud thunderclap that shook the entire house. As I tried to calm myself down and go back to sleep, I noticed a strange shadow on the wall. It was in the shape of a human, but something about it seemed off. As the lightning flashed again, I saw the silhouette of a man standing outside my window, his face pressed up against the glass, watching me. My heart leapt into my throat, and I froze in terror. Suddenly, I saw him. The man from the store was standing outside my window, holding his knife and staring at me with that same twisted smile. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or scream, as he disappeared with each subsequent bolt of lightning. I knew I had to do something, so I bolted out of bed and ran to the front door to make sure it was locked, but it was too late. As I turned around, I saw the man standing in my living room, his twisted grin wider as he pointed his knife at me. I was trapped, cornered, with nowhere to go. The crazy man then charged at me, shouting, "You are mine! You are mine! You are mine!" I fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear, and then he got on top of me and whispered in my ear calmly,
"I got you."
He then started laughing maniacally. He started cutting my clothes off with his knife. I couldn't move. His strength overpowered me. Just when I thought it was all over, I heard a loud thud and saw the man fall to the ground. I then saw my neighbor on top of the man punching him. He then strangled the man until he went unconscious. After seeing the man unconscious on the floor, a feeling of relief washed over my body. I asked my neighbor how he knew I was in danger. Apparently, he had woken up from the loud storm and had gone into the kitchen to get some water when, through the window, he saw the man standing around the building I lived in and became concerned. He grabbed his coat and went outside to follow him and watched from afar to see what was going on. After seeing him enter my building, he rushed in behind him and saved my life. I called the police, and they arrived quickly, arresting the man and taking him away. It wasn't until later that they told me he had just been released after 30 years in prison for attempted murder and assault. The whole ordeal left me traumatized, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched for months afterwards. Even now, years later, I still have nightmares about that night and the man who almost took my life. And I can't even imagine what might have happened if my neighbor hadn't shown up at that moment.
Hi 1C, this is something that happened to me at the arcade about 3 years ago. If I could put it into words how I feel about what happened, I would just tell you that after that day, I never went back to the arcade again. Back then, I used to go to the arcade maybe once every few months. I don't remember exactly why I went to the arcade the day this incident happened, but I think there was a new game that came out that I wanted to play. After work, I headed straight to the arcade. Once I arrived, I played various games and was enjoying myself. Eventually, I got a little tired and crouched down in a corner to rest for a while. While I was sitting, a man walked up to me and stood still. From my view on the floor, he looked ordinary. But even today, I remember the twisting feeling in my stomach the moment I looked up and saw his face. He asked me,
"Wanna buy a doll?"
I asked what kind of doll it was. He looked around and then showed me his phone. On the screen, it was a picture of something like a display case with people's heads on it. No torso, just the heads. I got goosebumps. It looked so real that I felt sick. But of course, I thought these were dolls, not real people. He whispered to me,
"If you're interested in buying, send me a message."
He gave me a small business card that had his email address on it, and written on the card was dolls for sale. I kept my calm on the outside and told him, these dolls aren't really my style, and tried to leave by scooting around him. But he grabbed my shoulder and kept talking.
"Then why don't you come to my office with me? If you actually see them, I'm sure you'll want one."
He laughed and mimicked slitting someone's throat by dragging his thumb across his neck. At that point, I just walked away. He watched me walk away and then left the building, and I went back to playing. I think I'd played for quite a while after that. Eventually, it was past midnight and there were hardly any people left in the arcade. I was tired, so I decided to leave and started walking out of the arcade to go home. As I walked out, I saw a group of shady-looking guys in the parking lot. At first, they were talking and I thought they didn't notice me, but just a second or two later, I saw the guy from before among them. He pointed at me and said some words that I couldn't hear, and all at once, they turned towards me. Their murderous grins burned through me, and the twisting feeling in my stomach came back in full force. I pretended not to see them and shuffled quickly into my car, but then I heard the man yell,
"Hey, I want to display your head in my office too. What do you think?"
The guys all started laughing maniacally. When I turned around in surprise, he was staring at me, waving me over to where they were standing. I kept going towards my car, but the guys around him were slowly walking towards me. I turned around and saw them pulling syringes out of their jacket pockets. My heart sank, but I pretended not to care and started fast walking towards my car. Then they started running towards me, clearly trying to outpace me. Then a van started up and started coming towards me. The men in the van were wearing aprons, like those worn by butchers. I ran like crazy at that point to get in the car. I got in and immediately turned it on and stepped on the gas. As I left the parking lot, they stopped chasing me. I watched them in my rearview mirror. Some of the men went to the van and took a cooler out of the trunk. I was still scared, but I was curious to know what they were doing. So I parked the car about a block away and watched them with binoculars I kept in the car from when I go hiking. After a while, they met another man and gave him the cooler, and the man gave them a black bag. Then they took a bunch of cash out of the black bag and divided it amongst themselves. It definitely seemed like something illicit was going on, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it since I was still freaked out from how they all approached me. After that, I just headed home and tried not to think too hard about it. From that day on, I never went near that arcade again, and thankfully I never saw those men again. But since that day, I've occasionally wondered about the truth of what I saw and experienced that day. Was the photo the man showed me real? What was in that cooler? And what I've wondered most is, what on earth would they have done to me if I hadn't gotten away? Hello, my name is Angie. I am from Albania, and this is a story from when I was 11 or 12 years old. It was summertime, and my family and I were staying at my grandparents' house for the weekend. It also happened that my aunt and her kids would be staying there for the weekend too. One night at around 10 p.m., my cousins and I decided to play hide and seek. It didn't take long to find everyone, except for my cousin Edith. For context, behind my grandparents' house on either side is a tall wall. No one is supposed to be able to enter the yard from back there. The only way in is from the front of the house. My grandparents live in a rural area, and criminal activities are often reported to take place there. And even though the walls were there, as kids, we were still scared to go too far back there. We were all working together to find Edith, when I saw a hand in the bushes at the back of the house and I thought it was Edith. I did find it quite a bit odd because the hand seemed to be rather big and all my cousins were around my age, but I didn't really question it. When I saw the hand, I screamed, "I know where Edith is!" I was quite proud of myself for finding her, but just a moment later, I heard Edith get up and yell, "You found me!" She was actually hiding in a bush around the front of the house. I was terrified because everyone was in front of the house at that moment. We all were scared to go to the back, so I couldn't help but to think, who was that back there? But I didn't say anything to anyone about what I saw. After that game, our grandma called us to come inside since it was very dark. Edith and another cousin, Sarah, and I slept together on a mattress on the floor, with a window right above us. Just like everyone, we stayed up late talking. I did tell them about what I saw, but they told me I was lying and just continued on with the girl talk. I got tired at around 1 a.m. and so did my cousins. As I was falling asleep, I heard some unexpected footsteps outside the house. I tried to ignore them, but they didn't stop and were getting louder. When I got fed up with the noises, I got up and looked out the window, expecting it to be my cousins pranking us. But what I saw were two unfamiliar men. When I made eye contact with them and realized what was happening, I screamed at the top of my lungs as loud as I could. The men ran away and everyone in the house woke up. I started crying and explained what happened to my mother, but she just told me I probably had a nightmare. I was so frustrated that no one believed me. As a teenager, I forgot that this all happened until almost 10 years later when I was at a family reunion at my grandparents' house. Being there brought back those memories, and while talking with my grandfather, I jokingly mentioned the scary things I saw that night. Then my grandfather told me the truth behind it all. Apparently, at the time of the incident, my grandfather was involved in some illegal activities and some people were after him, but no one in the family knew. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up. It all happened one summer on what could have been just a normal night. My brother's two friends were sleeping over, so my mom and I decided to get a pizza to make it easy to feed everyone. My mom and I decided to get the pizza from a popular pizza chain in Arizona called Fired Pie. We all decided that we would take the pizza to go and eat it at home, and we brought my brother's friends and our dog, a husky named Frosty, with us to pick up the pizza. The reason we didn't leave Frosty at the house was that he was still young and very destructive when left alone. But it turned out that bringing Frosty with us meant more than just not having to buy new blinds or shoes. When we arrived at Fired Pie, I didn't want to get out of the car because I was feeling very lazy, but my mom and my brother didn't want to leave me alone in the car. But since Frosty couldn't go inside the restaurant anyway, he stayed in the car with me and I convinced them that I would be fine. The place where we parked was very dark, and I was in the back seat with Frosty, partially almost lying down and scrolling on my phone. Suddenly, Frosty started to whine and then barked a few times. At first, I thought he was being paranoid because he was little and felt trapped in the car. I just patted him on the back and that calmed him down a little. But then he started to bark aggressively at me and I was taken aback. I shifted over to pet Frosty again when the reflection of my phone in the side view mirror caught my eyes. As I looked over at the mirror, I saw something terrifying. In the reflection, I could see a man wearing a black hoodie and ski mask staring right at me. I screamed and turned around and saw that man was trying to open the door. Thankfully, it was locked. He then screamed, "Open up the door!" I was so scared. I was only 14 at that time and didn't know how to react or what to do. Frosty stepped on me as he was barking at the man, and I came back to reality. I realized that if I didn't do something quickly, then something bad would happen. I gathered up some courage and told the man to go away and that I would call the cops if he didn't. Suddenly, everything got very quiet. He seemed to have left, and I looked around and didn't see anyone around. So I got out of the car with my dog and started running towards the restaurant. But as I was running, someone grabbed me and I tried to scream, but my mouth was covered by a cloth. The last thing I saw was my dog running to the restaurant, and then I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital and my body felt achy and like I'd been thrown around. I looked around and saw my mom and my brother, who seemed very concerned about me. I then asked them what had happened. They told me that Frosty came running to the restaurant and was noticed by the waiters at the door. When my mom and brother saw Frosty, they were very scared as they knew something must have happened. They ran to the parking lot and saw that I wasn't in the car. My mom called the cops, and then Frosty suddenly started barking at a shady-looking van nearby. My brother and his friends circled the van to look inside, and they saw blood on the back door of the van. They found the back of the van and found me, tightly tied up with ropes. Suddenly, the attacker came around the van with a knife, and I can only guess that he was looking for more victims. When my brother saw the man holding a knife, he immediately attacked him out of anger, while his friends came from behind him and held back his arms and took the knife. Meanwhile, my mother was trying to get the ropes off of me. Later, the police arrived and stopped the fight, then arrested the attacker while I was transported to the hospital. The investigation later revealed that the man was a sex offender, drug dealer, and a human trafficker. He was most likely planning to kidnap and sell me. I'm so thankful to Frosty, and to this day, I still wonder what would have happened if we decided to leave him at the house. Most likely, I wouldn't be here to tell you this story.
I used to work as a waitress from 1990 to 1991 as a part-time job while I was completing my associate degree in business. Although I made friends at my job, I didn't really like it because I was only getting paid $7.25 an hour. Every day went the same exact way, except one day would stick with me until the day I vanished from this earth. I was working one night and I saw a dusty couple along with a teenage girl enter the restaurant. I sat them down at the table. As they all sat down, the girl accidentally pushed her fork off the table. I picked it up for her, and as she took it from me, she grabbed my hand pretty firm while taking the fork from me. I didn't think too much of it at first, and just continued my shift. I came by near the table again when I was on my way to grab someone's food, and the girl again dropped her fork. I thought it must have been a coincidence, and I gave it back to her, and she took the fork again from me, and also squeezed my hand again. Though this time, it was more firm. I walked by their table 2 more times, and both times, she would also drop her fork. And both times, I picked it up for her. And she would squeeze my hand both times, but after every squeeze, it felt tighter and tighter each time as she did it. Now I knew she was doing it intentionally. Something had to have been wrong, but it was hard to tell at that very moment. Not too much later, they eventually finished their meals and all 3 of them had left the restaurant. I went over to their table to clean it, and as I picked up the plate, I saw that there was a napkin under the plate, and it had words on it, and it said, "Help me, call the police." My mind was now racing with dark thoughts. Was this girl kidnapped? Was she trying to escape her captors? Who were those people that she was with? It was so hard to process what was going on. The whole week I thought about this girl. I felt so bad for not realizing the situation she was actually in. It kept hitting me like a bullet. The more I thought about her, I made a very disturbing resemblance. That girl, she looked so familiar. That's when I connected the dots. I recognized this girl to be a missing person for years now. It had to be none other than Antoinette Cadito. Her whole face and body physique matched her description. Every night before I go to bed, I always remember that encounter. I kept feeling like I was the worst person in the world. I should have picked up on her hints that she was in trouble. I could have ended her suffering of being kidnapped, and I could have helped return her to her loved ones. Antoinette's mother, Penny, had died in 1999 due to cardiac and liver issues. Now that I think about this case more, I strongly believe that her mother had something to do with her disappearance. She had to have sold her daughter. Every interview, she didn't look concerned with her daughter being abducted and held against her will. I feel sick to my stomach every time I think about this. It is still unknown where Antoinette is as of today. This mystery has never been solved. Although law enforcement officials and I believe she is deceased, she is still listed as a missing person. I just really hope that wherever Antoinette is today, that she has found peace, and I hope that she is no longer living a life of pain.
This is not my story, it's my father's. Back in the 90s, my father was studying at a university in Calcutta while my grandparents lived in another state. The apartments he lived in was on the 4th floor with a balcony separated from the living room by a door. The balcony provided both light and a cool breeze, so my dad would often leave the door to the balcony open and sit on the sofa while he was doing his work. The day the incident occurred, there was a blackout in the area caused by a storm. It was late when it happened, so the apartment was cast into pitch blackness. While the summers were cooler back in the day, it was still pretty hot. So Dad decided to leave the balcony door and windows in his bedroom open to circulate cool air. He usually closed the door and shut the windows every night before bed, but he decided to make that night an exception. He woke up sometime in the middle of the night, sweating. His instincts told him that something was off, so he tried to figure out what woke him up. Suddenly, the urge to answer nature's call hit him, and with a pit in his stomach, he left the room. The washroom was kind of far away from his room. It was on the other end of the apartment, and he'd have to pass by the living room to get there. As he was walking past the sofa, he looked over and froze. The balcony door was open, and a cool breeze was hitting him as he had hoped. What he had not hoped for was to see people sitting on his sofa. Well, maybe not people, but things. There were around 3 to 4 figures sitting on his sofa. He could not make out what they looked like. They seemed to be blending in and out of the shadows, changing shape. What scared him more was that he could tell they were all looking at him. They didn't have visible eyes, but he could feel their stare on him. He contemplated running back to his room, but his bladder was strongly against that idea. Cursing, he shut his eyes tightly, ran to the washroom, did his business, and ran back, feeling the stares on him again as he ran past the sofa. He locked the door of his room, got in bed, and tried his best to go to sleep. When he woke up, it was morning and the skies were clear. He shakily went to the living room, but saw nothing out of place. The balcony door was still open, letting bright light flood into the room. He never told my grandparents about his experiences, as he didn't want to make them worry. The only people close to him who know about this are my mom and me. You might think that he left the apartment soon after this happened, but he stayed there until he completed his undergraduate degree and never had a repeat of that experience. He did, however, always close the balcony door at night from then on, with no exceptions. During his stay in the apartment after the event, he did some research into the history of the building, but came up with nothing. The building had not been built on burial grounds. There weren't any records of murder, suicides, or fatal accidents. This eventually made him chalk up the incident to a bad dream or some sort of hallucination. But I sometimes wonder if the things he saw weren't just a figment of imagination. What if they were real? Hello, Wansi. My name is Kai, and I'm currently living in the Philippines. The incident I'm about to recount occurred 5 years ago, but it continues to haunt me to this day. It all began when I left on a 5-day trip to Bicol with my boyfriend and 5 friends. The first 3 days were fantastic as we explored various islands, visited tourist spots, savored chili ice cream, and even rode ATVs to see Mount Mayon. On the 4th night, we visited Albay and stayed at one of our friends' abandoned houses. The place seemed unthreatening except for the cockroaches that scurried about when our friend switched on the lights. The house was covered in dust due to being abandoned. To sleep, my friends and I decided to set up beds in the living room. Once we arranged our beds, my boyfriend, the 3 other guys, and I opted to have a drink while the 2 female friends had already fallen asleep in the living room. We were having a good time, engrossed in conversation, when suddenly my attention was drawn to a shadow on the wall. Shadows aren't typically attention-grabbing, but there was something peculiar about this one. It appeared darker than the rest. Intrigued, I nudged my friends, but the shadow remained motionless. One of them grew curious and asked, "What's wrong?" I pointed at the shadow and said, "Whose shadow is that?" It dawned on all of us that the shadow didn't belong to any of us, and we were all stunned. Even as we stood up, the shadow remained unmoving, and after 30 seconds, it simply vanished. My friends and I were unsure about what exactly had happened. Were we all intoxicated and having some kind of shared hallucination? However, that couldn't be correct, since one of us hadn't even been drinking, and yet he witnessed the same thing we did. We decided to brush it off and try to go to sleep. I lay beside my already fast asleep boyfriend, but I simply couldn't sleep that night due to what had occurred. Despite knowing that we had to wake up early the next day, I forced myself to sleep. As I turned to face my boyfriend, I suddenly felt a poke on my back. I turned around and saw a man, possibly in his 30s, smiling at me. I was paralyzed with fear. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. He was also lying down, looking at me. The terror overwhelmed me and I lost consciousness. I woke up the next day to my boyfriend shaking me gently. He urged me to get ready or else we would miss the bus. When I shared what had happened to me the previous night with my boyfriend and friends, their expressions revealed their shock. They all mentioned hearing a man's laughter throughout the night. They said the laughter was so loud that it felt as if the person was in the same room as us.
This happened when I was still a debt collector for a motorcycle company. I was assigned to a remote area, but this time it was a town frequented by tourists. Every day I woke up at 5 a.m. and drove for 3 hours to reach the town where our branch was located. My routine was always the same. I visited clients, collected payments, reminded them of due dates, and handed over the money I collected to the office. I hated being in that branch, mostly because the cashier always took his sweet time with his paperwork, causing me to drive home late at night. Riding a motorcycle late at night isn't something anyone enjoys. Besides the bugs flying into your face, you often get blinded by motorists with unnecessarily bright headlights. One day I had to go home late again because the cashier had gone out with a friend, leaving his job unfinished, as usual. I hated him every time he did that. After he finally returned and finished his work, he handed me the money I needed to bring to the main office. It was already 9 p.m. I cursed under my breath as I started the long drive home. While driving along the pitch-dark winding road, my headlights suddenly flickered. "Ah, crap, not now," I muttered. I stopped for a moment, tapping the headlight, and thankfully, it stopped flickering. I continued driving, but as I navigated the dark road, I felt something swoop overhead. I looked up but didn't see anything. Just before I reached a sharp bend, something swooped down again, hitting my helmet and knocking me off. And at the same time, my headlight went out. I slid and crashed on the side of the road. The darkness was so thick I could barely see a thing. I stood up, dusting myself off, and sitting behind a tree. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the night. Thanks to the moonlight, I was able to see my motorcycle. But before I could move towards it, a large bird suddenly landed beside it. The bird was massive, about as big as me. It hopped around my motorcycle. I noticed that my helmet wasn't far from where I had crashed. I stayed hidden behind the tree, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. What kind of bird grows that big and flies after dark? It wasn't like any bird I'd ever seen. It had a head like a turkey, and its feathers were as black as the night itself. As it neared my helmet, my jaw dropped. It reached out to my helmet, not with its feet or beak, but with what appeared to be a hand that came out from under its wing. I watched in terror as it picked up my helmet, only to drop it when it heard a car approaching. The bird flew away just before the car passed by. I took the opportunity to run to my motorcycle. I started it up, relieved that the light worked again, and rushed away, leaving my helmet behind. In a panic, I kept looking around, scared the bird would swoop down on me again. When I reached the main office, I handed over the money to the manager, who was standing outside the dormitories. He asked why I looked so dirty, and why I wasn't wearing my helmet. I lied and told him it fell off and I lost it. Before heading home, I spoke with the manager, requesting that he audit the branch I was assigned to make sure the cashier finished his work on time. I couldn't stand going home late every night. Thankfully, the manager agreed, and from there on out, I was able to leave at 5 p.m., avoiding any more late-night drives. Even so, I knew that I needed to get out of this job soon, but I hoped nothing bad would happen before I could finally make my escape.
I have been watching a lot of your videos over the past few years, and I would love to share my story. My name is Raquel, and this happened to me several years ago when I was working in a call center. This incident took place in February 2016 at 3 in the morning. It was the end of my work week, and I was excited to go home. When I got home, I quickly realized I had forgotten my phone in my locker. After resting a bit, I left my things and just brought my wallet with me to go back to the office. The travel time usually takes 1 to 2 hours during peak hours, but I was able to arrive at the office within 30 to 40 minutes. I got my phone and left quickly. Since I really wanted to get home quickly, I decided to take a cab or taxi. After a while, a cab stopped in front of me. The light inside was so dim, but I didn't think much of it. I always take the front seat when riding a taxi, but this time, I'm not sure why, but I took the back seat. The taxi was driving for a few minutes, and I was just looking out the window and trying to be comfy. I noticed, though, that he had started slowing down near the bridge over the Pasig River. I looked at the driver, and he was short and had short black curly hair. He suddenly stopped the car and pointed a gun at me. "This is a holdup," he said. And I couldn't believe it. "Are you serious?" was my immediate response. He started shouting and cursing at me while pointing the gun. I slowly took my phone out and gave it to him. He snatched it and turned it off. I really didn't know what to do. "Now give me your wallet," he shouted, still pointing the gun at me. I slowly gave him my wallet, and he tried to grab it, but my hands wouldn't let go because I have important IDs in my wallet. My head was completely blank. My body acted for me, and I pulled my wallet as hard as I could and opened the door and tried to get out. He then started driving and turned sharp to try to pull me back inside the car, but thankfully, it did not work. The moment he stopped the car, I jumped out, ran, and started screaming for help. He shouted and drove in the opposite direction. I did not look back and just ran as fast as I could. I then saw a couple jogging and yelled for help. I told them what happened, and a policeman came and brought me to the nearest police station. I told the policeman what happened, and he said that the taxi I rode in had been stolen earlier that day and was reported as stolen by the real driver. The suspect's strategy was calling a taxi and then stealing it and pretending to be a taxi driver. After filing a police report, I stopped going to work that day and filed for resignation immediately. I also stopped riding in taxis for a couple of months and started looking for a job closer to my house. In April 2016, a friend from my previous workplace whose boyfriend is a policeman contacted me and said the hold-upper was captured and asked me to check the news. I was shocked when I saw the news. My friend asked me to go to the police station to give my statement. I said no, but she strongly advised me to do it. She said if I give a statement, it would add to that man's sentence. But I said that I wouldn't be able to because I was still suffering from the trauma of the incident and couldn't go outside. She respected my wishes, and we said goodbye. I couldn't tell her back then that the man they caught was not the guy who robbed me. That whole situation made me realize that there are more people.
About 20 years ago, I went on a camping trip with my friend Christian. At that time, we were both around 21 years old. To get to the camping site deep in the forest, we rode together in Christian's car. When we arrived, it was early evening, and we had a great time fishing and grilling meat. I went to sleep soon after we ate, but I woke up in the middle of the night because I needed to pee. I opened the tent and went outside. My eyes were drawn up to the bright moonlight. I walked over to the tree line and relieved myself, looking around to make sure nothing was nearby. As I was zipping up my pants, I saw a large, dark silhouette moving in the forest. I thought for a moment that it was a bear, and I was gripped by fear. But when I looked closely, it slowly became more visible in the darkness. It looked like a human figure, but it was incredibly big. He slowly approached me. When he came out of the forest and was illuminated by the moonlight, I could make out his appearance. He was at least twice my size and had a huge angular face like a primitive man. He was covered in fur and not wearing any clothes. More noticeable than anything else was that he was making a strange sound that I had never heard before. It was like a sharp sound made by strongly scraping his vocal cords. Every time I heard it, I felt goosebumps race across my whole body. His face was clearly a human face, and although it was hard to see because it was covered in fur, it looked like he was smiling. In his hands, he was holding large rocks. They were massive, around the size of basketballs. He was holding each of the enormous rocks with one hand. He didn't look to be straining at all, like they weren't heavy at all to him. He approached me slowly. I asked him who he was and what he needed, but he didn't seem to understand me. He seemed to be mumbling something, but it didn't sound like language. I felt an inexplicable sense of despair and fear rising from my stomach. The instant I looked into his eyes, my whole body became paralyzed. Before I could even think of anything, every cell in my body was overcome by fear. I had enough time to run to the tent, but my body wouldn't move. Looking back now, I think I already instinctively knew at that moment that there was nothing I could do. His physical ability was several times greater than mine, so even if I ran, he could catch up to me in a matter of seconds. And I knew that if I ran, I would provoke him even more, so there was nothing I could do. He was finally close enough to touch me. He looked at me curiously and felt the flesh on my arm. And then he pressed hard on my stomach with the back of his hand. It seemed as if he wanted to know what was inside my stomach. I pushed his hand away with everything in me, but he didn't move. He was like a statue. Meanwhile, Christian seemed to be sleeping soundly in the tent. Funnily enough, at that moment, I felt that even if I got eaten by that monster, I wanted Christian to survive. I wasn't a coward, I was a normal adult male, but I felt so small in front of that huge man. The creature in front of me didn't have the feel of a human. Standing before him was like being in front of a bear or a lion. I kept asking him what he wanted, but he didn't respond. Then after a while, he frowned and circled around me. He was still holding the rocks in his hands. I couldn't take my eyes off him for a second because I was afraid that he would hit me with the rock. Of course, I also simulated it countless times in my head. I imagined launching a surprise attack on him while he looked away from me. However, I had a gut feeling that he wouldn't budge even if I punched him. That's how big and strong he was. He circled around me once more and then slowly started to move away. And finally, seemed to lose interest in me. My head was dizzy as I watched him move away. I guess I was so scared that I couldn't breathe properly. He suddenly started running incredibly fast and disappeared into the forest. As I had intuited, his motor skills were several times greater than a human's, and his running speed was so fast that my eyes could barely keep up. I walked over to Christian's tent and woke him up. I told him what happened to me, but he seemed incredulous. But when he smelled that horrible stench coming from me and saw that I was drenched in sweat, he understood that something had really happened. We quickly packed up and drove away. I still don't know what the human or creature I saw that day was. What did he want from me? Was he trying to eat me? The answers to many of my questions remain unanswered, and I have never gone camping again since that day.
Unfortunately, or I should say, fortunately, this story is short. It was about 4 years ago. I'll keep the location vague for the sake of anonymity, but I will say it was in the northern half of Louisiana. I've lived here pretty much my whole life, and the few things I've ever experienced before this were at my father's house in Texas when I was younger, but that can be its own story. Anyway, I lived in an apartment complex about 30 to 40 minutes from where I worked. I was part of the evening shift at my job at the time. I would have to drive down a long, mostly empty road heading towards my home. This would last about 10 minutes before I had to head down a smaller, more rural suburban area. This is where it happened. It was probably a little past 11 or maybe even midnight, the usual time I got off for where I used to work. I was just driving, listening to either music or a podcast. I don't remember which. I was just really tired from work. I was relaxing and driving when my headlights illuminated something off to my right, in the ditch along the road. I only saw it for a few seconds, but I swear this pale creature, probably about 6 feet long, if not more, was sprawled out on the ground, crawling up out of the ditch, flat on its stomach. I only caught a glimpse, but I sometimes remember it having 6 limbs, other times 4. As I said, I was trying to pay more attention to the road, not expecting something like this. Either way, it startled me. I remember vividly seeing movement as I passed by, like it had crawled out of the drainage pipe and was about to head into the yard of the house I was passing. One of its long, thin, and lanky limbs reached up to place its right hand to pull itself up further. I passed it fast and did a double take, questioning what I'd seen. My mind was wondering if what I saw was real, or was I just tired, my mind playing tricks on me. Either way, I was not dumb enough to think about turning around to check it out. All the way back home, I kept driving and told myself it was just the weird way my headlights were making shadows on the rocks in the ditch. I even tried to recreate this effect for days, trying multiple ideas to recreate that effect, but never once did. Never did the shadows ever look the same as what I'd seen that night. Even trying to look out of the corner of my eyes, nothing. I asked my coworkers the following days if they'd ever seen anything like what I described, but to my dismay, they brushed it off, joking and asking, "Did you also see Bigfoot too?" I wish I could say I saw it again, but I didn't. But honestly, I'm glad. It means I can keep telling myself it had nothing to do with anything but my imagination. Even so, a small part of my mind says otherwise. The best description I have for what I saw that night are those things I've heard of about crawlers. Heck, I even started to follow groups online that talk about sightings like that now. I've told a few people about this. Most folks brush it off. To be honest, I still hope it was nothing more than my headlights and shadows. But you can never be too sure. If it really is out there, please never let me see you again. Ever.
Hi, I'm a 12th grade graduate, but this incident takes me back to my 9th grade days when something really strange happened at our school. Imagine this, it was a normal day and we were in the middle of our 3rd period. Out of nowhere, 2 senior girls whose classroom was down the hall burst into our classroom, tears streaming down their faces. They were terrified and told our teacher, who had also been their teacher, that one of their classmates had tried to choke them in the girls' washroom. Our teacher wasted no time and rushed to the scene to investigate. They hurried to the washroom, only to find that the accused girl had somehow managed to get back into her classroom. The situation was chaos. The room was a complete mess, with books and pens scattered everywhere. The other students in her class were forced to leave, frightened and confused, not daring to go back inside. Now, here's where things get really weird. While all of this was happening, I was sitting in my classroom with my classmates thinking we were safe, but our curiosity got the best of us, and we couldn't resist peeking out to see what was happening in the seniors' classroom. Little did we know, we were about to witness something truly disturbing. As the teachers arrived, they discovered that the troubled girl had barricaded herself inside her classroom, refusing to open the door. Worried about her well-being, they immediately reached out to her mother, who shared the alarming news that her daughter had been struggling with mental health issues. She promised to come and take her daughter home. The minutes seemed to stretch into eternity as we all waited anxiously. Finally, after what felt like ages, the teachers managed to force the door open as the locks were a bit loose, revealing a scene that sent shivers down our spines. There she sat, calm and composed on the ground. But here's the strange part. All the desks had been stacked up, one on top of another, forming a towering pile. These were not ordinary desks. They were heavy wooden desks that required the strength of 3 people to move. How on earth did she manage to stack them all by herself? It was baffling. When her mother arrived, the girl remained silent, not uttering a single word. They quickly took her to the hospital, where it was later discovered that she had a brain disorder that caused hallucinations and erratic behavior. It was a heartbreaking revelation that shed some light on the bizarre events we had witnessed. Even to this day, I can't forget that incident. I still question how a seemingly fragile girl could possess such strange strength and perform such a chilling act. It serves as a reminder that there are depths to the human mind that we may never fully understand, and horrors that can emerge from within. And with this incident, I owe a debt of gratitude to my friend that day. You see, I had a strange urge to use the washroom and asked my friend to come along for a quick chat, but she insisted we wait until the next period. Little did I know that her decision may have saved me from crossing paths with that troubled girl. It sends shivers down my spine when I imagine what might have happened to me.
I've been working as a police officer for more than 15 years in San Diego, California. More specifically, I was a police canine holder. There were some moments on the job where it was rough, but one moment made me see how excruciating the job really is. On March 3rd, 2022 at approximately 12:38 p.m., San Diego Police Department, which I was working at, received a request for urgent cover from the Sheriff's Department at a residence that was not too far from where we were. The request was that there was a woman who had been given paperwork because she had quite a bit of eviction notices. When the deputies tried to talk with the woman and tried to give her the paperwork, they saw a big knife in her hand. She wasn't listening, and she slammed her front door and shut it, and she barricaded it. That's when me, along with the other police officers, were called for backup. When we got to the given address, I, along with the K-9 unit, were told to wait outside of the lobby in case we were needed, which we were later called to enter the unit as an additional less lethal option. We got to the area, and one of the deputies broke down the door. I and some other officers walked through the door, and we went inside of the apartment. We were all calling for her to come out with her hands up, but she wouldn't listen. We were able to see the woman in the room with an open door, and one deputy officer named Jason. He kept shooting warning shots to the wall for her to obey and not to do this the hard way. Right in an instant, we saw the woman charging at us with a knife. We were backing up and out into the hallway, and Jason kept trying to shoot her, but he kept missing. When this didn't work, the woman swung the knife at us, which happened to land on my chest for a second or two, and then it was taken out. This prompted one of the other officers to shoot the woman. She was struck at least once, and she immediately was killed on the scene. I could barely move now. I was in so much pain. I screamed out that I got stabbed, but it seemed like no one acknowledged me just yet. Then like 5 seconds later, an officer asked if anyone was hurt, and I yelled out that I got stabbed once again. I was immediately rushed to the hospital, and I knew I wasn't going to die. I was fortunate enough to get treated for my stab wounds, and not too long after I was released from a medical center. I soon found out that the woman who stabbed me and got shot and killed was a 47-year-old woman. She was named Yan Lee. She had been getting a lot of eviction notices, but she kept refusing to accept it. She also apparently threatened one of the maintenance workers with a knife the previous day before she died. I was able to move on from this incident, but I'll never forget the feeling of having so much pain in your body that you think that you might not make it out alive. That's just the adventures of being a cop, I guess.
This chilling true story happened to my sister 5 years ago. Back then, we were both quite paranoid and gullible little kids and had no idea about the world's real dangers. But thanks to the safety of our town, we never really had to experience anything genuinely scary. It didn't really have a huge population back then. Everyone knew each other in the neighborhoods, and the atmosphere was peaceful and worry-free. There were no robberies, no illegal activities, no problems whatsoever as far as I was concerned. That's why this event shook me completely. My sister and one of her former best friends, who I'll be calling Becky, were going for a walk with my dog on their usual route. It was getting really late. The street lamps were pretty much the only thing illuminating the dark street, and our dog was feeling very thirsty, so they decided to take a shortcut back to our house. This particular shortcut went through dense trees and bushes, and of course, it had to pass by the cemetery. We were always cautious about taking this path, because it was very slippery after rain, but as this happened during summer, there was no cause for concern. Our dog never likes to stay behind others, so this time she charged forward, and my sister and her friend had to pick up the pace to keep up. As they were getting closer to the end of the shortcut, the cemetery became more visible and more visible. Becky looked around and noticed something very strange which made her stop in her tracks. A woman in a white dress was sitting on her knees in front of a grave. Becky tapped my sister on her shoulder and pointed her finger towards the woman. Now they both stopped to look, but weirdly enough, my dog just wanted to continue walking. It was very unusual to see people there since the cemetery closes before dark, and the visibility in there was extremely low without another light source, and she didn't have one. As cautious and silly kids, they continued to stare, but eventually, as nothing happened, they continued walking, finally reaching the end of the path. Becky looked at the lady just one more time, and to her horror, she was standing and seemed to be staring off into the distance. She once again warned my sister about what she was seeing, and they both stopped to watch the woman again. My dog seemed to be unbothered, so she just sat down and waited for them to start walking again. Minutes passed and nothing happened, but they were scared to move. My sister eventually had enough, looked away, and whistled to our dog to stand up and begin walking. Just then, the woman turned around, broke out of the cemetery, and started running towards them at an insane speed. This is where I come into the story. Both of our parents were asleep by then. I had stayed up to play video games and to make sure everyone would arrive okay. While running, my sister calls me.
Open the front door now and wake up Mom and Dad.
What? What happened?
There's a woman chasing us. What? I think we lost her, but...
I immediately rushed to our parents' room and woke them up, told them everything, and opened the front gate. I put on my slippers and ran outside to see where they could be. I thankfully saw them in the distance. They were okay. We all went inside and talked things through. My dad took Becky back to her house while my sister told me and my mom everything. There was a lot of scolding after that, but it was totally fair. She said that after the lady began the pursuit, they all ran as fast as they could, trying not to stumble on anything. Becky was able to look back at the woman and see her move clearly when she was under the street lamps. She said she ran so unnaturally and never stumbled once, even though she was supposedly in heels. And the white dress didn't have any stains. It was completely clean. Nothing made sense about her. But the freakiest thing of all was that our dog, who acts extremely aggressively against any kind of threats due to accidents with other dogs in the past, never barked, growled, or seemingly saw her at all. To this day, I have no idea if this was something related to the supernatural. Nothing else happened after this occurrence, but my sister sometimes still has nightmares about her encounter with this woman. Sometimes the woman even catches up to her, but she always wakes up before what happens next.
Even now, when I think about that time, it feels so horrible. I've tried to live without thinking about it again, because when I do, I feel so terrified that I can't do anything. But for the sake of sharing this story, I'll recall that hellish time one last time. It was 6 years ago when I met a man named Cameron. At first, I thought he was a good person. He ran a flower shop and always carried flowers with him. But when I found out why he liked flowers so much, it was already too late. I started dating him, and every time we met, he gave me a bouquet of flowers. The flowers were always of the best quality. They were all beautiful and carefully selected. One day, as he handed me a bouquet, he picked out a few flowers and broke them. Confused, I asked him why. He said, "They're not pretty. I get angry when I see ugly things." His expression suddenly turned murderous. I was startled by the change in his face and froze. Then he looked at me and said, "Why? You're pretty. Don't worry. I won't break you." As he said this, he grabbed my shoulder. His hand felt unnaturally strong. I remembered how he often did arm exercises with dumbbells when there weren't any customers in the shop. Suddenly, I started to feel scared of him. Seeing the fear on my face, he leaned in and whispered quietly, "All you have to do is stay pretty without withering. So please smile. You look ugly with that frowning expression." Then he smiled brightly again and handed me a bottle of water. "Your skin needs hydration. Drink water," he said. That's when I realized he was a psychopath. Goosebumps covered my skin, and I decided I needed to end things with him immediately. Before our next date, I called two friends, Adam and Jonathan, and asked them to watch me from a distance and to help if anything goes wrong. I explained the situation, and they agreed to help. They waited in their car near Cameron's house, ready to intervene when I gave them the signal. When I arrived at Cameron's doorstep, I rang the doorbell. He told me to come inside, but I refused to enter. He came to the front door, confused, and asked me what was wrong. That's when I told him we needed to break up. For a moment, he seemed surprised and stood silently for about 5 seconds. Then, with a bitter smile, he said, "When you say that, you look so ugly right now." Slowly, he raised his hands and grabbed my neck. His grip was incredibly strong. "You were such a pretty flower," he said. "Why did you suddenly change? I told you, I didn't want to break your neck." He loosened his grip slightly and whispered softly, "I'll give you one last chance. Do you really want to break up with me, or will you be my flower again?" With a trembling voice, I told him we should break up. Suddenly, he screamed, I'll kill you! Grabbing my head with both hands, he started breathing heavily, as if mentally preparing to snap my neck. I screamed for help as loud as I could. At that moment, Adam and Jonathan heard my screams. They ran to me, tackled Cameron to the ground, and restrained him while calling the police. Cameron was arrested, and I later learned that he had done the same thing to his ex-girlfriends. One of his ex-girlfriends had her neck snapped, and she barely survived. Cameron had used his wealth to pay her a huge settlement and avoid severe punishment. This time, Cameron went to prison, and I was lucky to escape with my life. 5 years later, I received even more horrifying news. A friend of Cameron's contacted me and told me that after he was released from prison, he killed another woman and was sentenced to life in prison. Apparently, he had found a new girlfriend. One day, they had a fight, and he snapped her neck. Afterward, he called his friend, crying, and said, "I broke a flower." When the police arrived, they found the woman's body in a bathtub full of water, her neck completely broken. Cameron was pouring water over her head and stroking her hair. When I heard that story, I was so shocked that I had to see a psychiatrist for a while. Even now, I often wonder, what would have happened to me if Adam and Jonathan hadn't been there that day? They saved my life, and I will never forget how grateful I am to them.
My name is Nikela Morales, and today I'll be telling you a story that still haunts me to this very day. I was about 10 to 11 years old. Me and my friends are on a hiking trip to explore the woods. Personally, I wasn't a fan of hiking, but I went along because I wanted to hang out with my friends. At one point, my friend, we'll call her Cassie, and I had to pee, so our friends found a public restroom nearby in the woods that looked pretty abandoned. I, of course, was a bit hesitant at first, because it was slightly eerie, but Cass saw me starting to turn back and said, "Would you rather use the porta potty?" Since I would rather die than use one of those, we both reluctantly went inside the bathroom. It was hell. There was trash everywhere, bugs crawling on the walls, and it smelled so bad that we both had to cover our noses. We reluctantly walked to the stalls and each went into one. My stall was somewhat clean looking, but the smell was still terrible. I didn't dare sit on the toilet, so I decided to squat and, do my business. After we were done, we went to wash our hands, but we really didn't want to because the sinks were just as bad as the rest of the bathroom. The sink was stained black and the faucet had mildew all over it. Luckily, I looked in my bag and found some hand sanitizer. But then, as we were using it, we heard the door shut. We both immediately went over to open it, but it was locked. We tried calling out to our friends outside, but they couldn't hear us. Cass started panicking, and I tried my best to calm her down. Not even 2 seconds later, she said she had to puke and ran towards the stalls. I hear the stall door creak open, and then Cass screams at the top of her lungs. I went over to see what was going on, and I found her on the floor, curled into a ball and shaking. I asked what was wrong, but she briefly glanced up at the stall door. I opened the door, and what I saw was so shocking that I fell back onto the ground. Inside the stall was a rotting body, with ants crawling in and out of the toilet and maggots sprouting from the body. Seeing the body was disturbing, but somehow the stench was even more traumatizing. Suddenly, we heard the door unlock. A police officer walked in, but we didn't take time to greet him. We just immediately ran outside. We explained everything we had seen to him, and later they removed the body and took us home. Since the body had no identification, it was buried in an unmarked grave. To this day, I still wonder what happened to that guy, and who, or what, locked the door on us.
Hi, Wansi. I wanted to share my true story with you. I'm 30 years old now, but this happened when I was around 24. My mom and dad decided to move into a newly built house. The house was the first in a row, followed by another set of about 4 houses. At the end of our row, there was a giant empty space with a large, steep hill. Nothing except extra parking had been built there. This detail will be relevant later. After about a year, my parents ended up separating, and my mom moved out. So it was just me, my dad, and my brother, who was in his last year of college. I had already graduated and was home more often than the two of them. They also had to get up early for school and work, so I would typically be up at night later than them. One night, at around 2 o'clock, I went downstairs to get a glass of water from the kitchen. To avoid disturbing my family, I decided to use my phone as a flashlight instead of turning on the lights. Aside from the glow from my phone, the house was really dark. I knew my dad and brother were both asleep in their beds, but when I reached the first landing, I heard someone running from one end of the kitchen to the living room. It was loud. Our house had an open floor plan, and the hardwood floors amplified any noise. Panicked, I quickly ran the rest of the way down the stairs and turned on the lights. But when I looked around, there was no one there. I was confused, but just shrugged it off, got my water, and went back to bed. That wasn't the only incident. A month or two later, I was home alone. I'd spent the day reading and watching videos until I noticed it was getting late. Around 6 in the evening, I texted my dad and brother, asking when they'd be home. Both replied they'd be working late. I sighed and continued watching YouTube videos in bed to pass the time. Suddenly, I felt my entire bed shake violently. It wasn't an earthquake. My dresser and bookshelf didn't move. We live near a military base that often does weapons testing, but even that wouldn't have caused my bed to shake so forcefully. Normally, we just hear noise from the base. My bed sits on wooden slats, and those slats have fallen before. But when that happens, you can only feel it if you're sitting on the mattress. This was different. The shaking was visible and could have been seen from anywhere in the room. Freaked out, I called my boyfriend in a panic. To this day, I still don't have an explanation for what happened. The last strange thing that happened before I moved out occurred during the early morning hours. I work at a coffee shop and had to leave around 5 a.m. to open at 5:30. By this time, my stepmom and both of my stepsisters had moved in, so parking in the driveway was crowded. I had to park in the overflow area near the empty space with the steep hill and overgrown bushes. As I was walking to my car, I passed the empty area. Suddenly, I heard someone call my name, clear as day. I stopped and looked to my left, but I didn't see anything or anyone, just pitch black darkness. Terrified, I sprinted the rest of the way to my car and locked the doors as soon as I got inside. Believe me or not, I'm convinced that house is haunted. My dad still lives there, but he says he hasn't had any experiences like I did.
True story that took place in 2020. Me and my family went on a trip to Colorado Springs. I can't remember exactly where we went in Colorado Springs, but I do know we went to a desert on a little vacation activity. The desert wasn't as hot as I thought it would be. Surprisingly, I could probably survive out there for a few days if I had to. It was quite a long drive. I was about 9 years old at the time, so I was in the seat just sleeping. At one point, my parents woke me up, and to my surprise, there was a desert outside. I asked my mother why we were here, and she said that we were going to look at dinosaur fossilized tracks. I didn't want to complain. We walked into the path leading to a bridge made of sand. My grandfather was teasing me about rattlesnakes, saying that they'll jump and fly at me. That's when I started to get worried. At that point, we were walking across this bridge made of sand. It was about 25 to 20 feet tall. I was walking close behind my family when I paused in my tracks to look at the view. Eventually, I began to look down, and in horror, I saw this 7-foot-tall humanoid creature. Its skin was as pale as the sand. It seemed as if it was trying to blend into its surroundings. It had a hunched back. It also looked like it hadn't eaten in days. I could see its spine poking out. It walked slowly and quietly. It didn't even seem to notice us. It looked as if it was being drawn to something. I stood there watching it slowly walk 1 foot at a time. My eyes were wide, and what I saw really woke me up. I turned to see that my family were already almost at the end of the bridge. I ran over to catch up. Throughout the whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw. Of course, I was a child at the time, so I didn't really know how to react, or if I should even tell anyone. I tried to keep my mind on the dinosaur fossils, and I bet my parents were curious as to why I wasn't so fascinated by science. They knew I usually loved science, and anything rocks or fossil. I couldn't even enjoy this because I was too focused on my sighting and trying to process what to do next. I was born with slow processing, so of course, at such a young age, you wouldn't really expect someone to see something strange like that. Now I'm older, and I've now figured out it was probably some kind of mythical creature. And from this day on, I'll never forget that incident. Allow me to describe the creature a bit more. As I said, it was 7 feet tall. It had this hunched back with its spine poking out. It didn't have long quills, but it did have long arms that almost touched the ground with long, scary claws. Its back legs were somewhat like a human, and somewhat like a dog too at the same time. Its skin color was as pale as the sand, but a little whiter. It walked at a good speed, swinging its arms in the opposite direction of its legs, just like how a person would walk. It had straight up direct attention of where it was going, and didn't even bother to look over at us. I don't think it had ears, which was the strange part. I couldn't really see its face, so I didn't know if it had a nose or not, or what its eyes even looked like. As a side note, I was trying to think of an explanation for what I saw, and was hoping that my mind was simply playing tricks on me. I was thinking that I probably got too much sun, but I realized that we literally just got out of the car, and it would take a while for the sun to get to me. Plus, the sun usually never got to me, never even got a sunburn before. And my mind was thinking the same way if you were seeing an animal for the first time in the wild. So readers or listeners, if you have any idea as to what I saw, please tell me, and I'll look into it to see if it's a perfect match.
Not long ago, maybe 1 or 2 months ago, I went through something strange. I sleep in the family living room because there's no TV in my bedroom, and I love watching TV until I fall asleep. I lay out a mattress in front of the TV every night. One night, around 12:30 a.m., I hadn't fallen asleep yet. The TV was still playing, and I was chatting with my boyfriend while scrolling on TikTok. From where I sleep, I face my mother's bedroom, but I can't see her bed or her directly. Just the wardrobe facing me, the TV cabinet, and the wall-mounted TV on the left. On the right, I can only see a small part of my parents' bed. That night, I was still giggling while texting my boyfriend. The last thing I heard was my mom's voice as she video called my dad. Not long after that, I heard what sounded like my mom crying. I'm the type of daughter who gets too embarrassed to ask my parents what's wrong or what's going on. So I just lay there, quietly, listening to the sound of crying. At first, I doubted what I was hearing.
Is she really crying? What did my dad do this time?
I wasn't sure if it was real. I turned the TV volume down and put my phone aside to focus on the sound. As I listened more closely, the crying became clearer. I started to believe that my mom was really crying. Feeling confused, I told my boyfriend right away. I messaged him.
Hey, I hear my mom crying. What should I do?
He insisted that I check on her. Still unsure, I replied,
Are you sure I should check? The crying sounds vague yet clear. I'm not really sure if she's crying or not.
But he kept insisting, so I decided to investigate. I got up from my mattress and walked to the bathroom, which is right beside my mom's bedroom. I didn't go into the bathroom, I just stood near the door to listen more closely. As I stood there, the crying sound became even more apparent. That's when I decided to check on my mom. When I finally looked at her, she was sound asleep. I could tell because she was snoring softly. A chill ran down my spine. What the hell? Was that crying sound all in my head? I went back to my mattress and texted my boyfriend.
My mom is asleep. She wasn't crying.
My boyfriend doesn't believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything supernatural. He replied,
Maybe you're sleepy and hearing things.
But I wasn't sleepy at all. I was wide awake, and I had been carefully listening to that crying sound for minutes. There's no way it was just my imagination. Oddly enough, once I returned to my mattress, the crying sound completely stopped. I didn't hear it again. Maybe my mom really was crying earlier, but stopped when I checked on her because she was embarrassed, I thought. I decided I would ask her about it in the morning. When morning came, I asked her directly, Mom, were you crying last night? She looked confused and said no. What? I was even more confused. My mom believes in spiritual things like I do, so I told her,
I heard you crying from your bedroom last night. I made sure I wasn't hearing things multiple times, and it sounded so real. But when I checked on you, you were already asleep. And after I went back to my mattress, the sound was gone."
My mom was just as shocked as I was. I asked her again to make sure she hadn't been crying. She assured me that if she'd been crying or had a problem with my dad, she would have told me. To this day, I'm still confused about what happened that night. That crying voice sounded so real, there's no way it was just my imagination.
Hi, my name is Emil, and this story happened to me when I was just a little kid. I'm 16 now, so this happened around 2014. Just for some context, I'm a Bosnian who lives in the Swedish city of Buras. I have dark brown hair and bright blue eyes. Okay, now on to the story. When I was 7 years old, my grandma used to watch me and my older brother while our parents were at work. We'd usually play with our toys, go to the playground, or watch a movie. And that's exactly what we did every day for the whole week my grandma was watching us. Every day, we would watch one movie before lunch. As we were flipping through our DVDs, we stumbled upon a movie we had only watched once before, The Cat in the Hat. The movie played as normal, and we actually loved it. As the week went by, we kept watching that exact same movie every day since we had gotten bored of the other movies we usually watched. The week had felt fun because of that movie, but little did I know that Friday night would become one of the scariest of my life. That night, I dreamt that I was in my apartment, except it wasn't an apartment. It was a clubhouse, and it belonged to the Cat in the Hat. I had a great time in the clubhouse, partying and eating chips. As I was having a good time, I got a bit thirsty and decided to go get a glass of water. When I went to the kitchen to quench my thirst, I found the Cat in the Hat sleeping on the kitchen floor. I got my water and was on my way back to the party when I made a huge mistake. I stepped on the cat's tail. As I realized what I had done, I saw the cat's face change. His eyes went from being kind and beady to human-shaped, but with the pupils of a real cat, and his smile turned into a long, sharp-toothed frown. Before I could blink, the cat lunged at me, but I managed to dodge him and run into the hall. As I was running for my life, I looked back to see if he was still chasing me, and he was. I ran into my parents' bedroom, where I realized I was cornered. For some reason, my parents had a can of beans in their room. In a desperate last attempt to survive, I grabbed one of the cans and threw it at the Cat in the Hat. His forehead, now cracked open, was leaking blood onto the floor. He stared at me, his eyes widening as he mouthed the words, "I'm coming for you." And just after hearing that, I opened my eyes. I was back in the bunk bed in my room, my brother peacefully sleeping on the bunk above me. The following week, I was extremely paranoid. I kept hearing rustling in the bushes, hissing sounds outside my window, and I even started seeing black and white figures around me. Except for the paranoia, my life went on as usual, until one day, the day that still sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. I was walking to my other grandparents' apartment. Just as I entered the lobby, the elevator was coming up from the basement. The elevator door had a tall window down the middle of it, so you could see if the elevator was full or get help in case of an accident. As the elevator was going up, I locked eyes with something truly terrifying. On the other side of the elevator window stood the cat, this time without his famous striped hat. But that wasn't the only thing different. He was taller, standing at about 10 feet. He also had a huge grin stretching from ear to ear on his face. I was frozen in place, unable to scream. When the elevator passed the lobby, I bolted out of there and ran all the way back to my apartment. Everyone I told this story to either says I'm lying or that it was just my imagination. And to be honest, I don't blame them. Since the incident, I haven't seen the Cat in the Hat in real life or on TV, and I moved away a few years ago. Now, around 9 years later, I've started to believe everyone else, thinking it was all just my imagination. But yesterday, I started hearing a voice in my head saying, "The Cat in the Hat will make your brain go splat." I'm writing this to get an answer to one question. What was that thing I saw that day? It surely can't be the Cat in the Hat. So what was it? A monster? A demon? Or was it something much, much worse?